Hi. It's premiere time. How we doing? Welcome. Back. How we doing? Well, wait. I could have started with something better. Like, no. Wait. No. Where? Wait, that's pretty good. There you go. Welcome. Hi, welcome. It's been quite a while since I've booted up the old Premiere on stream. If you've never seen an editing stream, they're a time. I hope everyone's doing well. Take me away, boys. Bake them away, toys. Goodbye, Mortharos. Have a good 10 minutes timeout. Oh, what do crowds do? Catch. What are you doing? I want to throw a fastball at you. I would not miss. It would hit my face. But thank you. I'm on mobile at 160p. Nice. It's crab. It's a blurry crab. Yeah, he's looking good. No, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, just as it so happens, which means one of two things. Either I'm gonna get hyper-focused and be very productive, or I'm gonna crash and burn in like an hour and then cut my losses and get more done tomorrow. Yeah, it's a big, giant enemy crab. Maybe if I roll it back a little bit. There you go. There he is. I'm pointing at him. Hey, welcome. Sleep is pain. Yeah, well, you know, it's fine. This is a dog. It is a dog. How'd you know? It's a good dog. You like dogs? But yeah, no. What is sleep? I don't know. Why is that? I can play the clip and it'll make sense of context. But basically, I'm making a video. Thanks for the hydrate, man. Making a video about Elden Ring. I have not, Jay. I did not see that. Finally, crabs. I want to make a stream where people can only respond in Soul's message format. I would love that, Viz. That'd be great. This is by Pete as an ad. Oh. Holy shit, Barvid. I know, I make YouTube videos once, twice a year. So, so far I'm at 0 videos for 2022. Trying to roll that up into the single digits. Does 0 count as single whatever. If you missed my last stream a couple days ago where I was making some doodles for this, effectively it's a video about Elden Ring, even though I'm not done with Elden Ring yet. I'm getting there. I'm far, but I'm not done with it yet. And slightly as a result, and also just because of the video that I wanted to make about it, I didn't go into playing Elden Ring thinking I would make a video. I don't really do that. It just kind of struck me as like, wait, I have things I want to say. Wherever I have the map, which is here. Wait, no, further back. Where the hell did I show the map? I don't even know my own video. There it is. This is roughly the starting area of the game, and this is all I'm gonna show footage of in the video. So it's, I want to say spoiler-free. It's not 100% spoiler-free, because I show things from the game, but I don't show anything outside this area. So I did my best, but I still have a lot of footage left to capture. And there's a lot of gaps in what I need to do. But out of what is done, you know, you can see there's some gaps here, but it's like, hey, this is looking pretty good, right? Oh no. What do you mean that's only the first minute of the video? Oh no, oh no. Welcome to video production, where takes a while to get to this point. Spoiler-ish. I mean, yeah. I'm not showing anything. I'm not going out of my way to ruin surprises or anything like that. I'm trying to only show footage that I feel like is like anyone that's gone through this zone is very likely to have experienced. That's kind of my philosophy. So it's like, yeah, I'll show some bosses and fights and moments, but like, I'm not gonna show stuff that I was like, what? This is in this game? Like, I'm trying to be careful. There's no perfect. It's still a video about the video game, right? It just, I've really enjoyed playing through not knowing what's in there, and I want to preserve the people who might not have played the game yet, or are playing it, but might not have finished it, so whatever. Kelly said I'm further in that area. I have the entire map, and I'm level 147 or something. I don't remember. I wrote it down. I'm pretty far along. Like, I'm so far along in Elden Ring that plot is happening. That's how you know that you're getting far into the game. Because suddenly, characters who have had nothing to say since the first minute are like, oh, I have important news. And it's like, what? I've been playing this game for like 500 hours and now you have something to tell me? So, yeah, I'm pretty far. I don't know exactly how far, obviously. I'm trying to still remain spoiler-free-ish, but yeah, it's wild. This game has a plot. Yeah, you can ignore it, but yeah, it's in there. It's kind of neat. I'm liking it so far. Am I getting far in the game? I'm farther away from the game. I'm farther away from the game. I showed a blade of grass. Yeah. Yeah. He destroyed his hand. Oh no! Hope he recovers quickly. Yeah, I wanted to finish Elden Ring before the final day of SGDQ, which is still possible. I got like a week and a couple of days, because Elden Ring's finishing out the marathon, but my bigger priority is finishing this video, rather than finishing the game. We'll see. He's just gonna cast Gotcha. Oh, that's rough though. Make sure you summon into it the best thing of the Nebus mess options. Well, I'm trying to only look up things when I really am like, God damn it, I need to. I've only looked up maybe like 5 things in the game. Maybe more, I don't know. Feels like a very small number though. I'm not looking up things just every time I'm like, huh? But I do know that without mentioning any specifics, and I asked that no one mention any specifics either, if you know what I'm talking about, I believe I fell ass backwards into not the worst ending, but at least it's apparently an ending that like you can get locked into without realizing that you agreed to a thing, and I agreed to a thing not realizing the consequences, so things got spicy. And I was like, oh, okay. But apparently there's also a way to it's like I'm like looking up a thing like, wait, what just happened? And then I see spoilers, I'm like, nope. So like I catch a glimpse of a thing. I think there's a way to revert what I did. Yeah, exactly. You can't, yeah, there's a way to get, but it's also like, I don't want to know the way to get out of it. I want to see if I can figure it out, if it makes sense. From Software games are extremely unintuitive and bizarre when it comes to plot and NPCs, and this game is not only no exception, it's maybe harder and worse because of how big it is and how spread out things are, and you're expected to remember shit a character told you like a million years ago. The number of times an NPC has said something to me like, go to this location and seek this thing, and go to this place, and I'm like, okay, great. I processed the first part, which was go to a place. Can you repeat that? And then I talk to him, and he's just like, now go. And I'm like, what, say again? Now go. And that's the line that he repeats, not the one with the pertinent information. So sometimes it's just like, okay, fuck you. If you're not gonna give me the opportunity to learn information, then I'm just not gonna worry about, oh, you fucked up, and you got the worst ending. It's like, whatever. That's for New Game Plus for me. That's for second, third, fourth, fifth playthrough, whatever. Where I'll look up things, and I'll find the 50,000 things I know that I've missed. My first playthrough is it's the only time I can play through it first time. So I'm just playing through it and making mistakes and bad decisions. And if I eventually release my Elden Ring journal I've been taking, you can judge me for all the poor decisions that I've made along the way. Because I'll probably release that once I finish the game. Yeah. I don't know if anyone will fucking read it. It's long as fuck. But if anyone's interested, there you go. I don't know if I'll be New Game Plus. Well, I mean, granted, it's not like I've been playing it every day. I'm like 150, 160 hours in, something like that. Which is a lot for me, for one game. Not a lot of games do I play that much of. I play a lot of games on and off stream, and it's rare for something to really stick with me. But I've been very much not rushing, and I've been really enjoying my experience. But if I do a second playthrough, it's gonna be so much faster. So, because I'm a coward. You've seen the way I play games on stream. I'm braver on stream for the sake of I gotta get through this than I am in my own time. I'll see some shit on the horizon in Elden Ring and be like, okay, time to creep around the periphery of this and run. And like, it takes me a long time usually to push into new terrain, especially if I'm holding on to a lot of runes. Whereas on a second time playthrough, you're like, oh, I know what's here. I might be under leveled and I might get stomped, but I'm not like afraid of the unknown, you know? There's so much of that. Back to Bloodborne, no kidding, exactly. Have I played Teardown? I haven't, Crowds. It looks like it'd be neat, but I might explode my computer. I've been replaying Breath of the Wild. Is it true that Elden Ring is? I can confirm Elden Ring is. A social journal run as POV of your character is fun to do. Well, I didn't write it as POV of my character. I wrote as POV of me. It's not, oh, I slayed a dragon and I crested a mountain. It's just like, all right, I went over a hill and I saw some shit. I was like, what? Or I was in a catacomb and had this weird twist where the part of the thing did this, and I thought that was kind of neat until this happened. And I was like, that's bullshit. It's like stream of consciousness. Just here's what happened, and if I have thoughts to share, I write them down. So yeah. Anyway, but as far as what today is concerned, depending on if I crash and burn or we get into it, we're gonna be just in chill mode, because when I'm editing, I can't really hang out and talk to chat as much. I'm gonna be hanging out on a call. It looks like Gam's already on the couch, which is great. So hopefully it's just a nice chill time for everyone as I try to slap some footage together. My goal is basically to block out as much roughly as I can, and then later go in and fine-tune timings and footage, because, as I said before, I'm missing a lot of footage. I have recorded, this is an hour and a half roughly, and this is an additional hour and a half. So I've got like, you know, roughly 3 hours of gameplay capture, which you can see I've meticulously gone through and highlighted points of note to save myself the trouble of like, where's that time that I fought a dude and then like fell off a cliff? It's like, if I know where it is, boom. That could be one boss, exactly. Thanks, Todd. But it's like, I know even of this starting area, I haven't gone into this area at all. I don't really implant, at least the guy that's right here. I want to have footage of him. Even like up along here in this area, there's some nice stuff to get capture of. Maybe down over here as well. Whatever. There's a lot of little pockets I haven't even been to yet that I know I want footage of. And more than that, there's things in the script that I mentioned that I didn't capture footage of, that I have to go out of my way to kind of create the scenario or do something silly. So, there's no science to it. It's just like, well, I like to play the game and get capture for just general purpose, playing the game and fighting and doing stuff, and then later on getting more specific with, okay, here's the list of footage to get. It's like pickup shoots. You're filming something. But yeah, as you can see, it's mostly all bare. This track A3 are my chapters. So if you want to think of it, if you can see these tiny little blips hanging underneath the monolith of voiceover, not that one. That one's grayed out. But these are each section that I was making the art for. So I think I'm going to start with... this is a great song. I think I'm going to start with the tossing in the art that we made. I did make kind of 1.5 additional drawings off stream. So I want to try to at least toss those in so they're there and something pretty to look at. And then I'm going to just be jumping around at random and finding chunks of the video I feel like have I have gameplay capture already. Because tomorrow's probably going to be a day where I capture a lot more gameplay and do that. So anyway, no, there's no footage from my original character. It's only new playthrough stuff because it's only early game equipment, early game locations. I very deliberately was like, there's no real point in me just capturing my original character where I'm near like the end of the game areas. Like, I don't know. I mentioned in an earlier stream that, like, because I'm so far in the game, I figured it would be safe to start watching some Elden Ring content. Also, because I'm curious, have people already said the same things in this video? I don't know. I've been avoiding a lot of public conversations around this game. And I click on a video, and then 3 seconds in, I see, like, 5 bosses I haven't gotten to yet that are clearly endgame bosses. And I'm like, why would you go out of that is a choice that you made. And yeah, shame on me for clicking on a video. I learned this is why I've been avoiding them. But it's like, you are just talking about the game. You're not talking about the end game. You're not talking about the bosses. You didn't lead me to this point where I expect you to get into the real meat of the game. You're just like, I'm liking the game, except for these parts. And you're showing me stuff from the end of the game, which is just like so frustrating for me. I strongly believe you should set people up for that kind of experience. So anyway, yeah, I like to rant. I got trolled. Anyway, so early game footage, which is also just, it's also useful for me because it makes it easier to capture more footage. I don't have to be like, well, I've already shot, you know, so much of my footage is in Limgrave. I really need to get more Caelid in here. It's just like, no, I need to make the most of the tools I have. The limited scope is actually keeping me more focused with the actual video side of it. But then there's the side of like, well, I need to keep it visually interesting so it's not just grassy fields for every shot. But I'm not worried about that too much. Hopefully the pacing of the video is interesting enough, the way it's jumping around between different subjects, that it's a fun time. We'll see. It will have all of Elden Ring's ending on stream. Thank you. Appreciate it, crowds. Thank you. Flash a single frame of end boss in there. Not gonna do it, but yeah. Oh yeah, I might as well at least show the why I'm pointing at a crab at the beginning. Dun dun. Ba 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 da ba. Fuck it. I'll just play this intro so you just have a general idea of like where I'm at. This is the how about this game, right? That's maybe a little bit loud.
Elden Ring is a big old beefy game.
It is. This is missing because this is going to be art that I have in progress. It's going to be like a tracking shot that pans down from the top of the tree down to Barvatar, pointing at the tree, and then he says tree. So there you go. And there's other bits of footage missing because I don't have good footage for that yet. You get what? It's all literally work in progress. How about that beef?
Elden Ring is a big old beefy game.
Tree.
So much to do, so much to see, so many ways to get smushed into paste. Look at tree, point at dog. The possibilities are finite. But there's just so many finite things. There's so much, in fact, that at however many hours I'm currently at on my main file, I still haven't finished Elden Ring, but I decided to take a break from placing skull icons on the map to talk a little about it. There are some real neat bits of design in this game that I worry might get overshadowed by the world, the bosses, the epic moments and encounters. So I'm not gonna get into bosses or specific locations or NPCs or lore or whatever. I'm gonna mostly focus on the design and systems in the game, the things that I believe are contributing to how enjoyable I've found this experience to be. And because this video isn't about specific sections of the game, I've done my best to make this video as spoiler-free as possible. So as long as you're okay hearing about how some things work and are fine with seeing stuff in this starting-ish area of the map, we should be good. Listen, I'm not even done with the game yet. The last thing I want to do is spoil some of the cool stuff in here, which is why I'm also going to ask any commenters to follow my lead. I'm really excited.
Here, I need to... the reason the footage is blurry is because I'm running at quarter resolution, so my computer doesn't explode. While I'm not streaming, it's fine. I just need to make sure you can tell us this Trifinger's butthole and he's pointing at a dead body.
To hear what people are enjoying as well as the stuff that isn't quite clicking, but if you want to go into specifics, please drop a big ol' spoilers at the top. Anyway, let's rock! Here's a quick breakdown of game design bits and bobs in Elden Ring, what I think are neat.
It's gonna be text.
In no particular order. The map. Starting off with the big one. First of all, can I just say I'm so happy this game even has a map? I get so turned around in other From Software games, which I know is partially by design, but man, just knowing where you are in relation to other things takes such a mental load off my plate. But here's the thing, you still need to build that mental map for the smaller scale locations like dungeons and castles. The map rides this fine line between being accurate and artistic, where it ends up becoming more of a reference to occasionally check than a tool you frequently use. You pop open the map, take note of some of the larger formations and structures, and figure out what you want to do. Or you see something neat in the distance and use the map to determine a rough plan of attack. As you play, you might come to recognize certain footprints as belonging to certain types of buildings.
There you go.
But not
yeah, and then I just talk forever. There's the video. Ta-da! Yeah, it's a blurry map. Yeah, because it's zoomed in as well. When you're viewing the starting map, where is I already lost it. Yeah, it gets real blurry because, spoilers for Elden Ring. It's a very big game, and at the start of it, they show you the map, and it's this big, and you're like, okay, like, there's a lot of black space here, huh? Yeah, so I had to punch it in. Punch in the graphics. What else? Oh, if you're wondering why this is light blue, I made a mistake. So when I was capturing this gameplay, it went great, sweet. When I sat down to capture this gameplay, I recorded this 20-ish minutes, only after which that I realized I messed up the audio, because I was using OBS to capture the gameplay, and I had the Elgato, the capture card's audio coming in, as well as the desktop audio being captured, and because I had the capture card's input set to be like listen to it and output it, the audio was doubled up. So if I play it, you'll be able to hear that there's like an echo to everything, especially if I go to any menuing. Yeah. There's plenty of... There you go. Yeah. So, the good news is the footage is still usable because, except for example, when I'm being stepped on by a dragon and it's peaking, the doubled up volume is not very obvious when it's like down here, especially because I'm talking over it and I keep the game audio relatively quiet. So I still went through and I marked it up. And I'm like, I'm only gonna use this footage sparingly, and I just want to know whenever I've grabbed any of it, because if I just tint the color of it here, right click, label, change it to a color, then anywhere I drop it in, it'll just stick out to me. So if I get better footage later, I just know, like, okay, that's the first footage to replace. I'm not gonna obsess over it too much, but stuff like that's useful for me. Anything else before I get it? I don't know. I'm gonna start. You got an ad for a teacher blame shifting a food. What? I don't know. But I hope everyone's doing good. I'm gonna get a couple of alerts real quick. I'm also not gonna listen to video game music. We're gonna jam to some Monster Cat, and when inevitably a stupidly hype song plays, I might skip it because I'm just listening to their newer releases in order. There it goes. Look at that little widget they made. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. Everything's fine. Hey, before I started streaming, Fumblebuck subbed with, I believe it was a Prime sub. I actually didn't check, but they subbed for the first time, so thank you. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Welcome. Crowds with 32 months. Shout out to all my homies named Richtofer. Yeah, that's good. Smash Matt with 100 bits. Today was a terrible day for one reason. It's probably the best we don't keep bringing on stream. Yeah, I don't want to get into any of that on stream necessarily. It's a big, heavy conversation, and I try to avoid that kind of stuff on stream. But absolutely, yeah. It's been a day. Thank you for the bits. Gamer Dylan, thanks for 200 bits. It's time for crab. It always is. Von Alias, thanks for 3 months. Fart. You can fart if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Enjoy your silver key. Space Succubus, 32 months. I'm lurking and playing Omori for Switch. It's as fun and just as fun thing. I might make a lore video about it. I'll release when nobody's talking about Omori anymore because I don't care about views. I'm free. That is the greatest gift you can give yourself. And certainly my favorite videos are usually the ones where I'm like, I'm making this for me. I try to find the medium. Not a happy medium necessarily between like me being happy and the audience being happy, but like this is a jam. All your fault. You're welcome. It's like I'll find ideas that excite me, and then I get more excited if I think that an audience will find it exciting too. Oh damn. But it's like I'm not gonna make a video just for an audience that I don't want to make, because like whatever. Smash Bros. Thanks for 96 bits. The Flat Zone song, yeah, from Smash Bros. Makes me wish Smash Bros. Had some music from the Game & Watch Gallery games. Nice. Hell yeah. I'm gonna turn it down a little more. Yeah, I wanted to do a second playthrough of Omori, to make different decisions, and I never did. Well, not yet, at least. There's too many video games. Proud Boulder, you're welcome. Yeah, Omori gets heavy, for sure. Sometimes playing a game. Imagine playing a game, and instead of making a video about playing a game, and then in the video about playing the game, you bemoan the fact that you could be playing the game, but instead you're making a video about it, because that's how you felt at every stage of making the video. Is like, man, I could be playing Elden Ring instead of talking about Elden Ring. Flat Fuck Friday, it is Onsta. That's Mr. Game & Watch's fucking catchphrase. He shows up and goes, you ready for Flat Fuck Friday? And he rings a little bell, and then gets squished. It's really good. Anyway, I'm gonna hop on the call and see what Gam's up to, and I'm gonna get chipping away at some of this, and we're off to the races. I don't really have a concrete idea of what I'm gonna get done. We're just hanging out and working on stuff. And Crowds sent me a video. What is this? What is this, Crowds? FridayInCalifornia.mov.
Today is Friday in California. Oh, shoot.
Thanks, Krauts. Appreciate it. Oh. Oh, that's crunchy. You alright there?
So crunchy.
Oh, thank you. How you doing?
It's fucking cold.
Oh, you're a bit crispy today. What's going on with Discord?
Oh, my crunchy.
Yeah, robotic. Dr. Robotnik.
Oh yeah, you and I experienced this the other day. Hang on.
Ooh, Cruncho.
Hi, wants the. You sound not crunchy at all.
Surprisingly, sometimes I'm very crunchy because of my internet.
I don't know if you want to be crunchy, but you're not crunchy at the moment.
I mean, it has a good mouthfeel about it.
Yeah, right.
It's not terrible. Yeah.
Next up.
How's your Friday?
It's been a day.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Flasks.
Am I still crunchy?
No, you sound better now.
Yeah, you sound good
Okay.
now.
Yeah, get.
Discord is being weird again.
Oh, Cloudflare.
Yeah, Cloudflare, sure.
Yeah, that was weird what it did the other day, where it just
It's
died.
because Cloudflare went down, and
Ba-ba-ba.
Cloudflare go. Note to anyone: if like 3 big websites go down, 99% of the time it's because Cloudflare has gone down.
Cloudflare said, well, give me like 5 minutes. I'm out.
Yeah, they help out like at least, I mean, roughly 30% of the fucking internet.
Yeah. We like to diversify, except for where it really matters.
Someone tell Cloudflare it's Flat Fuck Friday.
Do
Someone
they
tell them.
know?
Do they know?
Flasks.
God, wait, hold on. Is that what Friday night is actually about?
The song Friday Night?
Yeah.
There's a song.
Yeah.
What are the lyrics to Friday Night? I can't look them up. I have to stay focused.
You
Da,
can get
da,
you
da,
flasks.
da,
I was
da.
pl-
No, you know what? I didn't know. I did not understand the lyrics to Friday Night, and Todd was like, "They're in English. What's wrong with you? Why don't you understand them?" And I'm like, "I don't know, Todd."
You think we understand English?
Yeah.
Come on, Todd.
I'm like, Todd, sometimes I think they're saying some words and they turn out to be other words. You think I think? And then I looked them up and they are in English.
My God.
And I'm like, oh shit, I'll go grab them, but that was the on subsets Todd for the day. For that day.
You gotta get at least one in a day.
I get one in a day. It's
An
like
upset
a vitamin.
Todd
You
a
don't
day.
do well.
Exactly. How's this
Yeah.
look?
Flasks.
Ooh, it looks weird. I love not expecting that I'll animate things, and then when I animate them, like, wait, I didn't draw anything outside the border of the frame.
Flasks.
So now I have to get creative with my
You
movement.
can.
Ooh, you move like they do.
Exactly. It's the Matrix.
Flasks.
Everything I
It's
make
the
is the Matrix.
Matrix.
It's subtle, but
God.
there's enough contrast around the hand that I think you can see it.
Can.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And then the bug's gonna be zooming.
Nyum.
What if the bug is just?
What if the bug?
What if the bug is
What
just
bug?
spinning?
Let the bug spin.
What if he's just spinning? Like
He hasn't been
extremely
out in a
fast.
while.
He's just
Let him
very
spin.
excited.
Flasks.
He's so excited.
And then the ball is also spinning.
I used to spin like that when my brother would tell me that we're getting Popeyes.
Yeah, right.
I'd be like, hell yeah, let's go.
That's a Popeye spin. It's got a different stink to it.
Yeah, it's like that wicked chicken box. Let's go. Give it to me now. It's
How would
good.
you feel if you woke up tomorrow and you were just a bug and you had a big ball that was glowing red next to your bed and you
Oh, I
got a
would-
call from your boss saying, "Hey, come to work."
Oh my god.
And you're like, but hold on, I gotta protect this ball of flask juice.
hold on,
Yeah.
let me just tend to my ball for a second. Also, this is Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Flasks.
God, I
You
wish I were a
can
bug.
get ye flask. I was
I'm
all
really
those extra
pleased
legs.
with how these have turned out.
This is incredible. I'm watching the ball slowly roll.
Yeah. It's
the
just like
fuck?
a little snapshot, right?
This is incredible.
Yeah.
This would also like make a delightful postcard.
Mhm.
Like, wish you were here.
Wish you were here. You fucking hell.
Just
Wish
make
you
me
were
to a
here in
donkey.
Limgrave.
Is that?
Yeah.
I do need to preview this at full resolution.
Flasks.
Oh, I love
I
it.
think
Yeah,
the
if
shadow's moving too much. It's hard to tell.
It
'Cause
is hard to tell.
I knew I didn't want the shadow to roll as well, so it's a separate thing. I could nest it, but I'm lazy.
Yeah, I was about to say you could just nest them and move it that way.
Make a
Like
little nest.
have the ball roll on its
Ball.
own, then nest it in the shadow and move it.
I'm just gonna eyeball how far these blue keyframes are going, and then match it up with this being not quite as much. There you go.
Flasks.
Perfect.
Hey, Dan.
Hopefully the bug is just too distracting. Is that a Dan?
Dan!
Me, Dan.
Did you know that
Dan?
Dan was my one of my script supervisors on this script like 15 months ago when I wrote it?
Me?
Oh!
It's true. I was like,
He's script
Dan Jones, you know
supervisor.
from Soft Games, am I making an ass of myself? And you were like, no more than usual. And I was like, I'll take that.
Dan's like, you're doing great, sport.
Like,
Roll
hold,
that time
hold
You
it
down.
up.
making videos in here, son?
Yeah. You hold up like I send you like a bound manuscript printed out of the script, and you pick up and you're like, all right, great. Throw it in the garbage. Go work.
Good work. You didn't even
Have a
read
Capri
it.
Sun.
Oh,
you
I
earned it.
skimmed it.
I went through
speed
it.
read it.
Yeah. Speedrunner.
Speedrunner.
I can't wait to finish this video so I can finish Elden Ring.
I'm so excited for you.
Gonna beat
Can't wait
Elden
to one day
Ring.
finish Elden Ring.
You're both gonna beat Elden Ring.
One
I
day.
can't wait for you both to finish so we can do a co-op run.
Yes.
That would be
I'm
silly.
trying to
That would
rush
be
through
so
as
silly.
fast as I can. 'cause I
You
wanna
have
do it.
too much to do, Gam. From where I
I
saw
know.
where you are in the game, I was like, that. Even if you knew everything coming up, I don't,
I
have
know,
so much
and I
to
know,
do.
I
believe in
know
you,
a lot
Gam.
of it.
And I
It's
don't
like,
want you to rush it.
Gave up.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is like I don't want to rush it, but also I want to be done, but also I don't want to rush it, but also I want to be done, but also I
Yeah.
don't want to rush it, but also I don't want to
have.
be done.
Yeah.
I have seen that seamless mod. I've been playing the game on PS5. My computer may explode
Flasks.
if I try to do that, but
But
Dan and I were
listen,
Your
definitely
computer would
talking about
probably
wanting
explode
to
if
do
you
it.
tried to stream it on PC.
If you
Whoa,
plan
yeah.
on computer though, you might
Yeah, my
need to mod
my
Kiryu in
PC's gonna
there.
explode.
That,
something.
that was actually what Dan and I were talking about. We were like, okay, well, my computer would explode if I tried streaming the PC mod. Dan said his computer might explode. Gam's already streaming it on PC, so maybe Gam streams it, and then we just join
Mine
his
would be able to
stream.
handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mine
you-
would be able to
Just
handle
go,
it.
go over to Gam's house. That'll work out.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you know what? That'll be. You know what? I said I wasn't gonna, try and play through big sections of the game off stream during GDQ, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna try and
No,
I'm gonna
God.
actually try and finish Elden Ring during GDQ because I'm taking the week off anyway. So
Can get
Yeah, just have GDQ up on one monitor and then on the other, Elden Ring.
yeah, either
Elden
that or
Ring.
I just like stream it with just like GDQ's gonna be in the corner while I play Elden Ring, so you're just gonna have to fucking deal with that.
That would be so good. And then like Nicole shows up and you're like, oh, Nicole, and you're like in a dungeon somewhere.
Nicole!
It's like, oh, hey, Nicole's in Limgrave.
you can.
Oh, that would be so good though.
How are we feeling
Oh,
about
that
this
would be
bug?
fun. Beat this
Ding
bug.
dong, crank that.
You can.
Oh,
get
I love him.
flasks.
Because this is
Look at him
you
wiggle!
can tell how slowed down this is. He's really booking it.
Flasks. You can.
He's
get
zooming.
flasks.
Oh, he is.
I was
He
playing
is
the-
zooming.
He's a wiggly
I
boy.
love him.
He's going so quick.
Oh my god.
We're trolling Nicole when she announces, I don't want to troll her. I just want to be excited for her.
Yeah, no, we're
Yeah, I'm not
gonna be
interested in
excited to
trolling
cheer on
her.
Nicole.
Because also, if
Nicole's
you like
wonderful.
donate and throw some shit, it's not even gonna make it past the first line of defense.
The only trolling we're doing with Nicole is when she asks for donations for your favorite Pokemon, everyone says Vaporeon. Don't say why,
Oh.
just say that Vaporeon is your favorite.
Well, no, just say
That's the only
Catterknees.
bit.
That's the inside joke with Nicole.
Oh, that's true. Catterknees is the
Yeah,
OG.
just say Catterknees. That's the OG. Hey, Kit Kat.
Or Buddish.
Or Butt. Yep,
We love-
both are valid.
Or Buddish.
Can
Can't
we
forget
gnome her?
Buddish.
How would you do that?
Flasks.
How would you accomplish that?
Can get ye flasks. I was playing.
How do we sneak a
That-
gnome into Phasmo?
I'm gonna
Nicole does have a
I'm gonna
birthday this
zoom
year.
in the background
That's
1% over 5 seconds.
Flasks.
Oh, it's so
Ooh.
subtle.
Can get ye flask.
I was
Oh,
I don't even know if I'll keep it or not. Well,
it has anyway.
oh, I didn't share the other 2 doodles that I made for
Ooh.
this song is too much for me right now. Thank you, Monster Cat.
Mhm.
I knew that would happen. It's like half of Monster Cat's tracks are like, and you're like, yeah, I'm grooving, I'm relaxing, and then it's like, and you're like, ah, shit.
Ah,
What,
who let you into my house?
what day is it? The Kool-Aid Man
Oh,
kicked in the
God.
wall, and he's got a boombox, and he's yelling at me. I'm doing push-ups.
Why am I
I don't know what's
being
happening.
yelled at?
Where was it? 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 Where'd it go? There was, oh, right. So the 2 that I didn't get to, well, technically 3, because the last one is just that there's an outro, and I'm not sure if I'll do a doodle for that or not. The 2 I didn't get to were combat. I might as well share all of these, because I did them on stream. Maybe people missed them. So the first one was the map. And then second
Oh,
one
this is
is Sights of Grace. Blam.
Ooh.
Which I have since added a little glow to the. Where is
Hasty.
it? Oh, it's here. I had a little glow, just some more of a splat. I'm gonna try fading it up and down.
I love it.
To give it a little bit. And I think I'm gonna fade up and down the shadow with it, just the subtle amount.
Yeah.
Give it a little
Ooh,
bit.
yeah,
Long
yeah.
Give it a little
shadows.
bit. Yeah.
Hey, bro, how easy was it to add that glow?
I did it with my mouse. Oh,
Hell
I
yeah.
see what you're saying. Don't get me started.
I'm giving you
no.
an in to start talking about it.
Oh no.
Let me finish sharing these, and then I'll go on my rant as I get back to work.
Mhm.
Number 3 is flasks, like we have here, with the bug. That's good. Number 4 is traversal.
Hi, Buff.
Hi, Beth.
Beth.
This is
How you doing,
traversal.
Beth?
It's going well.
Good. How you doing?
We don't have to
Doing
whisper.
good.
The glow rant is incoming.
Don't want to scare the
Everyone
horse.
Everyone loves me. You startled the horse and he jumped off a cliff.
No.
Deserves it.
Damn it.
Oh shit.
Torrent's a good boy.
Lucy is dead.
Crafting.
Crafting, which is this one. I'm very happy with this one. I think it turned out pretty good. I'm happy with all of them, honestly. Make me happy.
this is
And then there's over here is
Pain. Combat.
combat. So this is one I did off stream.
Mm-hmm.
Running in terror from a absolute apex predator.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Oh
He's
no.
making a delivery.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Running away in,
they'll
in,
fuck you
in
up.
panic. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'll get you.
Top ranked in Apex Legends. Exactly right, Fizz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wish Torrent had a
Wow.
personality. Wasn't just go fast boots. That is his personality.
Mm-hmm.
Go gadget rocket horse, and then he appears and you're like, he's the best boy. That's his personality.
He's
all
like,
you
hello, I'm a rocket boy.
Thanks
I'm
for
a
the
rocket
peanut
boy.
butter, tarnished.
What if Elden Ring was the exact same, but every time you summon Torrent, he's like, hey, I think we should go this way. Like,
It's just Mr. Ed.
This looks like a spot for ingredients.
this
Oh,
cliff is a little
no.
high for me. I don't think I can climb this one.
I don't
Whoa,
think this is a
buddy,
good
I
idea.
don't think we should go this way.
Whoa, tarnished.
God.
Slow down.
There's this Hanna-Barbera running noises when he runs.
Oh, that's a mod I want.
Oh,
my
please.
God.
Someone please.
Messages.
I need it.
And then the last one is messages. I haven't finished the background yet, where I go in and schmutz it all up. I think I'm gonna add some little torches in the background too. I did. I mean, obviously I was using reference, but I'm like, I kind of nailed the weird pile of rocks that turn into the message thing.
Great.
Ooh,
You
yeah.
Kind of nailed it. Look at
They're
that.
fun and shiny little pebbles.
And originally I was just gonna have him looking at a message. I was like, no, it would be fun to have one of these like see-through kind of ghost things. And I was like, oh, well, I don't want to draw more. Let me just redo the face and have it be him. Now I can do a bit where there's 0 appraisals because it's my message and no one's liked it. So,
No.
and there's also an extra Easter egg with this one. I don't know if anyone will catch it. Not that there's a whole lot to look at, so you probably narrow it down quick, but I don't know if anyone can determine what the extra Easter egg is.
Ooh.
Do I need a full screen?
You might need a full screen.
Also, Viz is speaking the truth right now.
I
Cyberspace
have an
Cat.
idea, but I don't know if I want to say it.
Cyberspace Cat got it in one.
I was about to say, does that fucking say Linkin Park?
It does.
God damn it.
It's very good.
No!
It wasn't supposed to, but as I was kind of like
Fuck.
eyeballing the in-game scribble, I got about halfway done. Was like, oh shit. Kind of looks like it says
Oh.
Lincoln Picnic, but yeah, I like added a few extra lines to make it look more like it says Lincoln Park.
Wow.
It's very
I
good.
love it.
Thanks,
This
thank
is
you.
good.
I'm very proud of
This is
myself.
good.
It's blink and you miss. That's my kind of Easter egg. It's just like it's not jumping at you. It's like, did you get the? It's just like I don't know. It just it just kind of looks like that in game a little bit.
That's incredible.
I don't know if I have the screenshot I used. Nope, it's gone. Whatever. It's fine. I can just go to one of my million things here. Is it gonna premiere? Hello? There you go.
Oh god.
Zoom.
Oh,
Enhance.
tree.
Oh, that's bright fire. It's cause it's like, oh shit. It's got
Oh,
this
wow.
like kind of L looking thing and then like a lot of lines. Obviously the second part is much longer, but just doing the top part, I finished it. I was like, that just looks like Lincoln.
it's just,
It's just exactly how it
Linkin
turned
Park.
Lincoln. Yeah. Anyway. So. Fucking
Just
Gam.
the I've become so numb Linkin Park song. I can't unhear that with the Venga Bus music
Oh
now.
God.
Thank you, Beth.
Oh god, yes.
It just goes together so well.
I need to go on a quick rant, and if this is if you need to get off the bus before I go on the
All right,
rant,
next is Traversal.
now's the time. So for years, I have been paying for a subscription to a VFX package called Universe by Red Giant. Red Giant was the company, and they make a bunch of things. I have oh yeah Todd.
Yeah,
It's a Max on
It
ramp.
is, Todd.
So I originally got it. It was actually I watched a promo video that Twerp put out, Tupperware Remix Party, and they had a really good VHS effect. And I was talking to one of the guys, and I was like, "How did you do that effect?" And he was like, "Oh, you click a button and it does it all for you." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, you gotta pay for it, but it's reasonably priced." I was like, "What?" It's basically professional level software, and it was like at the time like maybe $100 ish a year for the subscription, which is not cheap, but for the quality of the effects, I was like, "Damn, okay." So for years and years, I've been paying for this thing, and that's it became my go-to for like I need just a slightly fancier effect. It can be very dense with oh yeah, Todd, we'll get there. There's all I can do with it. I mean, if I literally drop open this corner here, which is partially obscured, there's all of these buckets of different types of effects, and each one has a million things in it, and inside of every effect there are a million things you can toggle, and you can go into After Effects and go way more. It's like, for the money, it is, I think, very good. And it's what I used when I started making monthly highlights for my VODs and my streams. I used it as a transition because it has a very good built-in whip pan that blurs the image just very simply, and it was a great transition. So then when I had Gam start making them, I was like, here, my Red Giant Universe subscription comes with 2 licenses. So I can just give you the login, Gam, and we can both be logged in and working, and isn't that great? Then they got bought by a company called Maxon. Maxon is mostly known for, I believe it's Cinema 4D. They have a bunch of other professional level suites and VFX packages and things like that. Immediately things became a hassle because now we needed our Red Giant logins and the Maxon login I had to make, and then had to merge the accounts, and there were all these authentication errors. The transition was a little bit bumpy, to put it mildly, but we got through it. Okay, eventually they phased out the old Red Giant logins, and you have to log in with Maxon into the Red Giant software. Because even before I get further, Red Giant Universe is infuriating, okay? Because it has to ping a server basically constantly to validate your license, and it fails, not infrequently. So you'd be going through your finished render, and there'll be a big red X, because for a single frame, it failed that check, so it put an X to be like, this is not a valid copy of the software that you're paying for. So it was already a mess.
Oh God.
But it only got bumpier once Maxon grabbed the reins. Yeah, we switched over to Maxon, and immediately they went, okay, well, things are more complicated now with all the login shit that you're having to deal with, but also, you only have one license now. For the same price you're paying for, now you can only have one active at a time. Okay, fair. It's not difficult to deactivate and reactivate licenses. It's basically a button once you log in to be like, let me have the keys to the car. So it's not bad, it's just annoying and slightly inconvenient. Okay, sure, we can deal with that. Partially because of that, and also partially because they're very heavy effects, so I try not to overuse them. I haven't really used it much lately. I wanted to use it for this video. So I go into the Red Giant application manager thing that's running on your computer. I go to update it. I update the VFX packages, whatever. I hop into Premiere, and it throws me this really weird error I've never seen before. It was a Windows Store error that pops up saying I didn't have the correct app. So I do a bunch of Googling. It turns out Maxon has their own standalone application that you need to use and that they want people to use instead of the Red Giant one. So I uninstalled Red Giant Universe and all the VFX packages. I didn't want 2 copies of it if it fucked up the installation. Download the Maxon program that runs, and then re-download and install Universe, which takes quite a while. It's not a quick process. Then I get in, and for one, there's 2 issues. One is that the Maxon application thing needs to be running for it to do these checks. Red Giant was smart enough to just run in the background. You had to launch the application just if you wanted to update it. The Maxon one literally opens if you so much as like look at a panel the wrong way in your editing software. And if you have an effect in your timeline and you mouse over it, it launches an application, which is not great. But worse than that, that's not the worst part. The worst part is that before, with Red Giant, if you didn't have an active license, remember that thing I said about the Red X? So I could entirely work without disrupting GAM's workflow, and then just go, hey, when it's time to render, let me just activate my license. GAM can't do any renders, but that's fine. I was able to make sure everything works and render it out. And then once I'm done, GAM can grab it back. Now, if you don't have an active license, this is all you see. A black screen with a prompt saying it's unlicensed, please activate a license. You can't even preview your work if it fails to ping the server or you don't have an active license.
Oh God.
And the
Don't you
price
just love
has gone
DRM?
up significantly in the past.
Oh, the
couple
price
years.
is like nearly doubled,
It's like
hasn't it?
it's like at least $200 a year now. Yeah.
That's vile.
You're not wrong, Ophalo. Pirates would have a much better experience than me as a paid customer of many years. 5, 6+ years I've been paying for this product.
I would just like to remind developers that piracy is actually a problem of access, not a problem of.
I'm clearly happy
cost.
to pay for it, but it's got an objective, and so it's okay. Okay, then you know what the answer is? The answer is I need to add a second license onto my account so Gam and I can work in tandem.
Oh boy.
Isn't that easy? No, I can't figure it out. Maybe I'm just dumb, which is a very likely scenario, but I went on their website and I'm like, is there an add license button? Add to cart. How much? Maybe, perhaps a discounted rate, so I have to pay $200 a year twice, you know, something like that. Just like a slight charge on top to have 2 at the same time. I can't find it anywhere. The only thing I can see is either individual licenses, which is what I have right now, or the team's license, which is like $1,000 a year. And I'm like, there's nothing in between.
That, dude.
Why?
No.
I used to have 2 licenses included with Red Giant. Now I have 1, and it's garbage if it's not active. Fuck you,
It
Maxon.
doesn't even work.
You
It doesn't
bastards.
even work.
Everything's been worse since you bought fucking Red Giant.
God.
Yep.
Put that shit back.
So fucking aggravating. God.
Because
Well,
I'm using a
here's the thing,
leapfrog
Snuggle.
computer.
Here's the thing, Snaggletime. This isn't about editing software, because DaVinci Resolve is a good editing software. This is about a VFX package.
Yes.
This is not about Adobe Premiere. Adobe Premiere has its own problems.
Oh yeah,
but
don't get me
that's
started on that. But no,
separate
this
from
is
all of this.
entirely these are extra features that just pop up in like your effects panel in things like Premiere and After Effects and the like. and they're
And
very
DaVinci
good
Resolve.
and useful. And DaVinci Resolve, yeah, I mean they're using a lot of stuff. They're plugins. They are third-party plugins that lock into these Adobe ecosystems.
Yeah.
And it's paid software, and I want to be able to have a good experience. And it's like, oh, it's very frustrating.
They make it so hard. Do they want people to use their software?
They want
Don't
you
think
to.
so.
Apparently not.
They want you to either be on our level of starting out or being smaller scale and just wanting an individual license, or you are a professional VFX studio and can afford thousands of dollars in licensing fees for various tools. And if you are slightly bigger than a one-man shop, they are not interested. And that's true of pretty much any subscription service. It's like everyone needs their own license, or you're at a enterprise level. And it's like, can't you a crumb, please? Just a crumb of
Make it a little
slight
easier.
surcharge to add on the license I used to have for less money.
Please.
If I never had 2 licenses, I would not be this mad. I would just be mad about the thing covering up your footage. But
Oh,
gets me mad. Anyway,
it's just 2 people. It's just 2 people. Come on now.
I'm just hanging on by a thread. But yeah, no, I don't know what I'm going to do, because it is still a useful package.
It's really good. The effects are really good in it. That's the problem.
I have a project that I want to make after this Elden Ring video that is going to heavily rely on effects from that package. So it's like, I just wish there was any kind of consideration for productions of my scale, which I
Another
can't
thing as
imagine is
well,
incredibly uncommon.
Traverse.
Oh yeah, another thing as well, which
There he
you
goes.
didn't mention, is every time there's an update for Red Giant Universe,
Yeah.
it breaks everything.
Yep.
Oh.
You have to, first of all, you have to
Free
close Adobe Premiere, then you have to update, and if you're lucky, it'll go, okay, updated, now open Premiere again, and it'll work. If you're unlucky, what you have to do is you have to uninstall the thing, deactivate the license, reinstall it, and then activate the license, which all in all takes about half an hour to an hour every time.
Yeah. No, when I was looking into all these issues that I was having and trying to find workarounds, I found many threads from the last year or 2 of people being very mad at Maxon. I found a Reddit thread with a Maxon rep replying to pissed off people. So I'm like, hey, credit to that fucking guy. I hope he gets a raise. Trying to explain to people that we've had issues with authentication and in merging stuff from Red Giant to Maxon servers, and that part of the reason that they're pushing people now to switch to the Maxon application is to have less authentication issues and less errors with updating. They want to have a single code base to build off of. And it's like, okay, sure, but also now it's less usable than it was with the Red Giant software. So
Now it is broken.
you know, it's like the engineers being like, we want to make a more reliable experience and a better product, and then management making bullshit requests that make it worse to squeeze out a couple dollars out of people. It's like, it gets me.
Ugh.
But yeah, it was a bumpy road before Maxon was involved. And man, welcome software. I don't know. Yeah. No, I mean, someone said, I scrolled past that, I don't know where it was. Someone said that, Duke said companies who have subscriptions are just landlords. I don't even disagree remotely with that. There are places where I feel like a subscription model is justified, but has become the go-to for almost everything. And now it's at a point where when I first started subscribing to Universe and Red Giant, there was, I think, a single update where they added new effects where I was like, ooh, I could see myself using these. Every update since then, they're like, here are some effects, here are some transitions, and they're all just kind of fine. They're not like, holy shit, with a button press I can emulate different film stocks from like the 20s. Like they literally scanned in to emulate their VFX of their styles for VHS and for film and all these things. They like what you can read up on how they made it happen, and they have so much archival footage they referenced, and they use it in the actual generation of your footage. And it's like really crazy stuff. And you just click a button, it's like it just looks like it was filmed instead of just JPEGs, you know? It's really, really good. But then it's like, okay, but I'm paying a subscription, which to me means I should be getting better and better and better over time.
and it's just kind of been the same package for me. So okay, I guess I'm not using the all the new tools they give me every year or two or whatever, but the other fun thing I found when I was reading up on stuff was that previously Red Giant, when they were their own company, offered lifetime purchases. They were significantly more expensive, right? Which is why I went for the subscription, which again is a good incentive for subscriptions. You pay for it while you need it and then you cancel, which is then way cheaper than buying a lifetime license. When Maxon bought Red Giant, they canceled the ability to purchase lifetime subscriptions, even for the hugely inflated cost. They still said, no, we want people locked into subscriptions, which is so shitty. Fuck. I'm mad. I'm mad. It makes me mad.
Corporations.
Corporations suck.
It's corporations and it's corporate consolidation. It's the consolidation of these different players and competition and competing products, and it's like, well, now it's under this umbrella. Take it or leave it. And it's like, okay, well, now I might leave it because I'm too frustrated.
Like, I might leave, actually.
Yeah. Anyway.
Actually, I'm gonna go somewhere else.
I'm gonna look at this horse falling off a cliff because it makes me happy again.
Yeah.
Good.
Look at that horse go. Look at him go.
Torin is a good boy.
Torn's good.
Crafting.
Rip Torn.
Rip Torn.
Rip.
Yep.
My
Get on
brain
my
just had that
fucking back.
archived in there.
Get out there. Got my fucking back tarnished.
Oh god, can you imagine just a whole narrative by him for that game? That's the horse.
That would be
Oh.
extremely good.
Yeah, then he double jumps off a cliff just to see if we'll survive. Yeah, big surprise, we didn't.
All horses
giving
should
you
double jump
shit.
from now on. Yep. Oh, that's literally if I play the very beginning of my traversal segment. I'll turn it up a little bit. Yeah.
Next is traversal.
Free, abundant, fast travel equals good.
Look
Horse
at
that
him
can double
go.
jump. Excellent. Some open world games go for a more
can't hear it,
realistic
but
approach,
he-
No.
where you can call for your horse and watch it saunter
I
over to
can't
you
have
for
your
half an hour.
thing up because I'm
Other
rendering
games
like a
just
bunch of crap.
teleport your horse behind you when you
Ooh.
whistle,
He
which
looks
is
crap, a
objectively
bunch of
better.
Well,
crap.
never
Elden
mind.
Ring
If I was just
wins
gonna
the
talk
award
over it,
for
then
best
stop
open
playing
world
it.
horse
Sorry,
because
I
it
also have to
pops
have
up
it
Okay.
muted because
out
there's
of the
echo.
ground.
I was
beneath
listening,
your
Barry.
feet.
Thanks, Dan.
Bless you, Torrent.
Sorry.
A massive
I'm
pet
listening
peeve
in
of
my
mine
heart.
is Just all that you need to know is that I'm just like, listen, this game features a horse that pops up out of the ground underneath your feet, and it can double jump. You don't have to wait for half an hour for it to walk over to you. It's the best horse. So, that's all you need.
Best horse, beautiful horse. Love that horse.
It's a good horse.
Good horse.
God, my brain was just like, loved him in Charlotte's Web, and I'm like, there was not a horse in that movie.
Mr. Egg could be in there, though.
I love your work in Charlotte's Web. I wasn't in Charlotte's Web.
Yeah, I wasn't in Charlotte's Web. I was thinking of Black Beauty. Oh god.
Crafting.
I was thinking, was it Seabiscuit? I was thinking of Seabiscuit.
Seabiscuit.
I never saw that one.
I saw that.
Was
I don't
it
remember.
good?
I don't remember it. I just know I've
I don't
seen
think
it.
it was good. I don't think
Why
it's
they name
good.
that horse that?
Because
Why they name that horse after a wet biscuit?
There was a famous sailor who dropped the bread into the ocean while they were out fishing, and and then they were like, "Oh, it's got a nice little salty flavor to it. That's a good sea biscuit."
Ooh.
And they're like, "Oh,
Ooh, it's-
write that down." And they're like, "I don't know how to write. All the paper is wet anyway."
but legends
illiterate.
told of the Seabiscuit.
This is a Sea of Thieves quest. Find out about the sea.
Do you love CVs?
Do you love a good sea thief?
And
This is yelling at me for not knowing what farm animals are.
What? Oh, farm
No.
animals. Yeah.
Yeah, farm animals.
eh.
I'm sorry,
Farm
Biz.
Crafting.
Farm animals.
Crafting is
Farm animals.
crafting.
Farm animals.
Yeah, it should
Farm
be
animals.
fine. Breaks constantly point I need to relaunch to fix things. Some of these files entirely corrupt. They post about basic patch fixes, featured additions years ago, not been added since. Clearly still in beta. They announced that they will no longer be supporting their other software in 6 months. Massive companies use this software.
Technically, any animal can be a farm animal if you put them on a farm.
That's true.
Can a lizard be a farm animal?
if he's on a farm, then he's a farm animal.
So if
Take
you
that
if you're
iguana to the
on a
farm.
farm, right, and you got bales of hay, and there's like a goat or something, and then you see a lizard on a rock,
yeah.
you're like, that's a farm animal.
It's like, yeah, that's Clem. He's a member of the family.
Clem,
He
come
helps
on
raise
in
the
for
sheep.
supper.
He helps.
And he
Come
skitters
on,
off his
Clem.
rock.
You feed him some spiders.
Ooh, he would love that. Country spiders.
Country spiders, take me home
Served at the
don't
old
take me
country
home.
buffet.
to
Yeah.
the
Golden
hometown
Corral.
buffet.
Crafting.
Golden Corral.
Also, we were talking about the Golden Corral like yesterday, and I immediately thought of you.
Oh my god,
Because I was
Beth.
like, this is something that would pop out of Elsa's mouth, not mine. I don't know why I brought up the Golden Corral.
I spent most of my life literally like 10 minutes from a Golden Corral. We went there far too often. I love Golden
apologize
Corral.
for that. Yeah, I mean, it is, you know. The
Yeah, it's
food,
bad,
you know.
but it's, you know.
It's bad, but it's good. I mean, I grew up next to a Shoney's, and I went to
Yeah,
Shoney's,
Shoney's!
which is basically the Golden Corral of
Oh
the
my God.
Midwest. So I feel
I've
you.
Beth?
seen a Shoney's.
Beth lost their mind when we were watching Rick and Morty, and it just started cold open with them sitting in a Shoney's.
I hadn't thought of Shoney's for like 20 years.
I didn't
was
even
like,
know it was a real restaurant, and Beth's over there just like slack-jawed, like, what the fuck, Dan Harmon? What are you doing?
It's like Dan Harmon, have you been to Shoney's?
I was just like, Dan Harmon, you can't spill the secret of Shoney's.
It's a secret.
You can't.
The
Collective
jewel of the
urban legend that
Midwest.
is Shoney's.
Shoney's.
Yeah, the jewel.
Beth, I have some news.
What is your
found-
news?
I found a tweet from 2014 that says, "What is Shoney Bear up to something in Japan?" I'll also put it in chat.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
tweet.
Shoney's
And
has a
Shoney-
Twitter. Wait,
Shoney is like lurking around what seems to be like West
Ah.
Tokyo.
jump scared me.
Oh
I'm
my
scared of
gosh.
Shoney Bear. What is he doing?
We love Shoney's
What are
Bear.
you doing in Japan?
What's he doing in Japan?
Open the chains back in the Midwest. Don't go to
He's like,
Japan. Don't leave the country.
He's
We
like,
need
I want to
you.
go watch Haikyuu.
You're all we
I'm
have,
sorry.
Shoney's. You're all we have left.
After we lost the, what was his name, Sugar Bear? From the Golden Crisp cereal box.
Oh,
He's
did
all
we
have
lose him?
left.
Pain.
I think so. I haven't heard from him in a while.
Oh, shit.
Probably
I
retired.
think he's sick or retired.
Hmm. Or sick tired.
Sick tired. Sick
Aren't we all?
nasty tired.
King of pain.
That's real.
Combat.
But yeah, no, the Holy Trinity might be Golden Corral, Shoney's, and Shakey's.
Oh, Shakey's. I went there exactly once, and I was like, never again.
They got
It
that.
doesn't even
feel
have.
like
It doesn't
you're
have any of the
fucking with me.
spectacle.
Yeah. What was that?
I feel like you're fucking with me.
No, Gam. This is okay, Gam.
It's like Shoney's. I'm like, that doesn't sound like a real place, but okay. And then you're just like Shakey's. I'm like, okay, I'm drawing a line here. That cannot be a real place.
Absolutely
Wait till
real.
you. Wait
It's
till you hear
more real
about
than Shoney's, which is
Like,
Yeah.
it literally just feels like you're going, oh, you remember Glip Glop? Oh, I fucking love Glip Glop.
Yeah,
Glip Glop's
listen,
fucking
though.
Remember Glip Glop?
Whenever,
Oh my God.
Listen, Gam, whenever you and Chip tell us something about Australia,
That
sometimes
is
it's
true.
like,
Jeremy, the
"Are you
master
sure?"
Glip Glop, he's in Tokyo Disneyland right now. Like,
in there.
okay, sure. What is any of this? What is America?
I don't know what's
What is it?
happening.
It's like, America, what are you doing?
I won't make
Yeah.
excuses for America, but I will protect the secret of Shoney's.
Shoney's still
lives on
has
in my
its
brain.
dignity. Shakey's is found dead in an alley.
That's what I was
guarding the
gonna
bunch
say.
of lunch.
That's what I was
Shakey's
gonna say. Is
always
like
has
Shakey's.
Shakey's always has a
there's-
marquee out front that's advertising Mikey's 8th birthday or something. That's
I was
like
gonna say. There's no spectacle. There's no drama. Like you go to a Golden Corral, something's going down at any given
Yeah.
moment. Something is happening. You go to a Shakey's,
Yeah.
it's bad and nothing happens, and you're like, this is just a waste of my time. But if you go to the
Golden
Golden
Corral,
Corral, you're gonna
yeah.
see a fist fight. You're gonna see someone
that's what I
set
was
up
gonna
fireworks in the kitchen. Like something is going to fucking happen.
Like someone's gonna fight in the parking lot near the
Yeah.
motel. The carpet is
Is it
old.
me?
Is it me? It might be me. There's a chocolate fountain. The bacon is warm and a little bit too wet, but you're like, no, this is all I got right now. At Shakey's, nothing happens. At Shakey's, it is eternally Mikey's 8th birthday, and you don't know why it's always his 8th birthday. I don't know if he's like a lost Dark Souls child
yeah, it's
who's just always there.
Some kind of ancient evil magic.
Additionally, with a big enough party, statistically, someone will leave with food poisoning.
Yeah!
That's a
it's
Shakey's promise.
It's a promise.
That's a Shakey's guarantee.
Who wants to take the food poisoning away today? Who wants to take it home? In a little bag.
Play hot potato
Oh
with it.
shit. Oh shit. I don't want Shakey's. I do want. No, I can't say the name of that franchise. It sounds horrid. I was gonna say BJ's, which is a real franchise.
That's real.
It is a real,
Pizza.
That is
it's
real.
a real goddamn franchise, and I did
It's
want
real?
that. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
It
Yeah,
is.
in my
Yes.
adult life.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Fuddruckers.
And Fuddruckers.
What?
Yeah.
I'm so
Oh
sorry.
yeah, Fuddruckers is 1000% real. I used to live right like how also lived next to a Golden Corral. I used to live 7 minutes from a Fuddruckers, and I went there all the fucking time growing
Stop
up.
fucking with me. This can't be
I
real.
literally Google it.
Fuddruckers
It's with
right
2
now,
D's.
Cam.
Fuddruckers.
I swear,
I'm
we're
really
not
kidding.
gaslighting you. I
It's really
swear.
real.
I would never lie to you regarding this.
I would
it is a
absolutely lie
part
to
of
you
my
about
life.
not lying to you about this.
It,
I personally would
Because
never.
it's too funny.
This is too
never-
real
It has
for
to
me.
be real.
it has to be. Like, I don't know how it was created, but it was there. Like, the creation of Adam, Fuddruckers is
Jesus.
there.
Why is that hamburger so big? What the fuck is
Welcome
wrong with
to
this?
America.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
They're really
Big
weird.
hamburgers.
It's
Yeah.
all we know.
That's all we
That's
know. I'm
all we
sorry.
know.
Oh, did I get this?
Yeah.
That hamburger could feed a family of 4.
Oh yeah.
Correct.
Mhm.
At least.
Absolutely.
Wait till we tell you about Hardee's. 'Cause
Oh,
this is
No, I know Hardee's.
Hardee's is just Carl's Jr. but worse.
It's the same
No,
brand.
Don't say that about
It's literally the
Hardee's.
same
I love
brand,
isn't it?
Hardee's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
will
literally
say the
the same
hash
brand.
browns are really good at Hardee's.
Yeah, the
For
hash
some
browns and
reason,
like
they're really good at
chicken
those.
strips. They are. They
Yeah,
have
yeah.
really good chicken strips.
But everything else
I
is
will
just
say-
like this is just like
One thing I've noticed is hash browns in America are completely different to hash browns in Australia.
Why
I
do
don't
they
know
like in
why.
Australia?
Hardee's
Hang on.
I think
nuts.
we
Oh, we found it.
We had to.
They need to
Did you ever go
rebrand
to a
right
big
now.
boy?
Oh.
No.
Bob's Big Boy?
Big boy.
Gam's lost
Is,
it.
is Big Boy the same as Bob's Big Boy, or is it something else?
Oh.
You ever go to a big boy?
You ever go to a big boy? It's like a
I'll ever
fast
see the
food
big
chain.
boy.
And it's got the big boy.
Are you talking about Bob's Big Boy?
Is Bob's part of it?
Wasn't
pretty sure
that
it's
wasn't
Big Boy.
it Bob's Big Boy?
Everyone outside of America is fucking laughing at us right now.
course
They're like,
they
all
are.
of you.
This is Bob's Big Boy with the Big Boy.
From Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
Yeah.
Yeah, big
that
boy.
the-
Oh,
wait,
okay. I
is
didn't-
that the
I didn't know
the
Bob's was a
large
Yeah,
franchise.
it's,
donut
But
man?
big
it's
boy.
not just anyone's
Oh, I've
Big
been
Boy.
there.
It's not
Yeah,
just
I've
anyone's
been
Big
there.
Boy. It's
That's the
Bob's
fucking-
Big Boy.
That's the fucking Simpsons Lord
Yes.
Yeah.
Donut
There's
Man.
a reference to him.
What?
They also referenced it in Austin Powers.
It's an
Oh,
American
yeah.
staple that no longer exists. I don't
No,
think.
it's not.
It's
No,
it's
it's
real.
not.
It's real. It's real.
You know, it's
still
really
exists.
Shoney's
good.
is the
It's really
American
good that they
staple.
labeled his shirt with Big Boy. Otherwise, you might be confused as to
Yeah.
his
Yeah, I'd be
relation
like,
with
I
the
don't know.
restaurant.
Big boy.
It's like, I
Oh.
don't know about this one.
Man,
I
that
don't
is
know
one
about
big
him.
boy.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
You make him
I
so
can't
big.
handle it. I can't handle anymore. I can't do this.
America's a parody of America. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It was like, I
Yeah.
gotta go, dude.
Sad but
That's
true.
too much.
I can't even be like, oh, next you'll say, because it's like, I can't, nothing is going to be better than, oh, have you had a big boy?
You ever go to Big Boy? You know Big Boy?
Oh, you know, Shaky's big boy. I don't know, Derek G's.
Derek G's
Freebird. Ever been to Freebird? No, I'm like serious.
Yeah,
Have you ever been to
Freebird.
Freebird?
It's really good.
Yeah, Freebird.
So good.
Have you ever been to
Sorry,
Have you
I'm
been to
sorry,
Fuck
Gam.
Burger?
Oh,
Oh, you ever been to Wonderwall?
you ever go to Wet
Yeah.
Fuck
Tony's?
Burger?
Listen,
home of the Fuck
Wonderwall
Burger?
shakes though.
Don't call it
Wet-
Fuck Burger.
I would
Don't
go to a
say
place
it.
called Wet Tony's. They probably have the
Ooh,
best
Wet
sandwiches around.
Okay, the Wet Tony's in downtown St. Louis though is fucking excellent.
Oh, man, you know it's
Wait,
damp in
it's-
St. Louis. A lot of moisture in the air.
I'm not
Gotta-
being tricked. That's not a real thing.
That's not real.
It will be.
But you fucking try this.
You
It
know where
will
to
be
go.
one day.
You will find
Yeah.
a Wet Tony.
So,
You know where to
See,
go.
and I
someday
thought
we'll
like
find
all the
it.
restaurants and shit that I saw while I was in America was like,
Where
okay,
is
this is
of
all
Tony?
of them. It's like, no, I've missed
Yeah.
like
The
90% of all the
wettest of
chains.
Tony's.
Yeah.
Tony.
Egg slut is real. I've seen egg slut.
Slut
Egg
is
slut.
real.
I have
I
egg
love
slut.
egg
We've been to egg
slut.
slut 3
What's
times.
the,
I have
is,
heard egg
biscuit
slut.
bitch? Is that the other one?
Oh, I've seen that one. That's right.
I think it's biscuit bitch, right?
Egg
I'm
slut
not
was
familiar
actually
with that
really
one.
good. to
Egg
be
slut
honest.
is good. You can
It's super
if
good.
you add like a runny egg to anything, I will show up.
Oh, yeah,
I
steak
will.
Yeah,
slut.
pretty much.
Don't call it steak slut. Wait, is there a steak slut?
Steak
But hold on,
whore.
I will eat
Just
that
smear
steak
of egg
slut.
slut.
Like, wait, hold on. Like, wait, hold on. Hold on.
Think he needs to be
Goodness.
Oh, yeah, hamburger
slow.
whore.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That was
Well,
me.
I'd
Oh
still
my
go
god,
there.
I forgot. We also have friendlies.
Friendlies.
I haven't been there.
I'm very nostalgic
No.
for friendlies because we didn't have it when I was a kid.
No,
but-
no,
Aw.
no, stop,
No.
no.
Yeah, friendlies.
No, it's real.
No.
Friendlies is good.
But whenever we
It
visit
has-
my
you can get
grandparents, we
something-
get friendlies.
Yeah.
It's more
Like,
an
you
East
get-
Coast
Wait, have you
chain.
been there? I don't think I've been
Yeah.
there.
It's like, okay, you go in and it's like you can get like a regular like
Yeah,
lunch,
East
like a
Coast.
burger and chicken strip sort of thing. And then they're like, do you want ice cream? Which is what they're famous for.
They're
but
famous.
you're always too full to eat the ice cream.
Mhm, that's how
so
they
you
get
never
you.
get the ice cream.
That's how they get you.
Damn.
This is not
Oh
real.
no.
None of this is real.
Wait till I tell you about hip hop fish and chicken, Gam. You want some hip hop fish and chicken? Because that
No,
is
that
also
amazing.
can't
real.
be real.
It's real.
Hello, I'm,
Viz!
I'm here as
We have to yell Viz when you join Viz!
me.
Viz!
I'm here to,
Viz!
I'm here to confirm,
honestly
as
don't
somebody
have-
who also doesn't live in America, you all sound crazy.
Burger Priest!
It's
Listen,
you do okay. Oh, for the record, A, I agree. Our country's ridiculous. B, it sounds ridiculous because these are chains that did not cross any kind of international barriers. So if we were like, you ever go to fucking McDonald's, you'd be like the farmer? What? Like, it sounds ridiculous because you've never heard of it before. I agree
well,
it's
that's
ridiculous.
especially-
They're all silly. Burger King is a stupid name for a restaurant, but they're great. We love them.
It's
We also have
especially
their
weird
own-
There's so
because-
many.
Oh yeah,
America
we love
isn't
we
very,
love
like,
our diners and
centralized.
our fast food.
whereas like Canada, most of the population is on the borders. Like we all know about the
I
same
honestly
chain.
don't.
Chains. But like America has like these little pockets of places that are chains. So like a huge swath of the population will know about this obscure thing called Friendlies or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Friendlies
somebody
is
on the other
great.
side of the country is like, you made that up.
Mm-hmm.
But there's like 75 of those.
There's also like Cheeseburger in Paradise. That's also a place that you can go.
That's
That
a
is
fucking-
island themed.
That's a
It's a Jimmy-
what's his name song.
It's a Jimmy
Oh.
Buffett song.
Jimmy Buffett. Thank you.
They made a whole restaurant around it for some reason.
Oh, did he make it? Because then that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheeseburger in Paradise.
You know what I
You
miss?
can get yours with lettuce
I
and
honestly
potato.
don't have.
I don't know if this is still around. I don't think they are, but I miss
honestly
Rocky
don't have
Rococos.
that-
Rocky.
Rocky Rococos.
Oh no, Rocky Rococo.
Rococos. Someone in
That
chat
is-
is gonna point at me. Is just gonna point, and I'm
That's
just
a
gonna
fashion
feel it in my
designer.
soul. I'm just gonna feel it in my soul.
Who knows about Wawa? Oh my God, Wawa. Wawa's powerful.
Wawa.
Yeah, this was alright.
Who doesn't?
Wawa.
Who
Wawa
doesn't
already
know
knew.
about Wawa? I know it's a regional thing, but I
I
feel like
mean,
it's.
I'm
it's
tangentially
It's like-
related to Onsta and Bats, so I know about Wawa.
I feel like Wawa's
Yeah.
up there with
East
In-N-Out in
Coasties.
terms of like it's regional, but way more people know about it than have had it.
MD Major said it. Sheets might be above Wawa.
I don't know what Sheets is.
I would agree with
Yeah.
that.
Sheets is
Which is also
is
made
it-
up.
no, it's an East Coast deep pocket that like they have hot food, but like for the longest time where Wawa didn't have stuff like fries, Sheets has fries and burritos and whole
Mhm.
You're telling me they
pizzas.
was
don't
gonna
make
say-
bedding.
Why is it called
They
In-N-Out?
don't
Because
make
it's the
weddings.
drive-through place. I don't know.
Because you go in
Yeah.
there, look
I would
at the
agree
menu,
Sheets
and then
is
you go out
probably-
again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why
Is
are
he-
they
like
in
the
of the
360?
double
for
double
cold food out.
out
eat the food.
hot out of out hot the animal style?
What we talking about?
Oh,
Ovens?
About
Yeah.
I've,
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
have the
Expert here. Ready to weigh in.
Hey,
Hey,
see chat, but Dan said he was gonna be right back, and then as soon as we started talking about ovens, Dan was like, "Hey, wait a minute, I gotta come back."
Oh shit! Like oh shit, hold on.
the Sheets
Don't
brothers
that
created
oven
a
open?
Sheets chain, and then they had a falling out, and then one became a Wawa. That's tragic.
What?
Isn't that the same story as like Showbiz Pizza and Chuck E. Cheese?
Maybe.
Are they gonna say Mario
Cat,
Luigi?
I agree. The Cheesecake Factory is where good taste goes to die, but I will always stand by my choice to be like, let's go to Cheesecake Factory.
I say,
I have a
like,
question.
dude, yeah.
What actually does the Cheesecake Factory sell other than cheesecake? Does it
Every-
actually sell other
Gam?
shit?
Everything. A
Gam.
40-page menu.
Gam, listen to me. Their menu is a small book. They have everything.
None of it
Yeah.
is good. Absolutely none of it is
I mean,
good.
listen, the
Legitimately
calamari.
All of it is
The
passable.
calamari is decent.
All of
yeah,
it is
the
passable.
calamari is
None of
pretty
it's
tasty.
bad. All of it's decent to
They
good.
need to rebrand.
This is like, fuck this.
But it is honestly, it
Change
is staggering. You have existential dread as you flip every page. It increases and
Yeah.
compounds.
You
Because you're
gotta,
like,
like,
there's no
settle-
way they have a page dedicated just to like Asian stir fry. Oh, they do?
Mhm.
Oh no. They
Oh,
have
no.
15 pages just of sandwiches and burgers.
and
You
salads.
just keep going. Just keep digging
Oh,
deeper.
gotta,
the
like,
salads
um,
are
like-
like
go-tos.
an abyss.
Yeah, chat.
Yeah.
This is the part of the video
Lettuce,
that
lettuce.
I'm not sure if I'll stick with until I see it in context with stuff before and after it. But it has in the script, it was, I'm not a FromSoft game expert. Here's the games that I have played. And then I realized, wait, most of these games other than Dark Souls 3 are games that I streamed in some capacity. So I included my favorite clips from these games. And now it's a minute and a half of just self-indulgent look at funny things that happened in my streams. So I'm
I
like,
think you should keep it.
I like it. It depends on if it works in context. If it just takes way too long and people are just gonna skip over it, then I'm gonna trim it down or cut it. But it's the clip from Sekiro. So I'm like, okay, I'm not the biggest FromSoft vet. I've played Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro, and there's the clip of me falling off of a giant log and then getting bopped on the head after a long pause.
Was
Fuck.
carried through Bloodborne on a Yarnum tour
I was carried through Bloodborne on a Yarnum tour bus. I had to include the clip of Gam stepping on the
A
button.
good chunk of the Demon Souls remake.
And I played a chunk of Demon Souls remake. I didn't finish it.
Don't worry about
And this
that.
is Dan's. It's a wyvern, not a dragon.
There's some burnt bodies here.
I fucking.
No,
Seems
don't
like there might be
No, no.
dragons.
Oh
Have you
my
ever seen
God.
a
This clip
dragon
is
in
so
a
long, but it
game?
needs all of the
Narrative
build-up.
is
So it's
too
like,
See, that's a wyvern.
that's a wyvern system.
Oh, that's a
Plays a
wyvern.
fair share, but I'm not the
Shenanigans.
biggest
I
hardcore From
Fucking
Software
love
veteran.
it so
People
much.
way smarter than me will be able
Absolute
to.
shenanigans.
Dan's a riot.
Keep it at least. Well, I would have to keep all three. It's a little bit rule of threes.
It's either
But-
none or all.
Especially because,
Unfortunately.
yeah. I did already trim it down a bit. Oh, I didn't trim it down. Oh, I remember what it was. This is the thing that bothered me because I needed more run-up because the start of the Twitch clip has me being like, beware of Dragon Head, and then Viz is like, that's stupid. I wouldn't trust it. And Dan's like, yeah, garbage. Thumbs down. But I'm talking over it in the script. I'm saying like, oh, well, you know, I played some of the Demon Souls remake. I don't want to be talking over that part. So I literally had to go to the YouTube upload of the VOD, find that part, and then record it. But the YouTube upload, because of YouTube's compression, is worse quality, and it's crunchier than the Twitch clip, especially because these streams were 720p. This is when I was streaming from home. So it's already real crunchy. So I was like, I only want to use this little bit. So I cut between the two. But I'm telling people this because I want you to understand my struggles, and also so you can be like, oh my god, now I hate it. The way that the colors are rendered is somehow different. I don't understand a lot about color space and math and stuff. But if you look, here versus here, I need to go like before and after. I need to zoom in. But like, look at my shirt, for example. My shirt changes color. I'm gonna enhance.
Yep.
It's like a different shade of orange between YouTube and Twitch.
You go from like Heathcliff to Garfield.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that's a. And then same with like the Twitch chat usernames.
Oh wow.
It's kind of subtle with some, but like this green, for example, becomes like a lime green. You know?
Rendering's weird.
Yeah, it's extremely weird.
Funky.
I also get more red. Yeah, it's like all the color balance is slightly different. So I do this crossfade, and it goes quick, but it's there, and I'm like, I can't undo that because I don't know how to match those very fine little bits of color differences. So we just all have to suffer together now, chat. This is what happens when you watch me make things. I point out all the things that are wrong with my videos. Gotcha.
And now
It's
they know.
flavor.
Now you
It's
know.
flavor.
So
Chat
Love
knows.
flavor.
Oh, yeah.
Chat will remember that.
chat will.
Also, now I just want to go to the Dark Souls sort of like name and location generator and put in Cheesecake Factory over like a grungy ass dungeon.
Yep, that would be
I
good.
gotta find that link.
That would be
find
good.
that link again. Gotta give me those spring
Also, I
rolls.
did read out each of these chapter things being like combat, traversal. You know, they're all very big and bombastic. And then I was doing multiple takes, and I included the one where I'm going messages, like the Smash Bros. Announcer, which is mostly for me, but
Messages.
it just it made me smile, so it's in the video now.
That's one of my favorite intonations of anything. Just the Smash announcer.
It's quite good.
Team battle. Doctor Team
Link.
battle.
Doctor Team Battle.
Messages.
Doctor Team.
Doctor Team Battle was my father.
I'm
Oh.
Mr. Team battle.
Oh no.
Slap him on there. There he is. Oh, it's so sad.
Oh.
I need to
There
go
he
through and
goes.
Photoshop and crunchitize it. I'll do that later. I'm really happy that I fell into this workflow of doing backgrounds. I'm definitely gonna do more of it in the future. It's so much fun.
All of your
Let's fucking
backgrounds
go.
turned out so good.
It
Yeah.
feels like a fucking life hack. It's that level of transformative to my workflow where it's like I could have just made every background more interesting. I mean, I like the paper backgrounds that I've generated, but it's like when I want something different. But the reason I haven't done backgrounds like this is like I don't like when it's just solid flat color behind my art. I feel like it needs texture. That's why I use the paper stuff. And
Yeah, I get you.
that brush technique gives it that texture, which on YouTube will get compressed into mush and it won't look like anything, but I don't care. It looks neat.
We love mush.
We love mush. Give me some mush. Metal messages. Giant messages. Fighting messages team. Doctor messages.
Doctor messages.
Leave a messages after the beep.
Doctor Messages Junior.
Junior.
Can you imagine if the Smash announcer did cameos? I would lose my mind.
Does he?
Messages.
Could he? Also, if I
Maybe.
sound far away.
I know there's a clip of
my
him
sounds
talking
should be
about
felt.
pepperoni. That's about all I know.
What?
Yeah, hang on.
Oh my god. Oh, dope, soundproofing.
Messages.
She's falling. In and out.
Messages. Messages.
I'm not sure I want to have the messages box itself fade in as well.
What?
Hmm.
How does it feel?
To be on your own, like a Rolling Stone. Because isn't that what happens in game? Okay, media pending. How you doing?
Alright, you attending?
Oh
Wanna
yeah, the not this. The thing I was just on. There was a character who was talking. I don't remember if I mentioned this on stream or not, but when I was playing and capturing this gameplay footage, I met an NPC that I've missed in my regular playthrough, and I'm extremely upset that I found someone new in Limgrave in the starting zone that I missed. It was like, I have a conversation for you, and I'll meet you at a new place, and I'm like, God, it was Bard. I'm just like, fuck. I was when I looked him up on the Elden Ring wiki, I was like, fuck it. Tell me everything about this guy because I didn't know he existed. There apparently was a patch that made him more obvious. Increase the radius because there's a couple NPCs that are calling out to you, which is helpful because they usually blend into the fucking scenery. So when you're running around, you hear someone be like, "Hello there," you're like, "What? Huh? What?" And then you search for them, which is great. But I guess they expanded the radius around him because it's like a weird spot that I went around but never that close to. Because you look at it and you're like, okay, there's nothing there. I don't know if I should say or not, but
There's an NPC that you have to fucking whistle at to get the
Yes, that one I'm glad that chat was just like, hey, you have to do this. And I'm like, really?
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I
thanks,
think
and then they were like,
looked
no,
that
trust
one
me,
up or
you wouldn't have
something.
gotten it. And I'm like,
That
yeah, I
one's
wouldn't have fucking gotten that.
stupid.
Thanks for telling me that.
No.
Thanks, Frozen.
But yeah, the messages do fade in real quick. Maybe I should just add the sound effect of the boing of reading the message. I need to get clean audio of that though. Yeah. So I didn't really go over the fact that other than like I labeled all my footage here. Green is just like general notes. So like pointing at horse. So there you go. If I need footage of pointing at a horse, there it is. Like I just random stuff as I'm scrubbing through the footage.
What? Horse?
Horns.
That's clearly a dog.
Sorry, dog. I'm pointing at a dog. Thanks for the soup. When I'm pointing at a dog, or I'm upgrading my sword if I need that for a thing, you know. green's just general. Red is bosses. So it is being real. Oh, because it's full resolution, maybe? I don't know. So it's like, okay, if I need something with a scary red health bar, great. That makes that easy. Yellow are any kind of tooltip thing that pops up. Because I spent a lot of time talking about different systems things. I am not feeling this song. So it's like those are useful if I'm like, okay. Or at least I know, hey, it's telling me about this thing. Immediately after this is going to be footage of me doing that thing. So it's also helpful for that kind of breakdown. White are messages. So whenever I see a message and I'm like, that's maybe a helpful one or maybe a silly one, I'm just kind of marking them. Like this person being like, hey, by the way, there's a grace to the right. That's kind of a little bit obscured. So do that. It's like, okay, thank you. That's useful. Let's talk about messages. And then there's, you know, try finger butthole.
Try
Yeah,
finger.
there's a lot. There's a
whole
lot.
Playing the hits.
A hole. I must say that Gem made something very potent and delightful in the living room.
I don't believe you.
There's also messages like this that just say fire ahead. And it's just like, yeah, thank you for the message, I guess.
Very, very good.
Yeah. These are some of my favorites, though. When they point at obvious things, like they point at a ladder and say ladder. It's like, thank you.
Ladder.
Oh,
I
shit.
refuse to appraise those messages because I'm like, yeah, I get it.
I appraise pretty much every message I see. It's just become muscle memory now. This is very good. And
went to the Olive Garden.
This is me at Cheesecake Factory with my own devil on my shoulder. Pure pressuring me into getting a fucking hamburger the size of my head.
And more bread. Ask for more bread.
Yeah, one more of that. I got that good bread at Cheesecake Factory.
That good bread.
They got that wheat with the little bits of like oat or whatever the fuck that is slapped on there.
Yeah, the oats.
Is that what that is? I don't know what it is. It's good.
Yeah. They're like little oats.
And they're always
like,
warm, man. Fuck.
It's always soft and warm.
Soft and warm bread.
Maybe Cheesecake Factory isn't too bad.
Like, listen, that's a great place to go.
Also, we got 2 plates of just potato chips for some reason.
Wait, there's a duo Kiryu. He's ambushing himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust no one, especially not yourself.
Duo cure you ahead. In short, seek grace.
Is that a dog?
Cheesecake.
That's a
last
pile of
night,
sand.
Last night I got Matt to start on Ring because he was getting into it.
Nice.
And I still fucking love the messages at the beginning of the game.
Oh, yeah.
There's like some that are just like joking ones being like, haha, this, and then there's like ones where it's like on the edge of a cliff, just someone being like, no jumping allowed, and it's like a gesture of them just like putting their hands out to stop people from jumping.
Yeah.
And
No
like
jumping.
the bridge being nothing but Metal Gear Solid 3 references.
No, yeah. I grabbed the
love the
messages. I went through the tutorial, even though I didn't need to, because I wanted footage of it. And yeah, you have stuff like this that's just like, you're walking around and there's a message that says grass, as you're surrounded by grass. And it's like, yeah.
Grass.
And then they're teaching about critical hits. And so this person says try up butthole, and then they do the ring gesture, and it's like, yeah, that's good. That's just good. That's just A+. I don't have any criticisms when people do shit like that. It makes me happy. Visions of Skinny Sword, because you can't fit through there. It's like, I don't know. It's a good time.
Good time.
That's incredible.
This guy. Oh yeah, I might need the goofy yell from you, Gam.
I can give it to you right now.
For this clip of someone jumping off. I want it to be so quiet you think you imagined it, but I think it does need it.
Exponential Fade does wonders.
It's just one of my favorite things. It's just whenever you touch a bloodstain and it's someone standing still and then running and jumping off a cliff, it makes me laugh every time. Doesn't matter if they're on horseback or if they're on foot. It's just like, all right, here we go.
Woo!
And like, it just fucking gets me, man. Thank you, Gam.
It's the simple things in life.
Yahaha-wee.
Wah-ha-ha-hoi.
Oh, Squad, I think you imagined it. Yeah, that's the goal. This is a headphone user's exclusive. Most of the time I balance audio, remembering that most people, or like half, will watch it with their phone and with their phone speakers, which means it'll be small and a very flat audio mix. So that helps me when I'm deciding how big graphics need to be and balancing audio so it's not too quiet. But yeah, things like this, I'm just like, sorry phone watchers, this one's not for you.
Like, I'm sorry. I wish you could hear this.
Audio. Goofy yell. I'm just gonna drop it in right now. Because this is one of the first shots in the video is
Drop it in hot.
this person. Oh god. It's a crunchy sequence already.
Fine gems.
Okay. Where was it? Drop that resolution back down. Actually, I can. Oh. Look at tree.
Look at tree.
I was originally gonna be looking at the regular aired tree for this, but I got real good footage of zooming in. That wasn't. This one is a post-processing zoom in Premiere, that I'm doing to enhance that. But this was just with the telescope you have in game. You can see like the UI doesn't scale. I just was like, look at that tree over there.
I wasn't expecting the crab. I was just looking at the tree.
You haven't seen the crab? He's a good crab. I point at him.
Holy shit! Oh
Yeah.
my god, I love
So
him.
many
Yeah.
finite
Oh
things.
shit!
There's so much.
Also, like,
Let's go, old
like
day.
right after that crab.
Oh my
Where
God.
was crab? This is also why I mark everything, because you can search them, which is very handy. And they give you little thumbnails here. It's nice. Pointing at
Oh,
crab.
hell yeah! You can search it out.
Yeah, I can be like, "Where's my crab?" So he
Where
messed
is
me
he?
up,
I lost
Very
track.
good.
and then I killed him. There you go.
Oh hell yeah!
And then after he was dead, I pointed at him again
Ooh,
Yeah, get
for the disrespect.
down.
I was pointing at you, sir.
pointing
and
at you.
chomp at me. I don't think
Old
so.
bay.
And then I was like, ooh, a scarab. Let me get him. Oh, I forgot that there's crab here. Oh no.
Oh no! There's another
I'm in
crab.
danger.
Never forget.
There's a good amount of me fucking around in here.
I love that there's just crabs in this game.
Oh yeah. One of my best examples of I would not have done this in my regular playthrough. Yeah, I labeled this with all caps bear time. This is in the misty woods. And I'm like, I'm gonna grab this shiny, which you bet I wasn't brave enough to do this without fighting the bear. And I was like, okay.
Oh.
Actually, he
it's
doesn't get
spook.
aggroed. Well, that's not very exciting footage, is it? So
Spook's
maybe,
busy
and you can see
looking
the
at
gears turning.
Violet.
I'm like, what can I do to piss him off? Let's just... Now run! Haha. Wasn't that fun?
Oh.
He chases you.
Oh,
fuck. Oh,
Your
he really
hubris.
keeps chasing you.
You're hubris.
And I'm like, oh, there he is.
Oh no!
He's
I would
fine.
be
Yeah,
afraid
he's
for
a
my
big
life.
boy.
Yeah, we're fine. He's a big
Big.
boy. Those bears are mean.
Big.
Thanks, Moobot. Anyway,
Bye,
then he
Spook.
gave up. It worked out. It was fine. Happy endings.
Animals are scary, dude.
I don't have any footage of the crawfish, Goon. That's further on. But there is the
Oh
crawfish.
yeah, the lobsters.
That's where the screenshot labeled Louisiana is.
Ooh,
Where it's like Elden Ring, Louisiana. It just shows a bunch of
Louis-
crawfish.
Resident Evil 7 in Louisiana. Oh shit, I love
there
the
it
giant
is.
lobster.
Louisiana of the lakes.
Louisiana fast. Oh
There you
my
go.
god. I love this. I hope one day someone does like a FromSoft crustacean ranking. So we get to see
Crustacean
how
tier
they feel
list.
about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crustacean Station.
Station
Now
Square.
arriving at Crustacean Station.
Whenever I hear Station Square now, I like jerk, and I'm just like, is my stream starting? Oh no!
The
Oh,
train is
God.
now arriving. Fuck.
It's the train. It's so.
Oh,
good,
is Viz
though.
quiet? I can boost Viz.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, is it something you
Bump
did,
up
or
the
should I
Viz.
boost you?
It could be both. My
Okay.
microphone positioning fluctuates sometimes.
Sometimes
is
my
in-
friends don't talk near their microphones, and then I boost them, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm back
Yeah.
now," and I'm like,
Yeah.
now I gotta drop them back down. So
Elden Ring is
Yeah.
thank you.
Bump
No,
up
but
the viz.
always let me know, chat, if audio levels need adjusting, because what I hear is not always the same as what you hear.
Audio is tricky.
It's a mess. Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
The Goofio. How does this feel at full volume? Oh, I'm turning that down. It's like, just seeing the waveform, I was like, oh, okay.
You
Let's
see the spike, and it's just like, oh.
It feels bad, actually.
stripe that down.
design in this game that I
Yeah,
worry
even minus 8 decibels is still very loud.
bits of design in this game that
I want it to be so subtle you can barely even tell that it's there, right?
design in this
Oh
game
yeah, I
that
probably
worry
should have
might
warned you.
get
You need to turn it down
overshadowed.
at least -15.
Yeah. Let's do another 12.
This game that I worry might get overshadowed
Booby
by the
Beelden.
world.
That is very fun when you can hear it. I'll probably make it quieter in the final
Some
mix,
real
but
neat bits of design in this game that I
Love
worry
the
might get
arts.
overshadowed by the
That's what
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
yeah, it needs to be like another maybe 10 decibels down.
in this game that I worry might get
That
overshadowed.
might still be too loud. You can hear it. Feels early. Yeah, no, it was early. I'm
There are some
when I'm listening to music, I'm hanging on a call and streaming. I'm not being too particular. This is all everything I do today is gonna be stuff that I then refine and tweak. But I am gonna start trying to slap down actual footage. So let's just jump to which part of the Grace. Yeah.
the amount of convenience they
Yeah.
packed into these.
Where's
Will
all
and
my
Grace.
footage of Will and Grace? I think I make a Will and Grace joke.
Oh my
Shit.
god.
Do I?
I hope so.
Control F, Will and Grace. Yes. Yes, I do.
Control F, Will, and Grace.
Please find Will and Grace.
The part of the video is what's really clever in Elden Ring is how they wove this system into the open world. You might be traveling long distances with no Grace in sight, or fighting through a massive castle without many shortcuts. And I'm gonna Photoshop a Will and Grace DVD where there's no Grace, it's just Will.
Incredible.
Only Will.
There's no Grace in sight. It's just a DVD labeled Will.
Oh.
And if I can't
He's all
fucking bother to Photoshop that, then that only exists in the VOD, and it's not in the video. You're welcome.
I'm doing it now.
What?
Thank you.
If you
Oh
really
my
want
God.
The problem is, Will and Grace DVDs have all 4 characters on it.
to. Ah, shit. Well, find
the
just
Ninja
find
Turtle.
just find a promo fucking image of Will and Grace smiling to each other, and then grab the logo and just, bam.
I didn't know that there were more than 2 characters in Will and Grace.
Yeah, wasn't it 2 couples?
Yeah, there's like 4, I think.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I've only seen Will and Grace in TV Guide
Damn.
Passing.
Fuck.
Oop.
Now I'm just imagining pulling like a fucking I don't even know which one's Will and which one's Grace.
Oh my god.
The lawyer's like, shit.
Oh no! It's like, oh shit, which one? Which wire do I
which
cut?
one do I
Oh,
shoot?
shit.
Will's top
Which one
left.
do I
Alright, great.
shoot?
The top 2. Sweet.
Oh shit! Come and knock on our door. We've
Oh, I
been
was not
waiting
expecting
for
that,
you.
Barry.
Thank you.
All right, best guess which one is Will and which one is Grace.
I could not tell you.
shit.
No,
I
you
could
have
not
to
tell
guess.
you.
No, well, okay, so the thing that I would want to do with the bit is like pull a Back to the Future where she just fades away, like having the 2 images and crossfading between them.
Mm-hmm. That'd be very good.
I could try that.
Well,
I mean, you could definitely
if
do
you
that. The
want to do
background
this
is
for me,
plain
Gam,
gray.
just give me a version where Will and Grace are both there and a version where it's just Will. Even if it doesn't perfectly line up, as long as the image is the same resolution, it'll be fine. So.
Do you want me to do a version where I take the wrong person so it's not Grace gone? Just to prove that you don't know which one's Will and which one's Grace?
See, okay, I would say
Gam will
yes.
only do this for you if you guess which one's Will and which one's Grace, and then Gam will have to abide by those guesses.
You have to make
Oh,
one
fuck.
choice.
If only Chad hadn't told him which one it is.
Yeah, no, I would
still
say
don't know
yes,
which one it
Gam,
is.
but when I've done that before, people don't think it's funny, they just correct me. You need the context of, like, this was intentional, so I just,
yeah.
just
Oh,
have
yeah,
it be
I wouldn't
actual
do it.
Grace. Because I have done that
I'd
before.
do it just for the VOD.
In my video about immersion, at the end, I'm talking about, like, method acting and Daniel Day-Lewis, and I deliberately didn't put up a picture of him. It's,
Yeah.
was it Sam Peckinpah? I forgot who I put there, but it was just like, I don't like, it just was funny to me as I was making it, and then people were like, that's not Daniel Day-Lewis. I'm like, oh.
They're like, did you know that's not Daniel Day-Lewis? And it's just like,
Who the fuck
You
did
know, I didn't know.
Whatever. Trouble with the will, eh? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't
It's
say
just a
the
picture of
will.
Billy
That gives me Saga flashbacks.
Saga!
Well, oh, Saga.
Love that. I was gonna say show. It's not a show right now.
I don't know if it'll ever be a show.
I think
There's
it's
a lot
the
in
works.
there.
Real?
Wait, is it?
It's.
Thought so.
I don't like to say unfilmable, but there's a lot of stuff in that would be like at least a
gets heavy.
hard R. Like,
Yeah.
just for some of the visuals and subject matter. The places that story goes, they don't shy away from showing you some
I mean,
gnarly
literally,
And
it establishes a
17
tone pretty quick.
Stuff. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I guess it could be like an HBO show. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. NC-17 easy,
It could
maybe.
be on Prime. I've watched The Boys.
Oh no, Todd, no! Todd, no!
It's my go-to image is always the giant naked troll who's just like dick
Mine
and
is
balls
the
out, and it's just-
dragon
yeah,
scene.
yeah, the dragon too. Those two are just
Mine
like
is-
that's not safe for. And even
Also,
in your
all-
room by yourself, it's like look over your shoulder, like is anyone seeing me
Yeah.
read this?
Also, all the
'Cause,
naked TV people. All of them.
Yeah,
Nipple.
yeah, you got a lot of fun stuff on those screens. Read Saga, chat. It's good.
Please read
Read
Saga.
Saga.
It's back.
The updated volume is gonna come out soon. So volume,
I remember-
whatever volume it was. I don't remember what we're
I
on.
remember like binge reading in like 2016, and I wish I still had like
Oh.
the compilation I had.
Mm-hmm.
Eh,
So I was like, this shit rules.
it's really good.
Sense of Grace. This is one thing I'm not sure about when I'm like, okay, I'm talking about Sights of Grace. Is showing this kind of a screen where it pops up like, here's how it works. Because I'm like, to me, it works for the narrative to be like, I'm explaining what it is, and so is the game. But I feel like it's telling the viewer, you should read this. And it's like, I don't want you to read it. I'll tell you what it means. But I'm just showing you a bunch of text on screen, which doesn't feel good.
Maybe you
Right.
slap some like of your own text over it, like real quick. Like don't read it though.
Sights of
Put
Grace.
over text that
This
just
is
says
where-
it's a bonfire.
This is where Grace lives. She's very nice.
This is
And-
Grace's cave.
And if your name is Grace and you're watching any videos about Elden Ring, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's announce that. Yeah, I mean, I could, but I'm a perfectionist, and the fact that these boxes are see-through, I'm like, it would bother me that you would see, like, brown blobs that the text is on top of. So, I'd sooner just use different footage and save myself the headache.
That might be the smarter way.
I need more
I'm
water.
back.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Welcome
back,
back.
Dan.
I took a shower.
Oh, nice.
Shower.
Well, I do
Talk
it
too
a
much
bunch
about
where
fast
too.
food, and Dan had to
Otherwise-
shower.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot of these.
Dan,
Yeah.
do you know which one is Will and which one is Grace?
Yes, I have been listening to the conversation everyone's been having this whole time. It's been a
Okay.
delight.
Oh, I'm glad.
You wanted me to
Also-
remove Grace, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just had the sudden realization of like, wait, well, you want me to remove Will?
You're like, all right,
Grace.
I did the job, and you
Wait.
perfectly removed Will. I'm like, no, because
Will got taken.
the line is that you're
Also, I found a
traveling.
better image.
You're traveling for long stretches of time with no Grace in sight.
How's this? This is probably a better image. Or
Uh,
if you want me to
9
do the other one, I can do the
seasons?
other one.
mm.
I just figured because it'd be easier to see
Oh,
that someone's
this is
missing
very
from
good.
it.
Yeah, this is very good because they're centered.
Also,
so
it
you
tells
can,
you which one's which.
It tells you which one's
Wow.
which. You can very easily just do a blob of white to cover up Karen and Jack, the spinoff no one asked for. Shit, knocked over my
What
bottle.
the fuck? Is that a thing?
And yeah, there you go. Yeah, you don't even have to touch
Do you
the
want me to
text
get rid
or
of Karen and Jack?
anything. Yeah, fucking
Okay.
white blob
So
on
you
top
want-
of them.
Take him out
It's
back.
just
You
Will
want
and
one
Grace.
version where it's just Will, and then
Yeah.
one version where it's just Will and Grace.
I'll do
Also,
it.
when you give me the version with just Will, can you remove Grace's name from the logo as well?
Yes, I was gonna do that. Do you want me to
Just
remove
says
the end as
Will.
well, so it just says Will?
Yes. Would it be mean to have Grace's chair still there?
No, it
That
wouldn't be mean. I can do that.
I feel like the part she's sitting on would be really weird. You'd have to like paint it in.
Nah, it's alright. I can, cause like she's shaded in pretty black and the chair's pretty black. That if
Yeah.
I miss a tiny bit, the contrast will be easy to.
Just try slapping something together. Worst case, you can just remove the whole chair. But I think it'd be fun to remove her and leave the chair and remove the Grace text on the chair, so she fades away and her name fades away. You could leave the ampersand that they're holding though, but just like paint out the
Yes.
bit of her hand.
Oh, I
that's
was
on there.
already gonna leave it.
So he's just
So he's holding out an episode.
Will,
So it's just Will
Will
and.
and in a fucking
Will
void.
and.
Actually, if that's the case, then leave the and in the title and the logo.
Okay. Okay. can
Will
do.
and.
Okay.
Oh, man.
That's the rule for any improv class. Will and.
Will,
Do you want me to do a
and.
third version where I also then flip Will so he's in the other chair?
No, that's gonna be confusing. Will and Will. Wait,
Will
let me
and
think about
Will.
Will and Will for a second.
Double.
How about I
Will.
do it and then you think about it?
Yeah,
Yes.
Will and Will is making
Holy
me feel
shit.
good though. So shit, I don't know. We'll see.
Mainly because look at his fucking face.
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah.
And,
like,
and
why'd you sit
imagining
like that?
one mirror image flipped on the other side is making me
Yep,
happy.
yep.
They're sharing the ampersand,
Will and Will.
just touching it.
His arch nemesis won't. And also be very easy to change the logo to say Will and Will.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I don't know. In seeing it, I might be like, that's great, but in the video, it'll be better just having Grace fade away for a very
way,
quick gag.
If it's not in the video, I'll get to tweet out something funny.
There you go. Will and
And you
Will.
can use it for future Jackbox code hiding images. Will and Will.
Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Let's go.
See, Onsa knows what's up.
Mm-hmm. Give me those
Uh,
double wills. Dual wielding wills.
Do I sit down at it? I don't. Great. Do I sit down? Probably the starting one with Vare. Is Vare like a very difficult fight if you decide to stab him? Because when I got my footage, this area is just fucking covered in bloodstains, and it absolutely was not in my first playthrough. I'm like, why is everyone fucking dying here? I'm assuming it's him. I've only killed one NPC, I think.
I mean, he is a spicy NPC if you do piss him off.
Okay. Common gank spot to get invaded. PvP
Yeah,
area.
lot-
Oh, that
lot
could
of-
be it. Because it's just so early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I love the fucking sight of looking down and seeing the tree sentinel just fucking stomping away down there. And how you're like, oh, it's just a guy on horseback. I could take him.
And then you get up close to him and it's like, oh no.
In a
He's
fight,
a little
right?
guy.
In a fight, right?
Just gonna fight, right?
Yeah, Natalie. I originally, I mean, it's in my Elden Ring journal notes, but it was originally in the script as well, where I was more specific. Now I've gotten a little bit more big overview of like things I like about the game. But I had a whole bit where I was like, I love how this game starts because you walk out into the open world and you immediately have major points of interest, right? Vare deliberately points you to Stormvale, which is very imposing up on the cliff there. You have lots of ruins in front of you. You've got a church. It's just like, go this way. The whole game and the little piss beam coming out of the Grace is pointing north. Everything's saying go north. And then you walk north, and there's a tree sentinel on your way, and it fucking crushes you into the paste. Because 99% of players are going to die to him.
Delicious.
But you still want to go north. So I was like, oh, it's so smart because it teaches you that it's okay and encouraged to not fight everything when you first see it and to come back and fight things when you're up to it. Because when you get to that church right there, there's a lot of really important stuff there. To put it mildly. And so I was like, oh man, like this area is so great, whatever. It's like up there with like the some of the best opening areas of video games. And I talked to people like Dan. Maybe? I forget if it was
That
Dan.
church sucks. You don't have to go there.
I think Nicole might have been one of them. I talked to several people. They're like, oh no, I saw the tree sentinel and then I went south.
I just knew the game wanted me to go there, so I said no.
Yeah. Or that you're like, yeah, clearly they want me to, so whatever. It's like, you miss out some real important stuff if you don't go to that
You
church.
sure did.
Yeah, like a cave.
Like the ability to level up or
Yeah.
getting a horse.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or the ability to craft anything, or the ability to summon things, or there's a lot of important stuff at that church. And so it made me cut all of that from the script, being like, right, some people will hit a wall and turn around. Eventually they'll come back here, because you can only go through the peninsulas. I mean, the Weeping Peninsula is a weird thing, because it is very much a low-level area that I and many other players got to later, when it was not a cakewalk, but I think a lot easier than if you just went straight there and it was like, ooh, this is a challenge. It's like, you kind of just blaze through a lot of it. because I went up to Margit pretty much straight with some deviations, and then bounced at Margit and was like, okay, I'm gonna go explore elsewhere, which I think is pretty common.
Yep.
Went to Caelid.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like Dan just went straight to Caelid.
This place
really
is too
fun.
easy.
I love that that's exactly what Dan would do, is like, sees the tree sentinel, sees the castle. You know what? No, fuck that. I don't want to go there.
Oh my
Sees
God.
Caelid,
Hey, you know
this
what?
is my
Actually, fuck
place.
You level up at the 3rd grace you sit at. So it's not
Yeah.
required to go to the church? Gotcha.
But the church points you towards the grace.
Yeah, and then
It's
there's
a
another
chain of
grace, like,
graces,
just past
yeah.
it through the trees there. Like, they're pretty condensed. Like, if you go south, there's not a grace for a minute. Trying to think. I guess we went to the lake. But let's not go there. It's too silly. Yeah. J-Hobbs did all of the Weeping Peninsula without a crafting kit. Yeah, I mean, I get into it because I have a section about crafting, which is like, for the first half of the game, I didn't really craft anything because I didn't understand a lot of the utility. And also I didn't understand if things were rare. Because when you're like, oh, I'm drowning in fucking roa berries and flowers and shit, but do I want to hold on to these because I'm going to get a recipe later on that uses like 30 to make a thing? Like, I have no frame of reference. So I didn't really make a lot of stuff. And now I haven't gotten all the cookbooks or anything, but it's like, there are some overlap, but most things just kind of use their own ingredients. There's some sort of base ingredients like mushrooms that are used a lot, but there's a fuck ton of mushrooms. So it feels
Why is it
decently
always
balanced.
mushroom?
Why is it always mushroom?
Always mushroom.
But then
I
in
love
like
that
getting
one
my
so
footage for
much.
this, I have a bit about the crafting, which actually, oops, I closed that. I already slapped that bit together because I was like, I'm curious how this will play. Not that. This? Is it this? Yes, it's this. So I'm like, yeah, like you might die to an enemy and then be like, oh, let me make something. So I get smushed by this troll.
Maybe you die to a boss and then realize
Murders me. And I'm like, okay, let me make some fire pots. I did this with like he's like a giant glowing fire troll thing. So I was like, whatever. And then I threw one at him. And it did that much damage, which is pretty fucking significant. When if I go into the footage for that fight, it did not go that well when I was using my little puny sword. You know, I got like a hit on him. It did that much. So I was like, oh, this is actually a pretty decent example. Also, I'm really bad at parrying, and I make a joke about it. So in a lot of my footage, I'm trying to parry, knowing I won't get it. I don't even know if you can parry something like this, honestly. I'm like, I don't know, I'm just dying.
Just be like me and don't even try.
Yeah, but I use a shield cam.
You can parry?
Oh.
I never could in any FromSoft game. And it's
You
like,
played Sekiro.
okay, well, other
that
than
entire
the game
game
about
about
parrying.
It is.
This is
Well, because
necessary to the game.
even in like Dark Souls and Bloodborne, when I played them, I would frequently struggle with things like critical hits. I felt like
Totally.
they would be very slippery, and you would walk up to a guy behind them and then hit it, and you just do a regular fucking attack. And Elden Ring feels way more lenient and as you would expect. Every now and then I go for a backstab and it doesn't happen, but it's like 80-90% of the time instead of like 10. But it feels like parrying is as much just like nah. It just is the damage by stamina percentage. So you can't just parry it with perfect timing and be like, no damage. It's just like a reduction compared to just blocking. I don't know. I don't bother to parry. I literally remove parry from my shields so I can use my right hand weapons skill. It's like I don't even care about parry. Get rid of it. So, yeah.
I don't know her. Don't know Perry.
Don't even know her.
Mm-mm.
No
Matthew
Perry.
Perry? Who that?
Matthew Perry, we don't know him. We don't talk to him.
We don't know him. We don't know
Oh
him.
yeah.
He's not our friend.
She's not with us.
This bit, I cracked myself up because I'm talking in this bit about how the Grace has a bunch of functions. You can fast travel. Like I really like the Sites of Grace, and they have these little piss beams that show you where the devs think you should go, which is really good. Whether you're someone who wants direction in an open game, or you want to know where you're supposed to go, so you do it last. It's good for both types of players. I feel like the only player that would really be bummed is like, I don't want to know anything, and it's like, yeah, you can't turn them off. But I feel like for the majority of players, it's still useful. But I was like, look, it's leading you where you should go. And where it's leading me is mushroom.
Mushroom.
Leads you to
Mushroom.
Why is it always mushroom?
Why is it always mushroom?
What
I
about
was like, I
bad?
don't know, it's leading you right to it, so I gotta find a place to put that in the video. It's way stricter with
always
backstabs
makes
in
me
Elden Ring. It's
laugh.
like the back 180 degrees in Dark Souls 1 versus like 30. I don't know. I haven't played that much of Dark Souls 1. I'm mostly Dark Souls 3 for my Dark Souls, but yeah, it's like critical hits and backstabs were so unreliable for me. I didn't go for them most of the time. And also part of it is like this game has a crouch button that makes you not make noise. So it's way more reliable to sneak up behind things too. Whereas I'd be like, I'm gonna backstab you, and then I angled the stick a degree too far, and it's like, I'm mad now, and then you die. So
Yeah.
you can parry in Sonic the Hedgehog too. That's true.
Ooh,
Did you see fucking Yuji Naka's confused tweets?
that was
No.
amazing.
Yeah. You see his reply where he's like, I think people are being confused.
Yeah.
I think it's because I'm using a translation tool. Sorry.
And now I'm sitting here like, what else could he have meant? Other than,
Yeah,
isn't it interesting the way that Sega is using Michael Jackson on their TikTok, but they changed the audio for Sonic 3? Like, what else did you mean?
Yeah. Also, hello, Todd.
Hi.
Hello.
Todd!
Todd's
Yeah,
here.
I was talking to Todd about this the other day, and I was like, are people surprised by this? And Todd was like, I've been to. And I was like, yeah.
This was, I like, before I even cared about Sonic, I heard about that, and I was like, yeah, I hear that.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to me.
Mhm.
Why would he not? The dude worked on a million bajillion projects.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
He made a game for Genesis.
it's technically
Exactly.
still an unconfirmed rumor, even though it's that kind of thing that everyone just kind of knows.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I guess
Yeah.
it just it's one of those rumor confirmations that to me it's not like, you know, it's less scoring a goal in soccer and more scoring a basket in basketball. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? Like to me, I'm not like, oh my god, they confirmed. I'm kind of like, oh yeah, sure, okay, well that's cool to hear.
Yeah.
like, neat.
Yeah.
But that's just me. But that's just me and Onsta. But
Yeah.
I guess, well, look, you know,
Listen.
us
you
not
know?
be, us being non-plus doesn't mean you can't pop the fuck off about it.
Yeah. you
Pop
can be
off
plus.
at you will, you know what I mean?
Pop
Will
off.
and will.
Will
Um,
and
Will.
will.
Yeah, so for anyone that missed it, Yuji Naka, who is one of the people that created Sonic the Hedgehog, tweeted about how in what the fuck is it? I was gonna say Sonic Heroes. What's the name of the new re-release?
Sonic Origins.
Sonic Origins.
Sonic Oranges.
Sonic Oranges.
Sonic
Sonic
Tamarind.
Orange.
Sonic Citrus
Persimmons.
Blast. They are not
Sonic Man.
using the original soundtrack for Sonic 3. They're using early development beta songs that are different. And people are like, that's fucking weird. Because the rumor for decades has been that Michael Jackson worked on, I think, some of Sonic 2's soundtrack and Sonic 3's soundtrack. I forget the exact breakdown. And it was just never confirmed or credited for, you know, whatever million reasons. And it's never been confirmed for all these years and years. And Yuji Naka tweeted about how it's weird that they aren't using the music in the game. Not saying it was by Michael Jackson, just it's weird that this music's been changed for the re-release. And meanwhile, here's a link to Sega of Japan's TikTok where they have Sonic doing some stuff in a mascot suit to Smooth Criminal. That was his tweet. And everyone's like, he's confirmed that the original soundtrack was Michael Jackson. How else could you read this? And then he followed up being like, people seem to be getting confused, and I think it's because I don't know English and I'm using a translator. And it's like, I understand that, and I understand you're not a native speaker, but I'm just struggling to understand why you'd be mentioning these two data points when there's an obvious line connecting them. What else could you be meaning?
What else could it be?
Yeah.
Who knows? It's entirely possible that he like no longer had a grasp on what things he was allowed to say and what things had ever been said. Because like
Yeah.
that's definitely happened before, where like Japanese game devs just thought people knew a thing,
Yeah.
and people in the West and even people in Japan didn't know the thing.
Like, what?
Which
Yeah.
when it's like, okay,
been
it's kind of a
31
big deal
years.
to us, and people
Yeah.
are like, why?
They're like, huh? What do you mean? It's always been, oh, you didn't. Oh, okay.
Well, it's not even that it translates weird. I don't know if you're doing a Big Cave. He literally linked to the TikTok, and I watched it. And it's literally Michael
it's
Jackson's
basically
Smooth
like-
Criminal with Sonic
it's-
doing stuff.
it's pretty hard to misinterpret like what he intended,
Yeah.
even if you read his English as garbled, which frankly it came out just fine. So
Also, not that it
normal.
was necessary, but there was no extra clarification. There was no, here's what
no,
I
he
meant.
just
He just
stopped.
said,
Yeah, he
people are
just
getting
said it.
confused, and just
His
walked
whole
away.
chest.
Like I said, there's an unfortunate possibility that he wasn't supposed to say stuff like that because he like might have thought that people knew things, and he might have thought that certain things were sayable and certain things were not. So
Yeah.
Listen, it's been like 20. It's been like 31 years. It's maybe we can talk about it
Yeah, the
now.
legal system
Yeah.
can't get you if it's been that long.
Yeah.
sometimes that's
the
true,
rules.
and sometimes that's not true.
Oops, I was trying to type I love Sega and accidentally typed Sonic 3 music was made by Michael Jackson. Silly me! My autocorrect on my
Yeah.
phone. It's just out of sorts
Yeah.
lately.
Oopsie. I mean, speaking of that though, did you know that Sonic CD has P-Funk samples in it? Because it does.
Really? Convenience.
Yeah, probably
And
Funkadelic.
that's just the kind of thing that Onsta would know.
Yeah.
Even if, again, if nobody else had ever said anything, Onsta would
I-
still know that.
Yeah. So
I feel
to-
like that's something that Onsta doesn't just know. Onsta will one day go back in time and make that happen.
I'll go get it. No, listen. I will also do that. But you know that Bad Future worked that Suck of the Dead track in Sonic CD, right?
Yes.
Y'all know that one, right?
I don't know Sonic CD that
They don't.
well.
They don't know it, but they know it. Don't worry about it. Just keep
Okay,
going.
listen,
Yeah.
you know it. Yeah. So that is a song with George Clinton and Bootsy Collins of P-Funk on the track, and it's dope, and I will link it. Once you hear it, don't listen to it on stream. Just save it for later. Save it for your heart. But
Yeah.
once you
Yuji
listen
Naka's gonna
to
come
it,
get you.
Yuji Naka's gonna.
He'll be like, I messed up.
Coming.
I already messed
He's
up.
on his
You
way.
cannot. Don't follow.
Yeah.
He's
Fucked
outside
up,
the
man.
house.
I fucked up, man. Don't do what I did. I fucked up.
I fucked up, but yeah, they sampled that for Sonic CD, and the song is really good, really funky, real good. And yeah, that's Bootsy and George Clinton of P-Funk, and it's
Wow.
great. Yeah,
That's excellent.
Yeah, it makes me happy.
Sega, man.
Sega knows about black music.
Sega as a company was like, black people seem to make good music. Let's go hang out with those guys.
Yeah.
It's like basically like, and that like continued for a very, very, very long time. I remember playing,
Probably doesn't need to be
fuck,
said,
what's it
but
called? It's been so long since I've played it. Oh, Anarchy Reigns, which is like technically a sequel or an in-world non-sequel to Mad World, and like the freaking soundtrack to Anarchy Reigns is so incredible. Like just the amount of like rap, like video game rap, where it's like they were sent a document of like, here's the stuff you can do in the game, and then the artists had to create lyrics based on like combo, the word combo. There's a grapple mechanic. Like it's really blatant if you think about like the process of like what they might have had to go off of to make the music, and it's pretty good. I highly recommend listening to the Anarchy Reigns soundtrack. Also, game's not bad. It's not amazing. It's not bad.
Is
Has
it
Bayonetta in it.
stylistically interesting in the same way that Mad World was, or
No, it
that sucks?
it's not photorealistic, but it's like, you know, it's like binary domain or whatever. Like it's like Sega's like pseudo gritty half realism look that they had in the 360 era. You know what I'm talking about? Like for their non like Sonic-y games, where it was like,
I mean,
you know,
even the
like-
Sonic-y games.
yeah, and stuff like Vanquish, you know what I mean? Stuff like that, where it's like, this is somewhat reminiscent of reality, but maybe the proportions are weird or whatever. But
Yeah, just a little warped.
yeah,
little
it is a
silly.
game full of like mutants and like, you know, like stuff like that. So it's not just reality, but that's kind of the look. But yeah, it's a good soundtrack if you want to just fucking get pumped up.
Difficult game. So it's great to see.
Listen, I'm always down for
areas
Sega music.
outside of combat where things are
Anytime,
streamlined,
anywhere. Give me a
tilted
Sega
towards
soundtrack
player
to anything.
convenience. You get
I'm
the
there.
There's some pretty fantastic lines from some of the
difficult game.
songs.
So it's great
Oh,
to see
you know
so
what?
many areas
That
outside
reminds
of
me,
combat
Todd,
where things
of
are
that
streamlined,
like
tilted
Midnight.
towards
What was it?
player
Midnight
convenience.
Paradise or whatever that
get
you
the
linked
sense-
me.
Which
That
one?
soundtrack, that car racing game.
Oh, yeah. Midnight. the Dreamcast racing game, right?
Yeah, which like to preface
They
it,
want you
Midnight
to
Club?
fighting bosses.
No,
Not
it's
the main.
basically the
Though they
predecessor
can be
to
a bit
Midnight Club in
inscrutable
terms
on
of like
occasion.
actual design
Oh,
mechanics.
yeah, I know the one you're talking about
Yeah,
then. I forgot the
um,
name of it.
and it has
Metropolis
a-
Street Racer.
That's it. That's
Don't judge
it.
me here in this video. No, especially.
Just-
Sorry,
it's-
I'm
oh,
getting.
yeah.
I'm getting. I was gonna say distracted. I'm getting distracted from being distracted. I'm being focused. So
Yeah, no, that's good
just,
though.
just yell my name a lot if you need something.
You got it.
Oh, hello.
Hey man.
No, it's just that TJ Davis was on that soundtrack, and she did all the Sonic R songs, and we were like, oh yeah, this is dope. And then I sit down and listen to the actual soundtrack, and it is the biggest case of whiplash from song to song I have ever heard. It has country, it has alternative, it has not Will Smith on it. We call him
Yes.
Smill Whip,
Yes.
rapping about I don't even know. It sounds like a Turquoise Jeep song.
It's
It was-
definitely super funny. This game, Metropolis Street Racer, is essentially like it's really funny because legitimately this game's DNA is in like every modern open world racing game. Like you don't really,
Yeah.
I play all those games and I've never heard of this game before until somebody tweeted about it and I was like, oh my god, this is like getting a fucking Rosetta Stone for racing games. And like it had the whole concept of like different radios but they didn't have a budget for licensed music. So it was a bunch of original tracks set to different genres like you would see in like Forza Horizon like nowadays, or all the like Need for Speed games, or even like GTA has like the different radio stations and stuff. And like it was really crazy learning that because I just never even heard of this game, much less
Yeah, neither
played
did
it.
I.
But like the reason I like decided to look at the soundtrack other than that tweet is that the person who composed the music is Richard Jacques, who was like Naganuma's co-conspirator on Jet Set Radio. So I was like, well, I trust him, and of course,
Yeah.
Can be a bit
Of
inscrutable
course.
on occasion.
Blow-
Additionally, the
blows
fact
it
that
away.
any
And the funniest thing was, as we were listening to these tracks, because I was like, yeah, I'll play it on stream, Todd. I promise you, I'll play it on stream.
Yeah.
People were Googling these songs, and we were like, we can find nothing about the artist. We can find nothing about the songs. It's like they don't exist. And it's just like, what are we listening to? What's happening? I'm like, Todd sent me this. Todd gave this to me. He said it was good.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Richard Jacques also composed Sonic R, but like because I think he's the one who had the TJ Davis hookup. So
Which she's
they must
great.
have been homies.
Yeah, I love TJ Davis. The Sonic R soundtrack makes me so happy. Like,
Good
whenever they play it for like any of the games done quick for the Sonic R speedruns, I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, I live for the GDQ playlists,
Yeah.
They run deep, man.
especially now that they've gotten
The
to a lot of
chat
OC
every time
remix
they
stuff.
play
It's so
Daytona.
good.
It's like, let's fucking go. It's like, yes, it's 9 a.m. I will get hype about it. Thank you. It's like, let's go. Oh, do they have a Sonic block this year?
I think so.
I can't imagine a year where SGDQ doesn't have a Sonic block.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Yeah,
I
safe
know they have
bet.
Sonic games, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never know. So I'm just like, is Sonic in here? Is my little guy in here?
He's always gonna be in there.
Is my little
I mean,
scrungly
he's
here?
the fast guy.
Little Scruggles. God, which one? Okay, which Sonic character is the scrungliest? Damn, what?
Fang.
Sorry, hang on up. You'll see in a second.
Okay, oh no.
I'm scared.
Fang does seem pretty scruggly.
You know what's fun about capturing this gameplay is I can see before everything loads in. When it's just like, there's no grass. Wait, there it is. So,
All
The
leaves are
grass
brown.
is a trick of the mind to make you think you're having a good time.
yep. It's a trick like in Bloodborne. They're like, oh, that's what you thought was happening.
Truly, it's a
The
desolate
truth was there the whole
wasteland.
time.
Oh god.
Is the Will and Will Photoshop coming? Oh no.
Okay, so we have Will and Grace.
Ooh. Oh boy.
Come on, Discord.
Come on, Discord, show
Okay.
us.
Yeah, there's Will and Grace.
There she
Yep.
is.
We have Will and
Oh god. Member of the Black Eyed Peas, Will
And
and.
Will.
Oh my
And Will and Will. Oh, God. Like the Doublemint twins.
Oh shit.
I hate
Oh,
how they're
nice,
breaking the ampersand. I hate it.
Oh.
I don't know if
fuck.
I can watch
That's
this if it has
incredible.
coarse language in it though.
Oh shit.
I know you don't like
I
that,
need very
Todd.
smooth. I need
I-
smooth talking only.
Yeah.
fuck.
We need-
I
We
did
need-
just cheat
we
with the
need
Will and
Andre
Will one, but I
3000.
can go over and just fucking
No.
properly do it if you want me to.
No, it's perfect. I think I'm gonna do the one where Grace disappears. But I fucking
Definitely
love
do it.
Will and Will.
Grace gets taken.
Oh my, thank you, Cam.
On God.
One frame of the I don't like doing one frame gags, just in general.
Mm-hmm.
Not enough people know that you can go frame by frame on YouTube, and it's not worth it.
Oh yeah,
From by
that was a
from.
helpful little thing to learn.
I
Yep.
didn't know that.
If you hit
Yeah.
the comma key and the period key, or you can think of it as the less than or greater than symbols.
Yeah, like little mini
Ooh.
arrows.
Yep. You can go forward frame by frame, which is very useful sometimes. If someone does a single frame gag, you can be like, "What? Did my
Or
brain
you're trying to get a
explode?"
really high quality screenshot.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But I don't think you can do anything like that on mobile. Just a bummer.
You're speedrunning Knuckles Chaotix? Oh my God.
Ooh. Fucking
Let's go.
Will and.
Let's go. Will Ant.
Thank you, Gam.
Who took
You're
Grace?
welcome.
You've earned a credit in the YouTube description. Thank you for your service.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's a distinct
I'm
honor.
so honored.
Yeah.
That's one for the trophy case.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
I'll put it next to all my monthly highlights credits too.
Yeah. Put in your Twitter bio. One time I photoshopped Will and.
Oh no, Gam, I had a horrible idea. Oh no.
So there's too
okay.
many fucking discs in that. I'm not
There's a-
putting 34 discs into my PS4 or
That's a
whatever.
lot of discs.
I'm not doing that.
Gam,
Will and Grace Will and Will isn't funny enough as a show.
What if you put Tom Cardy in the middle of the two Wills? Just
Will of the Wills.
trendingly.
Ori and the
Hang on.
Will of the Wills.
I know exactly what frame to put of him too.
Let's go. That's his
So
entourage.
I tinted this footage yellow here because I might replace it. I'm talking about how as like a throwaway line, I'm like, some of the menus in this game are inscrutable. Like generally, I find it to be a very
Oh.
efficient game. But I'm like looking at them and I'm like, is this inscrutable? Because I've spent enough time in the game to know what all this means.
I hate
But
this
it
menu.
looks complicated, right?
I hate
Mm-hmm.
it.
'Cause I
Also, there's
want
like
people
there's
to
like
watch this
3
and be-
panels to this.
Right. I don't want people to watch
Yeah.
this and be like, he doesn't know what upgrading means. Clearly it's blue, where it's gonna be a better number. Like, come on, it's like, it's not about that. It's just like, at first glance, you're like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Well, because
This looks
it's
the-
information.
Opening
overload.
some of the menus in Elden Ring is like opening Adobe After Effects for the first time.
Or Adobe Bridge.
I have no idea what any of this means. There you go. Okay, great. That's all I needed. Is if you haven't seen it before, being like, what am I looking at? That's it. That's
It's
the,
an
that's the feeling.
overload of information.
Yeah.
A lot of it also just useless information. But
In that case,
one
I
thing I
will
will
use
say,
it.
as much as I hate it, I like the fact that it's the same menu for everything. If that makes sense. So it's like the same information is shown for everything. So it's like once you understand one of it, you understand all of it.
It's not always the same information, but it's always laid out the same way. Like it's always
Yes, it's all laid out
it's
the
always
same way.
these
Yeah, that's
stats
what I
in this order. Even though in the stat menu there's like 8 different types of physical damage they break down, you know?
Oh, is this a tax form? Oh no.
This is,
Okay,
make
no.
sure you file your
Do my
FromSoft your FromSoft
taxes.
302 in triplicate to the IRS.
Yeah,
They
make
need
sure
to
you
know
got
if
all
you've
documents
upgraded your
in.
armaments in the last quarter.
Oh God.
I need to get more water. I'll be right back.
We're
I'm
nerd.
gonna pull up.
We're
I'm a nerd for drinking water. Then
Water nerd.
so
We're
be it.
there.
Where's that crab?
Get the crab. Where is he?
Where is he? I need a label crab. There he is.
Crab?
Pointing at dog.
You know that it's
Point at-
before?
Good dog
This
ahead.
little bubble mouth.
We fade and will
Blah,
snack
blah,
before
blah,
the full
blah.
can.
You got rabies.
Oh, Barry,
will-
Barry, Barry,
I was
Barry.
wondering-
Wait. You gotta give us a little in out with
gotta-
the loop
A little in out with what?
and loop it.
Oh,
Loop on the
I'm
third.
only gonna be gone for like 10 seconds.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen to you on the way.
Yeah,
I'm
what-
the
Anything
water
could happen,
What if you
Barry.
run into a
while you're getting water.
crab?
The
Barry,
fucking
that's all
water
I'm
thing is
saying.
like right next to where my office is.
You might run into a crab out there and die.
I loved watching your face, and you were just like, "How do I tell Toddy's being a fucking
Like,
idiot?"
this isn't gonna take me. Okay, I have to get back before this finishes looping. That's now my task. That's already like over a minute.
Oh,
This is unnecessary.
machi.
All right, let's see how many loops
What
it
if
gets
you
through. I'm not gonna
brown?
full screen it to spite you.
machi.
There you go. All right, see you later.
Please be
Let's
safe, Barry.
go.
I'm not even
Please
gonna
be
rush.
safe.
I'll take my time.
Look at his little fucking bubble mouth. I hate it.
Look at this. It's just it's an
That's
upsetting
just real
crab.
ass crabs, unfortunately.
If you go to a beach, that's what you see.
Well, at least like when like crabs do have like actual little bubbles. This is just kind of like a spray effect. They're like.
It's like a log flume ride at Six
Yeah,
Flags.
it's like more upsetting because it's just like I just imagine like a hose with someone's thumb over the top, but it's this stupid
Oh.
crab's face.
Oh no, crab, no.
Oh man, dude, Barry gets blapped every time. Oh, he's not gonna be
Just-
back before it runs out.
Oh, oh.
Oh, he's gonna be back before it runs out. Only got 5. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh,
Oh, and he's doing a little dance. Oh my
he
god, Barry,
survived
you
the
have such
sonic drowning
charisma.
music.
Oh no, he's disappearing. Oh no.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, oh no.
He's gone.
And then, by the grace of God,
Hey,
we
I'm back.
die.
By the grace
You're
of
back.
God,
Back.
How did I?
By the
He's
grace
back.
of will.
just in time.
I paused it pretty close to the end. There's only a couple frames left there.
It's like ending a song right
There's
as you
5
park.
frames left. Very casually was like pause.
I would like
By the way, Brad, I
yelling the
thought you
sonic
were gonna
drowning.
just do it an in and an out point and then just turn on loop.
You think I know how to do that? Wait, is that a thing you can do?
Yeah, so just put it in and an out point anywhere, and then you can go
Talking
to
about fast food chains again?
Yeah,
no. Yeah,
And
so you just
then-
do in and
yeah.
out,
How do-
and then go to the wrench in the top right on the program window.
You think I ever click on that wrench, Todd?
I don't think you do. It's why I'm telling you how to do it.
This
The
is why I don't
wrench-
click on it, because it's like, ah!
It's a lot.
This is
There's a
fucking-
loop
It's similar
button
to opening a
right
FunSub
under
menu.
enable
Huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, but then we wouldn't have had the drama of will he get back in
Oh
time.
no. You definitely ended up doing the correct thing. You did the right thing. But now I've taught you something.
I never knew. You
I
know
just
what?
offered you a
Look,
boon.
that's
I
all-
paid you back
that's-
because
You know what's
like
funny? No,
You
go
what?
for it. No, go for it.
I was
Go
saying like
for it.
4 or 5 years ago, you inadvertently taught me about nesting.
You're welcome.
So we're
I've taught a lot of people
even,
about
even
nesting.
though
Not
nesting
just
is
about it,
extremely
but how
important
useful
in
it
looping.
is. It's not
It's
just
great.
enough to know about nesting. It's like, oh, this is huge.
Yeah, you gotta know about nesting.
It's funny to me because
Gotta.
looping like that has never come up as a this would be convenient or easier, but it's come up. Yeah, I've never just been like, I need this to just loop, because that's not gonna loop in the render. That's just gonna loop for
Oh
you
yeah,
as the
no, yeah,
editor.
it's just for yeah.
I've never just been like, I just need this thing to loop indefinitely as I'm editing it. But it has come up where I'm just like, it's weird that that's not an option, and I'm not gonna bother googling it. It's not like even a fully formed thought. It's like in the background of my brain, once or twice a year, just like, how come when I get to the end of the sequence it just stops? But it's like, but that's usually what I want. I want to know exactly where it ends, rather than going
Why
back to the
no do
beginning.
that?
That's the
Yeah.
default is what I want, which is not always the case, but.
That's totally fair. I do so much
That's-
asset like work through Premiere
Yeah.
because like I tend to export my OBS assets as WebMs.
fact that any
So
site of
I
grace
use that
becomes-
loop all the time to test
Man. Shout out to
that
WebMs.
cleanliness of
Shout out to
everything. But
WebMs.
I totally get why you could just, I mean, especially because there's about 1 million different ways to avoid looping things. So it doesn't really matter
Also that.
that much.
Yeah.
But now you know.
And also, if I wanted it to loop in the actual render, I would go about
You'd
it
have
differently. I wouldn't
Yeah,
look for a
absolutely.
loop toggle inside of the software.
If anything, it might be confusing. Like you think, like, wait, if I turn on loop, is it gonna? How big is the file gonna be?
Yeah. Well, no.
What
It's just gonna render forever until my computer dies.
Nice.
Oh no.
Additionally, the fact that
Meltdown.
any site of grace becomes a
Meltdown.
fast travel location adds an extra incentive to find as many as possible.
I was gonna say I
which is
appreciate
no
I
small
appreciated.
feat.
I came in while it was happening, but I appreciated the conversation about the opening of the game, and you were like, this might be the best designed opening to a game ever. That you like, not only did you like walk back, your like ankles were grabbed by a tree sentinel and then rode off a cliff.
No, it went from this is such a clever way to approach an open world to okay. Never
All
mind.
right, okay.
Just I have nothing to back up my point now. I concede I was wrong.
Well, I think this is the interesting thing about Elden Ring, and I don't want to fucking hear it from anybody that isn't you. To be perfectly honest,
Everyone in the call and chat, shut up.
Well, no, I just mean like I'm not gonna go watch Elden Ring essays because I'd rather vomit. But I do. It's such an interesting game to discuss because you basically have to throw away all kinds of like the best, the worst. It's well designed. It's poorly designed. It's a game of such dynamic perspective and intent that you can't really make bold claims like that because somebody will come up against it and be like, this happened, this never made sense to me. I hated this. And then you go, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, because like, every single boss
you're
in this
totally
game
right.
is like, oh my god, I was stuck on this boss for 3 days, and someone's like, I bopped it with my first. I was like level 3, and I beat it first try, because that was my experience with my build and exactly how I've been playing the game. It just meshed, and I just one-shot it. And it's like, yeah, anything you point at in that game, being like, this is objectively anything, someone will disagree. But that's why my angle in this video is like, these are parts of the game's design, not the individual moments, because I can talk about those all fucking day, and I intend to when I eventually do a stream or 50 streams of this game, especially with friends. I really am looking forward to playing Elden Ring with other people, because I did it like once or twice with Dan, and it was so much fun just running around in that world and shooting the shit. And it's like, that's all I want to do, but I really want my first playthrough to be solo. So it sucks, but I wanted to focus on the systems and design because, for one, that's like my bread and butter. That's why I can talk about forever, because it's my bubber. It's what I love talking about, because I feel like it requires you to at least like scratch off some of that potato skin off the surface to really get into it. It's not always super obvious what the ramifications of a design choice are. It's why it's like, oh, someone can be like, oh, and then this, and you're like, oh yeah, and that. Like, it's so exciting. So I love that part of it, but also it's like, well, these are things I say in the preamble of the video. This is what contributed to my enjoyment of the game. So it is all subjective. The entire video, or these are parts of it that I liked. It's a video essay. It's obviously an opinion piece, but I'm not trying to really be like I do sometimes of like, here's why I think this is not good design or something. It's like, you could absolutely poke holes in every point I'm making in the script, and I expect people will disagree with me being like, I like the stakes of America. You know, a simple thing like that. Someone's gonna be like, I fucking hate them because, you know, the running for 15 minutes to get back to the boss is part of the FromSoft experience. And it's like, okay, we can disagree on that. That's valid, but I love them because I hit a button and try it again. So, you know, it's like stuff like that. Yeah, it was a weirdly easy script to write once I was like, wait, I only have to care about how I feel. I can ignore everyone else.
Good for me.
Everyone's gonna have a different experience.
Just always write that way.
You are not wrong. You know, we'll see how people like it, but
you like it. Just let that power flow through your veins, Barry. Just like think about it. Just like sit there and like, oh yeah, what if I just didn't give a fuck? Then boom, 12 pages.
I hate that item crafting is the second option in the menu. See, I like it because even though I don't do it often, when I do, and this is one of the points I make, it's because when you pause, I mean, people are talking about that as well. When you pause a FromSoft game, they don't pause. The game's still running. And it's actually really nice that Elden Ring gives you all these options to hide the menu without unpausing, which is really weird when you think about it. But you can be like, wait, only show me a little bit of menu because I need to do stuff, but I don't need to see what I'm doing. It's like really bizarre. But when you want to craft a thing, it becomes spur of the moment once you kind of learn things that you like. Or you see a bunch of bullshit in the distance and you're like, okay, I need some fucking boluses because that's gonna suck. and you can hop into a bush and bop into it, and you don't have to dig into 50 different sub-menus to get to it. It's like the second thing on the list. It's very easy to get in there, tab to the category, grab the thing you want to make, hit X a couple times, you're good. Like, they streamlined that process. And the other thing I say about in the video is like, but also it's entirely optional. Everything you can craft is supplemental. None of it is necessary. You don't make healing items as a category. It doesn't exist. There's things that might boost your defense for a limited time. That's about as close as it gets. So you never have to worry about making shit if you don't want to. It just might make things hurt less. And that's part of why I like it. It's not like other open world games. Like, I was playing Horizon Zero Dawn last year because I never played it, and I bounced off of it hard. There's a lot of shit in Horizon Zero Dawn I really dislike for open world game design. It might come up in this video as reference footage for things I don't like. Sorry, people that love that game. But it's like,
Sorry, Viz.
it does, yeah, sorry, Viz. It does a lot of the
Yeah,
stuff
all
of
10
like,
fans of it are gonna really body you.
but it does the stuff of like, you need to kill 10 boars and get their bones and pelts so you can hold more things. It like, you have to stop to grind because you're constantly encumbered and slowed down by having to handle your inventory and shit. It's like, this game has an infinite inventory. When your pockets fill up, it teleports into your horse. It's like, everything is just out of the way. You can just focus on falling off cliffs. And it's just, this is
what I'm talking about. It makes me, it's so funny. Like, you have this very well-reasoned point about how the game doesn't make you grind in this way. It makes you grind in this way.
It makes you grind in the way that I like.
The other way.
The way that you like.
Yeah.
Because like,
other
I'm just thinking
way.
about it, and I'm like, man, I much prefer being like, I can do this, this, and this, and then I'm stronger. Instead
And then
of
I get a tangible
Well, that's
upgrade
exactly
to
how
this
Elden Ring
thing.
works. Elden Ring's the same. You can do this, or this to
Sometimes.
get stronger.
Well,
You can upgrade
sometimes.
your stuff. You can try different builds. You can respec. You can level up. You have a lot of
Elden Ring.
paths to getting stronger in a game like Elden Ring.
That is true. I will. Yes.
And you have a lot of temporary things if you just want a slight uptick to your chances. Like the Great Runes and all kinds of other stuff, but I need my 999 small potions at level 96. It also solves that problem, you know? That you hold on to healing items and then you don't use them. Or like in Demon Souls, which I'm not even that far into, I already have sort of outclassed the base level healing herb thing. So I just have a million of them, and it's like when I eat them, it barely heals me anything. It's like, fuck, and then they're one-time consumables. It's
Aw,
like,
hell.
like it becomes an extra layer that I don't want to be thinking about. It's all stuff in the video. I'm just repeating myself that from the future for you, but
Stay tuned.
it's like the rechargeable flash system is my preferred method for FromSoft games or this type of game. It's like I don't like having to stop to go crafting because I need to fight a boss and I don't have healing items. Like that sucks the inertia from the experience.
Easily the worst part of one of the best FromSoft games, Bloodborne, is that the healing items don't recharge at a bonfire. You have to go fucking get them.
I've gone on many long rants about that. That it is especially punishing game for new players because of the blood vial system. You're punished for exploring. You're punished for doing anything other than being good at the game because you're losing resources by looking outside of a door and getting bopped. Whereas in a game like Elden Ring, worst case, you just lose runes. That's it. That is
feel like
all you
being-
ever lose. Unless you
Goes out to the Orphan of Toss.
And your time.
and your
Being
time.
punished for that is like on the back of the box.
It's what you sign up for. The game like Bloodborne, which is why
I think
had
it's
to
on
be
the front
carried
of the
through it.
box.
Bloodborne. That's Bloodborne.
Which will be punished for
and it's-
existing.
you'll also
Buy this
note,
game now.
I'm not saying that system is poorly designed. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's not for me. That type of system is very hostile to someone like me in the way I play those games. And I'm so glad I got carried through it because I had so much fucking fun running through that shit with Gam and Dan. That was some of my favorite streams. But, you know,
That's one of the it's like another really interesting layer to all these games is that eventually, if you have the right people, none of this fucking shit matters because they are
true.
so good at the game that you could just have. It's like playing. It's like being walked through this incredible, so interesting and specific and dynamic world that would otherwise be a massive pain in the ass. But people are like, hold on. Let me fight these 12 guys. You get that one. You get that one. It's gonna be
get that
just get
side.
in there. You can
Use
do
your
it, okay?
beer.
And you're like, oh, okay, I'll give it a try. And the person's just like fighting back the hardest boss in the game while you're getting this one dude in the corner. It's like, oh, dude, you're doing a great job. And just like
It's a little bit like a dynamic. Have your friend come over to your house and beat the boss you're stuck on.
It is a bit, yeah, absolutely.
a little bit, but an entire game.
Yeah.
Or
I
if you're
like
playing
that.
with Gam and Dan, it's the two of them hanging back and going, "Hey, why don't you see what's up over there?" And then
Yeah.
I run in, watch a cutscene, and get stepped on, and then they walk in, and be like, "Hey, what's going on in here?"
Yeah.
What happened?
Why are you
Dan's
flat?
like, hey, you
Yeah.
handle it, and then goes to beat his own.
It's not.
orphan
It's not
cubs.
Flat Fuck Friday. Why are you on the ground? Get up.
Yeah, why are you on the ground? It's Thursday.
It's Thursday, buddy. Get up.
It's Friday
Yeah,
in
work to do.
California.
Any site of grace
It's
Why
Friday
did you
in
got crab
California.
guy?
location adds
I
extra
did California.
incentive to find as many as possible.
Boy, I've sure
Oh,
been
man.
muted for a long time.
Oh,
They
damn.
Sure has.
It happened to you
I was wondering.
too.
I was like, I wonder if Dan's gonna get back.
Me too. I was like, I feel like Dan would have
I-
things to say about all these things.
I
Forgot that was
definitely
having a list.
talked a few moments there, and I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. And then, like continue, and I'm like, man, I'm not getting a chance to talk.
Oh, I've
That
been
happened
there,
to me
Dan.
before too.
I've
And
been
I
there.
did that for 10 minutes.
Oh.
And I was like, oh no.
I know the moment's
Oh,
passed,
no.
but please, if there's anything you want to talk about, I'd love to hear
honestly
it.
don't remember. It was a lot of it was just the same conversations we've had.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's been private conversations with Dan and I. Because, oh my god, Yacht Club.
Yacht Club Games.
What?
Yay.
They sailed their entire yacht into your
They
stream?
they crashed
Yeah.
the yacht into the side of the house.
Where's
Hello!
the yacht?
They just
Welcome.
like crash into your kitchen. Ba, 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 ba.
It's all like space boosted and distorted. Debris everywhere. Hey, welcome!
Oh shit.
How y'all doing? I really appreciate
what's
the
up,
Yacht
y'all?
Club is great. What were they streaming? It's like Vikings but cuter. Yeah. My name is Barry. I'm making a video about Elden Ring because I make YouTube videos once or twice a year. And I'm currently at 0 videos for 2022. So hey, I'm making a video.
But he's got a whole lot of heart.
I got a whole lot of heart. We're playing Jackbox celebrating Shovel Knight's 8-year anniversary. Hey, Alec.
Oh my god, it's been 8 years. It's been 8 years.
Wow. Oh my god.
Oh my god, the Yacht Club Games account is in the chat.
Oh my god.
Do I know who's running that account? I might.
The yacht
Hello,
is
it's
in here.
The yacht. Have
The
you guys
yacht is
personified that
talking.
yacht yet? And
The
why
yacht
not?
is at a computer doing some typing.
I feel like the yacht and the I forgot what it's called,
It's
but
Was.
like
Hey,
the
Was.
big whale would be friends.
Tropical King.
Yeah, Triple King and the yacht would be
Oh,
friends.
I like to think that that checks out for me too. I can't wait to see me Yacht Club man. Oh my god. Can you guys have like
Yacht
like a
Clubman.
Yacht Club mascot when you go to like PAX or
Mascot
something?
with like the white glove.
yeah, the
hands
white
and
gloves
Oh my
sticking out of
God.
the very rigid yacht suit. And you're like,
Oh my
Come
god.
check
There's a
out-
weight
Speak just
suit
goes,
with a yacht for a head.
it's just it just sounds like it's agitated all the time.
Man, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with stuff like that. You're gonna end up with an Ace Attorney case on your hands.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But yeah, I'm making a video about Elden Ring. It's relatively spoiler free, because I'm not done
you're
with
not
the
very
game
music.
yet. But I've made these little doodles to break up the chapters. So here's something nicer to look at. Cause this came out real good. Happy with this. But yeah, I'm editing. I got a couple hours of footage. I got a couple friends hanging on a call, and I'm slapping some gameplay
We're in call.
to me talking
That's
for
us, guys.
20
Look
minutes.
alive.
But if you aren't interested in watching someone stare at Premiere, then I appreciate you joining for the raid and take care. And make sure you subscribe on yubtub.com.
Yep.
So you know when this video comes out in 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
Hopefully sooner, but it's the yacht.
Is the yacht.
One of us has to wear the suit. You gotta take turns.
Mm-hmm. Don't
Make sure
sweat
it's
the
air
suit.
conditioned.
Yeah. Don't let that suit get
What's
damp.
my specs in there?
The captain. The captain of the yacht club. But isn't everyone who works at Yacht Club Games the captain? They're all captains. All the way
Look at
down.
me.
Oh man, the chain
I'm
of
the
command
captain now.
must be very confusing.
Yeah, that's a
Yes,
one
yes,
awful
yes,
hierarchy. Yeah, that's Captain.
I'm still really
Yeah, Captain.
pleased with myself for thinking to add the taped on extra bit of map.
It's really funny.
Because
It's really good.
That's,
It's really
that's
funny.
very core to the Elden Ring experience.
It is.
You're just like, when did this appear? How long is
It's
that?
very
been
like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. We have an
What
art
is
for a
that?
Pepsi Man style character with a boat for a face that precedes this conversation.
Oh my god.
Just the face. So I'm thinking of Ball Guy from Pokemon Sword and Shield, right? where it's normal
it's
body,
a yacht head.
normal man
Yeah.
with like a polo shirt and khakis with just a full ass yacht for a head.
Let's go.
That's amazing.
Let's go.
And like, can they only talk by using truncated parts of the yacht club like jingle? So like, bup, 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 bup.
I was thinking
Bup, bup, bup,
you chop up a foghorn like a rare Banjo Kazooie character. It's like instead of like it's just like.
When he doesn't have anything to say, he's just like.
Just a weird muscle suit, like Pepsi Man. So it's like,
Yeah.
is
Question, are
it
we
metallic
talking-
like Pepsi Man too? What was that, Dan?
Is the yacht scaled down so it's like appropriate size for a head? Or are we talking like the Fallout 3
Oh
Like-
shit!
The
Siren head.
train head.
train head people?
Oh no.
Giant
Oh
tail.
shit!
It's just an actual yacht.
Let's go.
I like that.
Kaiju time.
One fear.
One fear.
It's that.
It's this one.
It's that
Or
one.
you see something
One fear, right? I'm afraid.
What are the other doodles I can show you? Chasing after a little bug. There he
Little
goes.
bug.
you
Tiny
can't
little bug.
You can get E-Flask. I had to. It doesn't make sense in the video, but I had to say you can get E-Flask. Traversal. There he goes. I'm a very,
Free
very
abundant-
talented person. And
I
this
agree.
one is
I
crafting.
agree too.
I roughly broke each section up to not just talk for half an hour
crafting
about
is-
stuff. I love that. Yeah, I love that bug. We love a little skittering bug.
Love that bug.
Except for this bug. That bug scares me.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't have.
That
I-
bug's a
He
little.
just wishes to tell you about all the new products at pointofsnail.com.
Oh God.
Mhm.
He made it all this way to tell you that the merch store is still closed.
He's like, I have your B pin.
It's like,
I honestly
please,
don't have.
Please
Please,
return.
we're
Please
stuck.
return our calls. We're trying to get in touch.
please.
They got these stickers.
We need you back.
And then this in the background's not done. Messages. Goodbye. Yacht
Bye,
Club.
yacht.
I
Bye,
enjoyed looking at
Yacht
summary. Can't wait
Club.
for this one. Thank you, Yacht Club. Thanks, Waz. Yeah, this isn't a plot summary. It's about the design, but I really appreciate it. Waz, thank you. Take
Make
care.
sure you're cleared from the marina before you make wake, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of ships out in that harbor. You know, supply chain.
Mhm.
Just kind of sitting there.
Supply and demand.
Whatever's I'm ready. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Well, that's why I want to make little doodles like this, because it's fun for me, and also I think a lot of people. I mean, it's like my brand is like these little doodles and stuff. So I want to try to find places from. When I started making How About This Game, I deliberately didn't want to have my little Barry avatar in them for some reason. I was like, I don't want. I want it to just stand on its own. And now I'm like, what am I? Why am I making things harder for myself? Just throw in a little Barry doodle when it makes sense. That's fine. Yeah, take care. Thank
Yeah.
you. Congrats on 8 fucking years. Also, I
that's
swear
so
here, Yacht
many
Club
years.
viewers. Sorry.
They're swearing.
They're swearing here. Things get heated.
Foul. We talk about
Would you say
shonies.
heck
We
and
talk
or
about
damn?
shonies. Where did Bath go? I just realized. Bath
That's
talked about
like a
shonies
while
and,
hour
then
and a
just,
half ago.
and then just
Yeah.
vanished.
But
Did Bath
Bath
say
had to work on
goodbye?
her Unity
they had
thing.
to. Yeah, Bath said they had to watch a YouTube tutorial and said they'd be back if they got it figured out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I very much am familiar with
can
this
we get a
life.
timeout
Oh.
for Will there? I will not condone this kind of language in my
Where?
stream.
Can do.
Hold on. Let me
Oh,
hold
Get
on.
him.
I have to
Get
go
him.
to the
Get
shed.
the timeout, Will.
Get Will.
Don't mind if I
Oh,
do.
Will just died.
Damn.
There he goes.
Timed out
Will
for
just
1
died.
second. You don't recover from that very easily.
No.
Surprisingly
Yeah,
difficult.
it's
Those
hard out
scars last
here.
with you.
Speaking of Bath, I'm
Which
just going
is-
to posit. I'm just going to posit this into the living room. I'm just
Mhm.
gonna put this into the living room.
Now it's Anne Grace.
That's how I
And Grace.
feel very often.
We timed out Will, so now it's just Anne Grace. Oh shit.
Oh, that is
Uh,
good.
Hey, anyone that
Todd, don't
just
worry
joined
about it.
us, here is context for you. That's Will and Grace. That's just Will and.
Will and
But also,
And
there's
from
also
Black
Will
Eyed
and Will,
Peas.
just in case.
Will and Will.
Just in case one Will's not
Will and
enough.
Will.
Mhm.
Double Will.
You need
Greedily
more.
reaching for the ampersand.
You need more.
Greedily.
East side of Grace.
Greedily.
Yeah. Greedily.
Ampersand.
Sure looks like editing.
Reaching.
Hi,
for-
dear.
Fast
We
travel
don't.
location
Hi.
adds an extra
Hey, you
incentive
doing?
to find as many as possible.
I'm
which
not.
Is no
How are
small
you?
feat.
I'm doing.
Maybe some-
We're good.
I'm
We're
chopping
talking about
up.
Will and Will.
We're talking about our
Mhm.
favorite
I'm going
show,
to.
Will and Will.
Will I am.
How'd you guys feel about the
Here, did
season
you know
finale
it's Friday?
for Will and Will?
Friday in
know it's what?
California.
Did you know it's Friday?
Any site of Grace
Yes,
becomes a
because I
fast
had a
travel
stream planned.
location,
Why?
adds an extra incentive
Because
to find
I
as
went
many
to
as
my Twitter
possible.
tab and Max is just
Which
adding
is
you and
no
saying it
small
is Friday.
feat. They can be surprisingly difficult
Why is he?
to spot sometimes.
But he
I'm
is.
genuine.
Oh,
I didn't mean to start
wow.
something.
Wow.
Wow, Knox.
We were
Max
just
is
having a
going
nice
in the
conversation,
doghouse.
Biz.
Going in the doghouse.
You had,
I
you had to
was
go
gonna
Knox.
say-
Just ruined a home.
On the topic of Will and Grace, which I've never seen,
Yeah,
I
that
didn't know that Megan Mullally was on that show. Has anyone seen that show? And can you tell me if it's worth watching it just for Megan Mullally? Because I love her and she's
I
fucking
haven't.
hilarious.
I've only seen it in
Which
passing.
one is that?
I don't
Is she
know
the,
a lot about
the
Will and
other
Grace.
lady?
Oh,
She-
Karen?
She's
Is that
like,
her actress's name?
I don't, maybe.
Mm.
Hey,
I don't know.
Red hair or
she plays
brunette?
Karen Walker. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's great in it. She's a
Oh.
sarcastic kind of. She
Karen.
she
Is it good,
basically
Karen?
makes. Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, I know a good character.
Karen, I mean, to be honest, from all I remember of Will of Grace, all I remember is her character.
Yeah.
So that,
Will
if
of
anything,
Grace.
that kind of
Will
gives
of
you
Grace.
away.
Will of Grace.
I am Will
Yeah,
of
she's the
Grace.
drunk rich bitch. That's what she
Oh, that
is.
sounds
She's
fun.
the drunk rich bitch with a sassy gay friend. She's
That
great.
She's just a
fun.
little.
Isn't that
she's
Sex
just a
and the
little
City?
You know. That is Sex
Is it
and
the
the
same
City,
show?
isn't it? There's like 5 of those. There's like
There are
5
gay
of them.
people
They're
in Sex
clones.
and the City?
Yeah, I thought so, right?
No,
I
no,
thought they
the
weren't
one
allowed
that
on there.
they
I mean, I've never
always
seen
have,
it.
I know that there's a
montages of
podcast.
her
The only
outfits
thing I
on
remember
her
about
Twitter.
Sex and the City
Sex and the
is
City.
that when I lived in New York, there was a really cool mural on the side of a building, and then one day it was painted over with a ad for, I think, Sex and the City, the movie 2 or something.
Yeah,
And it made me
that's
very
the one.
sad.
That's the
This
one
time
that
it's sex.
people watch over and over every week for a podcast.
Yeah,
and it drives them
I would
insane.
like you
Can
to
I do
know
this
that
Friday?
I'm timing out my husband for 10 minutes.
That is against the
Thanks.
rules. I'm gonna untime.
It's too late.
Don't I have to time them out for less time for it to cancel out?
No.
I forget how it
I'm
works.
just unbanned.
Yeah, yeah. This
Yes,
is
I
Untime
know.
out. Untime out is a thing.
Oh, Gam's got it.
Thank you.
Untimed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how you do it.
Oh,
Xanary, yeah, Nick Offerman is married to Megan Mullally, and I just think that's fucking. I just
Yes.
imagine the like range
Yeah.
in soundscape in their house.
I need to share. I need to share what happened because only mods can see it. Deer timed out Schmeck for 600 seconds, and then Gam was like, "Let me take care of that. I got it." Gam timed out Schmeck for 6,000 seconds.
Yeah.
So see you in a
got it.
couple hours.
Gam's got it.
That's only
That's Sex and
100
the City
hours.
3.
I undid it.
They make a
Welcome
Sex
back.
and the City
Yeah,
3.
Sex in the City 3. See you in a few hours.
See you in a few hours. No. They're like, you go
Oh,
into the
shit.
theater.
Oh shit.
It's like, see you in a few hours. bud.
Max is asking for blood. Let's come back for more.
Can I please have blood?
Are you the
at the hospital.
let me solo her?
Oh, hospital.
Tie it back in Elden Ring.
Tie it back into Elden Ring. Make a round.
Max in his underwear
Oh,
with
God.
a wooden ladle. Let me solo them.
I will get the
Solo.
bizarre canoe ore that's not actually made for that.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Max
concerned.
owns
Do you
a-
want to share
a-
on stream?
They also have that in Sex
yeah,
and the City?
I'll take a photo of it.
I'm sorry.
The bizarre canoe horror was my favorite episode of Sex and the City.
I
This is a
use
really
it for
good
some
arc.
of it.
Yeah, it was a
Literally, when you
3-episode
swing it.
series.
Mhm.
Yeah, they had Tiffany
Yeah.
Haddish as a guest star. It was a whole thing.
Mhm.
Additionally,
Literally,
the
when
you
fastest
swing it,
way
makes
to
a
real
site of
nice
Grace
art.
becomes
She would have
a
been like
fast
20
travel
back then,
location.
whatever.
Oh my god. Listen.
Think
She
this is
prime age for Sex
clever.
and the City. Maybe.
Yes. I never really watched Sex and the City, but it's kind of show that I know about through osmosis. Just because like it was a show that was big enough that you could reference it on other shows where it was not part of that universe.
There you go, Viz.
Yeah. It was on the
Hey,
WB.
Momster, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm not at all
Wow.
caught up on alerts, and I apologize. I'll
was banking
do it in a little bit.
What
I
is?
love ketchup.
What?
I heard the word spanking, and I was.
You heard correctly.
What?
Was there context to that, Viz?
No.
Yeah.
Banking.
Correct, then.
Biz is talking about yaoi paddles.
No, I'm
No,
looking in the
no.
fucking living room where Deer posted an item that they own.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about yaoi paddles.
Oh,
Isn't
I
that-
might
isn't
be.
that
It's
just a-
unclear.
oh, this
Isn't
is
that when you
this
pull
is just
pizzas out of an oven with?
this is that's a paddling.jpg.
Oh
That's a-
no, they use yaoi paddles at the mod
Ever
pizza.
since I lived with Max, he has had this paddle. He's called it the paddle of death. I don't know why.
It's got a skull on the
it
top.
Just, it has a place on our home.
It's got a skull on the top. Yeah, that's
yeah.
the death part.
We took those to
That's
anime
the
conventions
death
once
part.
upon a time.
Can one
The
really
skull is
own
often the
paddles?
death
I'm with
part.
Max on this one. Can we really?
What
own
is a
it?
paddle but a miserable
own
pile
one.
of
It's like owning a
secrets?
horse. Like, do you really?
We all saw what
Really
happened to the
own a
horse.
pet.
Also, this
You
isn't
strongly-
gonna prevent you from getting timed out, Max. But now you have a VIP badge.
You can just strongly suggest that
I can
the
still
the-
time him back.
I know.
that the ore has power by calling it the ore of death. I mean, I think adding of death to things, it really
Yeah.
escalates
It's a
their
fast
significance.
travel
Like if I
location.
have
Really?
like
Because
a
I feel like that's
Mhm.
that's all talk and no show. You know.
I don't know, because you
the
can
thing
do like
is-
Sex in the City and death.
well, it's all about the oration around
I'd watch
the
that.
object. Because like if I have a mug, like mugs in a cabinet, right? Regular old bunch of mugs in a cabinet, and then like someone grabs one mug and go, oh, not that one. That's the mug of death. And they
That's
go,
the mug
"Oh,
of death.
okay, and they put it down, and
Okay,
then like
okay,
they're
yeah,
drinking,
you know.
we're having tea or whatever, and they're like, so why is it the mug of death? And you're like, I don't know if I can go into that, and you just drag it
I don't know
out,
if you're
and
ready.
then someday when you're moving, it falls out of your hand, and your friend tries to grab it, and then they immediately tumble off a cliff and die, and you're like, see?
Yeah,
death.
and you know the real reason why it's called a mug of death is because when you wash it, there is a leftover residue of palm dish detergent, and it does get into your drink.
And
Someone
then you
accidentally
die.
wrote death and
You die.
Sharpie on the bottom of it, and that's it.
Oh no!
That's the real
Oh
reason.
no!
They were trying to write the
Oh,
name
no.
Beth, and they just
Yeah.
they messed up, and they're like,
Oh,
oh.
They messed up.
There's not an A in Beth, right?
It's just no, yeah, but like sometimes you have to be economic because the mug's not very big, so you were
Yeah.
Maybe
thinking
it's your
that,
favorite
but-
mug, and you know they're gonna break it, so you gotta make up a story.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That was
exactly.
Mima's mug. Mima's mug that she made in pottery class.
Oh, yeah.
Frankly, I think I would prefer to have more things in my life that had a story attached to them.
So, I was informed. You know how the paddle/canoe or has a red tint at the bottom?
Oh god.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Apparently, it's hair dye, and I don't know why, and I didn't ask why.
That's a
Just
paddle.
Kool-Aid.
Hair dye seems like a convenient explanation for a red stain.
Or red Kool-Aid.
It's hair dye. I
Sure.
swear.
Okay, well,
Where's Bear
this
Dye?
this is the NPC that I
Bear
met
Dye.
on my
Let me
second
see,
lap
let me
through.
Ooh!
Oh,
Show me the Stella.
Oh wait, no, I met him.
Oh, buddy!
Fox is the best.
I have no idea.
I
what
met
it is.
Bob.
I did not meet him.
Okay,
Friends.
confession though, I may have killed him.
What the fuck?
By accident.
Why?
Why?
By accident!
Why would you do something accidentally?
Yeah. This is how we get mugs of death.
I tapped out.
This is where
of
they
the
keep
game,
coming
and then I
from.
This
came
is
back
where they
in.
come from.
I tabbed out of the game and came back in, and then he was dead because when you tab back in, it slashes if you're not in a menu.
Alec, what does that mean? The Kotaku article NPC.
What?
What does that
What?
mean?
What did Kotaku do to him?
I don't understand.
Kotaku?
Is
This
it
is my
spoiler
little
time?
boy.
I don't think it's a spoiler. It's just that this is an NPC that I did not know was in the game. You can find him like 10 minutes in, and I just completely missed him. I'm not gonna
I've never
say more
seen
than
this man
that.
in my life.
So don't worry about it.
I don't know her.
I don't know her.
That's my purse.
That's my purse. I don't know
Kotaku
you.
still exists? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
I was angry. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to wear his ladder from the road after lunch. Yeah, that is what I found out after looking up to be like, who is what? How did I miss this? It's like, oh, they expanded the radius. You can hear him yelling for you to be like, hello.
Oh, he
That's
looks
the
gnarly.
road after
Why
lunch.
does he have chicken feet for
Well,
hands?
so the
He's
thing is, though,
an
is
NPC in a
after-
FromSoft game.
He
How
says
dare you?
chicken feet.
Hey.
The thing is
Let's
after
see.
that first quest, he shows up other places,
Oh.
and I killed him in another place.
Oh, he looks like a
Fuck.
rat. He looks like a cool rat.
They
He's
don't want you to
kind
miss
of a
this
cool rat.
heartbreaking quest. Well, I didn't even know it was
like a
heartbreaking,
rat.
but it's a NPC in a FromSoft game, so I guess heartbreaking usually.
There's
Almost
no happy
every
ending.
NPC quest line I've seen through all the way, it's just like, thank you for helping me, dies. Or,
I
oh
cannot
no,
wait.
this isn't what I
cannot
wanted,
wait to
dies.
gush with you, Barry.
It's
I'm
like-
so
Oh,
excited.
so
slowly
so you
dies.
mean much like in
Don't
how
spoil.
That's
Don't
good
spoil.
talk,
Here.
Malik. Yep.
near? Thank you. I
That's
was gonna
from
say
yeah.
every single person always dies.
It's not.
Every side quest, they dead.
I'm gonna change the subject because this can easily turn to spoiler territory. But it's like every FromSoft game I've ever played, every NPC,
Always-
it's either
Just like, oh,
like
dies.
dramatic irony ending or tragic ending. Those are the two spices you get in your NPC
That's all we
quest
ha-
lines.
That's all we had back then.
It's
in the
like,
Middle
oh
Ages.
no, the guy who hates slugs is cursed to be a slug now. Or they thought they
Or
would
the
be
music
reunited
box
with their
played is
loved
actually
one,
extremely
but
sad.
they're dead and now they're both dead. And like that's what
I'm
you
so
get.
sorry
It's
about
like,
the plug, man.
Oh, your parents. What happened to your parents, little guy? Oh, God.
Oh no. Oh, and you're a demon
I'm sorry,
now.
what was that little
Okay,
girl?
well, yeah.
Oh,
You're-
no.
Your father's a
No.
beast, little girl, and your mother went out to stop him, and now she's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right. You have a sister.
Here's your
oh,
stuff,
she went
though.
out
You
to
wanna
find
sell
them, and then
this?
she got killed by a pig. Here's all their stuff. Oh, you're gonna go out and find them and die? Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
well
that
at
was
least I got a
sad.
new hat, so I guess I'm good.
At least
I
I
got
got
a
this
cool
dope
hat and a
necklace,
gem.
though.
I got a hat.
With a gem and a
I
hat.
got a hat with shit stats that I'll never wear. Thanks, little girl.
Got a bad hat. It's like, thank you,
Also-
ma'am.
As I say, if you're not playing for fashion, why are you even playing?
Suffer forever as a trash can. Exactly.
Suffer forever.
Where's
as a
my
trash
heartwarming
can.
side quest? Yeah.
I mean, at least you get to visit, you know, like
Possibility. Yeah.
the Orphan of Kos.
Yeah.
He's neat.
Mm-hmm.
He has a big shrimp for a ham.
So what I'm looking for footage right now is I'm talking about how the fact that every site of grace becomes a fast travel location is great, and it gives you an almost unnecessary extra incentive to find them all. Not that you needed more incentive, but it's like, hey, every time you find one, it's like, great, now I can easily get back here. But I was like, it's no small feat to find them all because some of them are actually decently well hidden, which is staggering considering they're literally balls of light. So this is one of my bits of footage where I'm like, this one is like decently hidden. Maybe there's a more hidden one.
Scream, here's my grandson. That is in
It's just
fact
like a little
not
dot.
their grandson.
And then the giant wisp show up once you're
They
closer.
are teenagers. It is
no small feat,
possible.
exactly.
Don't
Thank you for the
let
handy.
them be your grandpa.
So there's that one, and then there's also near the end. There's another, yeah, this one, which this one I in my first playthrough I approached from a different direction, so I had a better eyeball on it. But if you come from the south here, I'm like, how would you even know that there's a grace over here?
There's no way. There's no way
It's like,
unless
oh,
you stumble
around
upon
that
it,
corner,
right?
and there it is. It's like, and even from this side, it's like behind these rocks here. It's like, why are you
I
hiding?
think I
these?
found that one the
Yeah.
exact same way.
The way that I just had the capture.
Who spilled
Yeah.
the grace here?
Yeah,
Who
just
spilled
yeah.
it here on the
Caleb
carpet?
is like has three
It's
like 20 feet away, which means
jumped over
yeah.
and it was just.
Yep. There's a few where you're just like, wait, like around this weird bend, there's just another grace here, like, because they have giant wisps pulling them in, but sometimes the terrain is the certain way where you're like, I couldn't even see. There's been quite a few that I would have missed if I didn't have messages being like, go that way, there's a grace, and I'm like, thank you.
Please go that way.
Praise.
Please.
Please. I need
God. I got
think I'll
to
use
watch
this one.
Todd play a lot of Elden Ring. And by a lot, I mean, I guess a considerable amount. And boy, that was a trip.
Mhm. You mean because I was grumbling the whole time?
The
You-
spark
you
of
were
joy
like-
when you're graced with a present, yeah.
Yeah. You were like, why is this like this? And I'm like, I'm so
be
sorry.
surprisingly
It's-
difficult
it's-
to spot sometimes.
Like I don't
genuinely
Barry already has his thoughts, so I don't really want to get into like a whole.
I mean, I think there were
Thought
nuance.
away.
I'm
I
not
thought
adding
there
new
were
paragraphs to the script.
No,
we're
I
past
just, it's
that
one of those
point.
things where like I'm not even trying to persuade anybody of anything, so I'm like I don't even care anymore. But I just find it's amazing to me how much of this game is designed to make up for the fact that it's designed to be a fucking asshole. It's like you can't find graces unless you have messages. Like messages are like this amazing bandage on top of every piece of inefficient or infuriating or opaque
Oh,
game design. And like, I just like, and like for a lot of people, it's like, oh, that's really dope. And for me, I'm like, I fucking hate that. Just do a better job.
I have a bit. So one of my sections is about messages, right? I played offline. Yeah, if you play offline, then you're having a different experience. For sure.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I know
I
that one out.
played-
Powerful person.
I played every single time with Max, so we were always 2-player technically. So it was just completely
And what did you do?
The point Barry was bringing up about Grace's being hidden resonated with something that happened like a month ago.
I'm pulling it up.
Okay, well,
It's spoiler free.
Yeah,
It's
this
spoiler-free.
looks like Limgrave. If the
incredible.
thumbnail's mostly green, then I think we're safe.
That's incredible how you managed to like completely obfuscate it with your camera. Like it's not the most hidden, and then you just happen to look over and you're like, oh.
Definitely thought there was like a Grace
It's just
right
like,
around
oh.
here.
There's a. It's like, oh, never mind.
Thought there was
she
a
is.
Grace over here. Wow. Yep.
Definitely thought there was like a Grace
There it is.
right
Yeah.
around here.
Incredible.
This is one that I approached from the other direction over there, so I saw it coming from a mile away. But it's like, yeah, if you come from this way, it's behind a tree. So
Yep.
hope you're looking that way and not distracted by the shit to the left.
Hope you're not distracted by
Definitely
anything
thought there
else.
was like a Grace.
Anything.
Well, actually, this isn't
anything else.
Limgrave, but it's fine. There's nothing
Yeah,
really
It's
major in there.
Limgrave-ish.
It's close
It's
enough.
grass and trees.
Yeah.
Limish gravish.
I'm so mad that Max has now retweeted himself and then screenshotted himself saying, please look at this. And then Scaredy has also jumped on the train saying, I would like to inform you that it is Friday.
It's Friday, dear.
Friday.
It's Friday in California as well. I'm gonna have that. That one's the stronger example, so that'll be second. So I have a bit in my section about messages, Todd, that I would love to get in a bigger conversation with when I have brain cells to spare. But because I am someone who really enjoys the message system, in part because it fills in those gaps. I find it very intentional. There's some places, like with NPCs, where I'm like, this is needlessly obtuse. I don't need them to necessarily go out of their way to make things easy, but it's like when someone's like, okay, you help me out, goodbye, I'll be somewhere else in the world, and it's like, that could be anywhere. Like, it's just, it's stupid how big the game is, and it's like, I can't find a single person. That's just gonna be dumb luck if I find them or not. But the places that messages cue you in and it becomes this collaborative situation where you have other players helping each other, it's like a giant game facts message board inside of the game.
It's like a strange.
Yeah, and so it's like that. Those are the parts that I really love about it, and it's a place where people make shit posts and joke around and stuff. Like it makes me feel connected to this community. And it's another thing I mentioned is that like I never really felt connected to the community in Demon's Souls or Dark Souls or Bloodborne because I think it's the smaller. I mean, those aren't small games, but the path is less wide. They tend to, there's definitely parts of those games that are more wide linear, where you branch in paths, but it's like they tend to be very kind of structured. In comparison to Elden Ring, which is just like, here's a fucking open field where you might miss a sight of grace because they can't control the angle that you're approaching it from. So having the messages in that situation then feels more valuable to me. It's very, very valuable in the other games, but I just find it works really well in an open world game. The thing that I'm like curious if other people will agree with me on or not, because I'm like, I'm putting this in because it's how I feel, is talking about rewards and how this game rewards you very frequently for going to weird areas. And there's a lot of parts of the game that are even semi-required, where you're like, am I supposed to be here? And you're like, oh no, the dungeon continues, despite me doing this really janky thing to get here. Like, it's really good at making you feel like you're breaking the game sometimes. And that's nothing new for FromSoft. They've been doing that for forever. But I find it to be almost as good a reward when I run into a corner and there's no reward, but there's a message and there's a person being sad.
Oh god.
I find that almost as much serotonin as seeing a shiny.
The only thing that beats it for me, the only thing that beats that for me is when there is an item and it's a mushroom and there will always be a message that just says, why is it always mushroom?
Why is it always mushrooms?
That is the only thing that beats that for me. Because it's like,
Oh my
you know what?
God.
Why is it always mushroom? Why couldn't it be a better... But I'm glad all these other people agree with me, and it's fun.
Yeah, I agree with Alec. I like that you can't just write whatever you want. I like that people have to get creative with the messaging system. I wish there was more
Fortnite.
Yeah, even considering how many options there are, you're right, Alec. It's like you have one way to express one idea. Having a little bit more flexibility would be nice for expression, but also the poor localizer who has to translate all the 50,000 different bits of phrases into every language, like, that sounds like a nightmare.
Listen,
but
it's their job.
yeah, that's true.
Plus, also, it leads
Yeah.
to amazing situations like the Fortnite debacle.
Yeah. Yeah, Fortnite. Or it's like, oh, they added the word pickle to this game, so now everything's
like-
ruined forever. Like, you know.
Or like they give you every enemy type and animal, and then all you ever see is, hey, it's a dog.
Yeah,
They
that
give you
is
every
points
animal
like-
and enemy except for the ones they weirdly exclude. And you're like, why
Yeah.
can't I specifically mention this being coming up? Like, I can't even
What
hint.
is
It's just enemy. It's like, all right, whatever. So,
Dog.
yeah.
For the record, just to answer your question, I
Yeah.
definitely don't feel that way. But I also feel like I feel like in general, and I already knew this coming into it. Just for context, people who don't know, don't give a shit, because like, who's this guy that's not Barry? I don't like FromSoft's entire design ethos, and I played Elden Ring to give it a better shake, because I basically had the most hilariously like, wow, you got fucked time of playing Dark Souls, and every time I explain what happened, everyone's like, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, let me fucking sit here and play one of their games and see if I can enjoy it, and I mostly did it. But I think like that exact situation that you described, Barry, to me, it's kind of like going to a comic and you didn't like the warm-up comic and you don't know the comic. And so like when their joke doesn't land, or when their joke ends, people who know what to expect and like the vibe of the comic, they're gonna laugh. And people who maybe don't understand this extra level of like, here's why this is a fun event, are gonna be like, why was there nothing? And so like that's kind of the feeling that I would come into, where I'm just like, why did I do all of this? And then it's just, like the message, I will say the message is the best part of it, especially if it's someone who was actually funny.
Yeah.
But it's still, I'm just like, this game is, it's so hard to do most things that it's frustrating when what is it? What's the thing? I like played 40 hours of this and all I got was this video. It's like all I got was this
All I
message.
got was this lobster.
Yeah, like
I overcame this great
Gentrification
parkour
chairs.
obstacle, and all I have is a message for my work.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like it's one of those things where like definitely like I think the best time of like playing Elden Ring was when I was playing and like streaming to like OnStar Viz, because I could just things didn't just sit in my brain and piss me off.
Yeah.
I'm like, why the fuck is it like this? Because like I'm just going over like going over it, you know, like design wise in my head. I'm just like, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
No,
but then, you know, we can just set it and forget it and you just move on. It's easier to not be annoyed.
No, I think your point about a comic is an incredibly apt metaphor, because if you see a comic you're already familiar with and you're already primed to laugh and have a good time, all you have to do is walk it on stage and you're laughing. Like you're already ready to go. That is a pretty good analog for like, if you're in the right frame of mind, then you're like me and you see someone being sad in a corner being like, I thought there'd be something here. Like this felt like a good place to hide something. Like that's why, and there's like 500 appraisals and everyone's like, yeah, we're all sad, there's nothing here. That to me, I'm like, that's such a heartwarming experience that we're all sad together. But I wholeheartedly understand someone who just is like, what the fuck, what, there's nothing here, and then there's someone sad. I'm mad, like I wasted my time. And it's a little bit intrinsic versus extrinsic rewards, which I touch on the video. It's a little bit being primed for that experience, or having already kind of expected it a bit. But yeah, the Fortnite stuff. I'm a group masochist. It's not that I'm a group masochist. It's just like, I don't know, for a game, it's what I've liked about the messages since the first FromSoft game I've played, is that they give you these little sparks of light and these little bits of you're not alone in a very dire, oppressive game that is constantly murdering you. and the community giving you this like I did it, or like you can do it, like those little like messages, like yeah, you kind of become numb to them over time. But there's definitely times when you're like walking up to a big scary fog wall and there's messages being like, all right, let's go, and you're like, yeah, all right, let's do it. Like
It's like, all right.
it gets you hyped, and that would not be the same if that was done by the developer. You know, there are some developer messages in the game every now and then, but they're never like, we're telling you how to feel. It's just like, here's an important thing you can't miss.
Yeah, I like 10,000%. I agree. I think like I said, I find it the most impressive part of this game and of their games is that, like, well, this is like a longer subject. This is what I have been like going on, like after kind of feeling like I understand the game better, is that like I think that their game design in terms of like mechanics and like here's how to make something fun is like mostly non-existent. They're like, here's how to fuck you over. Fun is not part of it. But what they're really like probably one of the best at is emotional game design.
Yes.
They know how to make you feel shit, and they know when you feel it, and they know how to stop the feeling from destroying you. And they put
sometimes
so many layers of systems and mechanics. Sometimes, it's not guaranteed, right?
Sometimes they go too far, but
that's like they build it all on like what is the player do? What are they doing right now? Like if they've been here for how long? Why? And they try to think about that and like create these spaces nearby where it's like, here's where you could go here and feel less of what you're feeling. Like if you're bored, you can go here and be excited. If you're fucking stressed, you can go here and have an easy win. And like the game is, I mean, you can almost network that shit, and I find that extremely impressive. I think that's really hard.
Yeah.
I dig it.
It's tough for me sometimes to distill my feelings because it's just like, it's so much of how I feel about this game is married to my experience through it, which makes sense. But you know, it's like there's things that I'm like, oh my god, I fucking love this thing, and it's like, well, I hate it because I was stuck there. It's like,
it's just
trying to
it's
figure out what I was
different for
gonna say,
everybody.
but yeah, I mean that's also what I find fast. I mean, just that's why it's like I've been practically addicted to Gam streams whenever he streams Elden Ring, because it's one of the places I know like he's not further than me, even though he's constantly doing shit that I missed, and it's aggravating. Because I feel like I'm being thorough, and then he just turns a corner. I'm like, there was a fucking whole thing here. What? Like I'm looking at my map and it's like covered in icons. I'm like, how do I know where I haven't been? Yeah, it's like just seeing how people.
Did you know that you can actually mark off the dungeons and stuff that you've done with your map?
Yeah.
You mean with the markers or with something else?
No, like you go into the map and you can mark it as finished.
No.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going into Elden Ring right now because I want to see this.
What you mean, like when you select the little dungeons icon?
Like with the pre-built little marker
There was like
mechanic?
a little list on the side. I'm trying to remember because Max showed me it and then I never touched it, but it was like a list on the side that you could mark off, like I finished that.
You talking about the graces, like the list of
like the fast travel menu?
It included dungeons too.
Yeah, they I'm pretty sure that was added in.
Wait, are you talking about on PS5 you hit triangle when you're on the map and it just gives you a list of all the graces in that area and you can tab between zones? That has nothing to do with whether or not you finished it.
That's just whether or not you've discovered a grace there.
Marks of graces in dungeons, it was there from early? What do you mean by mark of graces? R3 can mark them? Let me pull up the map so I see what the UI is, because I'm like, what are you talking about right now?
I'm lighting up Elden Ring because I want to see this.
This was a thing, but this was a very early patch. This is when they patched in NPC icons, because at first they weren't there, and when they patched that in, I believe they patched.
I had to tweak my script when they added an icon for where NPCs are. So
it's
yes, R3 can mark them. You can mark them as favorites? Wait, that's even a thing? You can mark favorites?
This is my favorite place.
What are you? What?
I love dying here.
Either way, though, like you can mark them and be like, I finished that, regardless if it's favorite or not.
I'm not even familiar with favoriting things. Hold on, let me find when I fast traveled, because then I'm selecting a grace. Because
Yeah, it's specifically
is
in the
travel.
list view.
In the list view.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull up the list view because I have some shot of that somewhere. Not in this one.
Okay,
Is
I'm
it in
loading
this
up
one?
Elden Ring. Logging into Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Because I swore Max showed me this, and I was just like, oh.
Everyone's
know
like,
that.
fuck it, I'm opening Elden.
Dude,
What,
we're
what
gonna
are you saying
raise,
right now?
we're gonna raise the Steam concurrent
tabbing.
players by like
So
300.
This list, mark Site of Grace.
Yeah.
What does that do? I never noticed that.
Barry's gotta redo his whole script.
You can favorite. No, it doesn't
Oh,
change
Barry, the
anything.
script.
You can favorite Grace and have a list of your favorites. I do it for Roundtable and I'll be Rune Farm, so it puts a star
Yeah,
on it.
Oh.
it puts a star on it.
And it gives
which
you a
basically
separate
means
tab
that, like,
here
you could,
for your favorites?
yeah, so like you could basically say, these are the ones that I finished.
You're saying you could use that as
Yes.
methodology for marking.
I would
things
just
that
hit
you've done.
square
Oh,
and
so-
it immediately brings you to the round table hole.
Yeah, you don't really need a
that-
favorite
you
Roundtable.
can
Do that?
If you hit triangle and square, you'll immediately go to the round table.
I think I figured
Sorry,
that
I'm
out.
just in the map right now and noticing like the minute Dan said it, I looked down and it said go to round hold table. So like I just got like double punched at the same time for the same thing.
Dan is inside Elden Ring.
I love like
Yeah,
this
no,
like
it's not specifically
Because Square brings up
like,
the marker.
mark as finished.
Yeah.
Wait, when
But
when
it
can you go to
does
the
mark
Roundtable?
it, and you can
When you
consider
bring
it
up
to
the
be
list
like,
and
I
then hit
finished it.
square.
Yeah, it doesn't say so. Oh, this might have been an earlier patch. Maybe they didn't add the
No, I
prompt
hit-
for it.
Hang on, here.
I don't think
here,
there's
let
a
me just,
I don't think there's a
No, there's-
notification for it.
hang on, here.
I
Let me
seem to
let me
remember
let me,
doing
let
that,
me
being
just
like,
share
wait,
this
what?
real quick.
But I mean,
Okay,
I don't
go
worry
ahead,
about
Dan.
that because I just go to this menu and then just hit L1 or R1 until I just get to Roundtable. That's usually fast enough. But yeah, apparently Square is just or the left face button, the west
What
button.
the fuck?
I
The west
physically go
button.
to the round table
Don't you
in the
love-
bottom left of the map.
Don't you love when they give
Yeah.
you so much shit at the bottom that you don't even read it all and realize that R3 marks Site of Grace? But then there's shit they don't even include, like hitting square to go right to the Roundtable. Like,
I was literally like just musing about that like the other day playing Horizon Forbidden West. Just like they're like it's just this fucking pile of instructions at the bottom of every fucking menu. And I'm just like, oh
Yeah.
man,
It's
Mario doesn't have menus, and I love that.
no, actually,
Mario doesn't
so
do this to me.
One of my
I
major
makes me feel way
complaints with Mario Odyssey that I don't know if anyone would really agree with me on is that every time you capture a new critter in Odyssey, it gives you a button prompt tutorial of like, here's how to spin as a cheap or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you do that and you're like, great, I'm off. They never tell you that almost every cap has like a secondary function in it, where you can do other shit.
doing, yeah.
They don't tell you about any of the advanced moves. There's no, you just have to figure it out, which is fine. I like discovering
Lord.
things, but they set you up to go, here's the possibility space. Have fun in this box.
So
They don't
silly.
set you up to be like, oh wait, I can do an extra flip or something. It's
Yeah.
like, it's so aggravating to me. It's like either tease to me that there's more or just tell me. Don't just put me in a box and be like, oh, you could have just opened that window at any time. I'm like, there was a window? Like, I hate that kind of design.
Window.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I either would prefer the full detail, or I want the method by which I can come to understand hidden mechanics to be the
Yes.
same. So that way, like, oh no, this wasn't none of you guys. I was not arguing. A friend of mine and I were playing Pokemon Brilliant, whatever, and
Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah.
like we were empathizing about how like it's really cool. And there's
Favorite
every
parts
once in
of
a
this-
while. I don't know if they do this anymore in the Pokemon games, but they probably still do. There's all kinds of like secret, nifty, like RPG-esque Pokemon evolutions and like rules and things that you can find out, and like, oh, how does this become whatever? And you kind of have to just figure that out somehow. Nowadays, everyone's gonna look everything up. What I would prefer is that information is always in the game, always. And that I just get taught how to find it. And they don't have to tell me. I don't need to know the secrets. I don't need to know secret moves in a brawler or a fighting game or whatever. I don't need to know any of that. But like, I just want to know how to eventually find it in the game.
Yeah, give me
That's like
a
my
resource that I can pull from.
Absolutely.
So I don't have to go to a fan wiki with incomplete information. Shout out to
Literally,
anyone who
you
works
mean
on a
like,
fucking fan wiki though.
Oh,
Say my ass 1,000 billion times.
Superheroes.
But goddamn.
you know what? You know what's a good example of that?
Parts
Just
of the-
because it came to mind. The spells in Symphony of the Night.
Glowing wispy.
Because you can
Ooh.
do them at any time, but you can also go to the library and buy a card that tells you how to do the spell.
Ooh.
So
I
like,
like that.
because you can do it like right from the get go with at any time, but they're obviously like complicated as hell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you go to the library, it's like here you do quarter circle back up, and then oh now I do a spell. But yeah,
That's
a Street
freaking
Fighter
cool. I didn't
combo.
know that.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That was
that's
like one
nuts.
of my favorite things about Unsighted, in like the way that they like turned the game into a speedrun game, but only after you've beaten the game. It's like, look, now you have all this information that this shit would have worked from day one, but you didn't know, and now you know, and you're like, oh, I will play this 3 more times.
That's why I love information-based games, like something like Outer Wilds or maybe The Witness, where you learn information. You're like, oh, I could have applied this earlier had I known.
oh yeah, the Tunic too. That's like 100%.
Tunic.
Yeah,
for that.
Tunic. Yep.
Mm.
But it's not. It's like the secrets are built into your experience. It's not like, oh fuck, if I'd known that, oh I'm mad I didn't do that. Or it's like you couldn't have known, but now that you know that, you're recontextualized, and you're like, oh shit, I can do this and this now. Like, I was just giggling because I didn't even notice when I captured this, but it's like sometimes I'm like, okay, I know I talk about the trails leading from the sites of grace, so I need footage. You know, when I'm capturing for a video, I play the game differently. I do like shit like this, where I'm like walking around looking at a thing, right? And I realized as I'm walking through,
you do E3 presentations.
yeah, you can.
Yeah.
That's so accurate. I go into E3 presentation mode where it's like the thumbstick movements are like very slow and deliberate. It's like I'm looking over here. Let's go over here. Like, God damn it.
You gotta have the voiceover like, oh, what's happening here? Oh my gosh. Hey, I need some cover.
Guys, guys,
Help me out, Megan.
I'm leading over.
But as I was going through this, I'm like, you can see another player fucking spawn into being and sitting. And it's like, okay, they're sitting there, but for a couple frames, they are standing up because that's what happens. So they're standing here. There they are. It's very, very faint.
Oh, there they are.
But they spawn in, they're like, whoop, and then they sit down.
They're just like, I need a
Just
minute.
fucking like, I'm like, oh, let me get this nice shot. It's like, jank. Thank you. Listen, you the player, it fades to black when you interact with the side of grace. Why would they animate a sitting down animation? So every time another player runs up, they just stand there and then boop, snap into sitting. It just gets me every time.
I think you should be allowed. You should be allowed to set a gesture that is what do I do when it fades to black?
So now you're thinking about you're turning Elden Ring into a Strand-like game.
Ooh, Death Stranding.
Well, I mean, when you do a message, you can leave an emote.
Yeah.
No, but Todd's point is like while you're sitting at a grace, you should have a default gesture just in case other players see you.
Yeah.
I do like that.
So you sit down at a side of grace and then collapse on your back, exhausted.
Yeah.
Like
just a patches squat.
Yeah. Squat over
I would
the grace.
want a gesture that's my character angrily writing a letter.
Dear
you know it's the From
Miyazaki, I don't like the
not
way
that Miyazaki.
Yeah.
The other one.
Dear both Miyazakis.
Where
I'm
are
mad
my
at you for
reparations?
different but similarly overlapping reasons. Find some fucking joy in your life.
Video games were a
Sincerely,
mistake. Sincerely,
Who
Todd.
hurt you?
Also, add golf.
Also give us
Add
some
golf.
From Soft Golf.
Okay, look.
from golf.
Look.
Zombie.
If I could play fucking golf in Elden Ring's massive, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
My
That would be
whole
incredible.
entire attitude towards FromSoft would about face.
Maybe you haven't met the right NPC, Todd. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh,
in
fuck
a
you.
nasty
I'm gonna
swamp.
say.
What if all of EldenRing's map is just an 18-hole course?
Oh
I
my
mean,
god,
it's-
with dragons and shit.
It's extremely possible.
The
Yeah, I'm saying, where's the modders? Mod
Yeah,
squad.
get
go.
on it, mod makers.
I hate
Start
that.
putting some
deer,
holes
thank
in the
you.
ground.
No,
I just
it's
he
like
shouted it from the background.
you know
and I needed to share it.
the end of Men in Black where it like zooms out until there's like 2 aliens playing bocce ball or whatever. It's like that, but all of that took place inside of like all of Elden Ring is like a little puddle on a golf course, and you're like, oh my god,
Kirby's dream course.
it's Kirby's dream course.
It's like, oh,
That's
fuck.
amazing.
Let's go.
That explains everything.
explains
The
explains the
deepest
crabs.
lore. That's the bottom level of the iceberg.
Yeah.
He's done it.
Gods.
Man, your
Aliens
video
have
is taking a
animals.
very interesting turn.
Mm-hmm.
It
Hal
it
Laboratory's been
suddenly
doing some
became a
work.
lore video.
Time to pivot.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I'm just extremely
yeah.
glad that Gam learned to push square to go to the round table today.
I'm just sad that I know a lot of people missed this.
Yep, I missed that.
Yep.
Oh, this?
Yep.
Yep.
Missed
Oh,
that.
pretty
She's nice.
lady.
Yeah, pretty lady's nice.
Pretty lady.
I met this person, and then I didn't realize when I met them again that I had met them before. Because
that is the correct
they looked so
experience.
different
Yes.
because of the lighting.
Oh.
I was like, oh, this is they? Who had no?
Oh,
Yeah,
is
whenever
this her?
I see someone and they're like, "Oh, it's you again," and I'm like, do we ever
Yeah.
met?
Met?
Do I
I'm
know
like,
you?
Ma'am, have we met?
Have we walked
Ma'am?
by each other and the game decided we had become acquainted?
Did you yell at me from a distance and now we know each other?
Also,
Alright,
I've met
apparently-
this guy, but I didn't meet him here. I met him elsewhere, and I'm like, "You're under a bridge over here? What are you doing?"
Mm-hmm. He's just
What
hanging
is
out.
he doing?
For
doing
me,
things.
that was the what is it, prawn boil shack?
He's my favorite. Yeah.
America's tits.
Yeah.
America's tits. You must be hungry. It's my favorite line of the game.
It's the best line.
Yep. It's the blackguard.
Mm-hmm.
Blackguard.
When do we get to power wash in Elden Ring? Oh my god, everything's so filthy in this game.
Everything is really grimy in there.
Oh, cleaning Kaled. Oh my god.
Ugh. Just wash away the scarlet rot. You just have a
Yeah.
hose running into the lake for like 15 hours.
Where is?
Oh no.
We'll
We
just
put
leave
a hole
this
where all
one.
those
We'll come
chairs
back
are.
to it later.
I clicked on a very
I'm
good
gonna look
frame.
out where the chairs
Uh-huh.
This is
are.
nice.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Ah,
I tried doing
It's a
some of these
tricky
dramatic
castle.
pans and they normally don't work out because like the stick is like at a weird angle and then it just like jerks weirdly and I'm like, oh, well, ruined it.
It's like, oh.
I need to
oh,
find. I need to find
I've not finished it. No. Not yet.
Not yet.
the fucking post that I shared to someone previously, but then Barry shared it in Elden Scream.
Oh
that
yeah.
I need.
We have in our private
Viz.
server we have a is Viz leaving?
Not that one.
Oh, Viz.
This disappeared.
Found
no.
it.
Viz.
Viz was taken.
No.
Someone
Viz,
summoned
no.
Viz with a Ouija board.
Viz like, I have to go.
I gotta take
Viz.
this.
Mhm.
It's just slash spoiler, right?
Ghosts are needed in another area.
To mark a spoiler,
Yeah.
you surround it with
In
pipes.
Discord?
Pipes, yeah.
What?
You know the
Very
key
cool.
above the enter key, and if you hit
Okay,
shift, it
thank
becomes
you.
a vertical bar. It's called the pipe. And if you put double pipes,
Okay.
it turns
It's
into a
a-
spoiler.
I call it a pong paddle.
It is a pong paddle.
They
A
are
pong paddle pipe.
paddles, huh? A pong.
The
a
Luigi
pongle.
board. He Viz-appeared. I will Viz them forever. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that.
Oh,
Like
I'm
this.
just trying to get
Spoilers.
this stupid.
Oh!
I've never actually done one.
You did
Oh
your
yeah.
first pong
How's
paddle.
it feel, Dan? How you feeling?
Feels pretty good.
Yeah, you
pretty
feel
good.
empowered.
Yeah, I could type
Empowered.
Closest the game ever
Okay,
gets
there
to
you
a
go.
main quest log. But yeah,
Hold on,
it's,
I have to
it's
type
Elden
Kiryu in
Scream
pong
is
paddles.
the, oh yeah.
There we go.
I can't share that on stream.
I can.
Yeah, you share
I
it on
can
your.
just post it in chat and be like, "Hey, chat, this
Yeah,
is."
you can post it in
this is
chat, and
spoilers."
then VOD watchers can meticulously type in a Twitter link. That was one of the, yeah, that was like mid-March. It was like pretty shortly after the game came out. And
Is it already March?
the game came out late
Where's time
late
gone?
February.
Holy
that was
God.
3/14/2022.
It is the imagery is fine, but the text is not safe for work.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Anyway,
Not
enjoy
I
sure.
that.
shared that and I got criticism.
Yeah.
Barry shared that, people laughed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there you go. But it
Tom,
has
what
to
was
be.
that?
It has to be.
Nothing.
Oh, I didn't expect you to post that. That's the kind of.
mm-hmm.
You've been paying enough attention to understand what the NPCs are rattling on about.
Oh. What?
Paying enough attention.
Hmm.
Here's where you should go. Unless you've been paying enough attention to
Barry's
understand what the
mood is
NPCs
soured.
are rattling on.
No, it's not
Uh-oh.
sour. I'm just like, what am I gonna use for this? Because I'm saying the piss beams from the Grace are the closest the game ever gets to a main quest log being like, here's where you should go. Other than if you're paying attention to when the NPCs are rattling on for an hour. So I'm like, I need a shot of an NPC saying cryptic bullshit. So any NPC really, but I'm trying to think.
Everyone here.
Maybe it's the witch of the east. Maybe it's
Rani?
Maybe it's Ronnie. Where is she?
Ronnie's my wife.
She says some weirdly vague shit, doesn't she? I don't remember.
If you talk to like I don't know these people's fucking names, but the woman who starts the Boyle guys, the quest that involves that Boyle guy, she
Boyle
says
guy?
I don't know what the fuck she's saying every time that she said anything to me.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, you mean
The woman in the
one that you
gazebo.
hug.
Oh,
Never mind.
The woman in the gazebo who's like, yeah, some dickhead took my shit and he's in a fucking
Oh.
box somewhere
Yeah,
in
that's
the swamp.
the prawn shop. That's
yeah,
the prawn shack.
she's
girl.
near the prawn shop. Yeah,
I love that everyone knows the name of the
cause
people,
she's
so
best girl.
I know.
She's great.
No, we don't.
Is she?
We don't
I
know her
don't
name.
have-
So when
We
I
don't know
first
her
met her,
name.
I was
I
like,
removed
"You're
this from my
extremely
mental
weird,
library.
and I don't like the way you're like leaning towards me."
Oh wait, yes we do.
But if you progress her NPC quest line, you grow to really like her. She's special.
Okay.
She's great.
I think I did. Oh, spoilers! Oh my god.
I
okay.
know,
I'm
I
gonna
know.
avoid spoil. I
Thank
did
you.
like
Avoid
the
spoilers.
fourth thing, and then that was about by the time I had from the time that I found her to the time that I had done that thing to get into that place, I had already run out of. I will continue to play this game juice.
Gotcha.
So
When was the last time you
I
opened Elden Ring, Todd?
fucking I
Was
played
it-
my buddy loves the games and like we haven't gotten to hang out super much, so I played it again just to play with him, but that was April 2nd.
Oh,
Been a bit.
I was still in America.
Oh, it's been a bit.
You were still in America.
Oh
Look,
my
I have well, my playtime says 90 hours, but sometimes I'll leave the game open, so I probably played like 60 hours. That's too much for a game that pissed me off.
Yeah.
I think I watched you play it for a considerable amount, and then I
Yeah.
got so sad that I refunded the game to give you reparations for playing the game.
15 feet
like,
to the
sorry,
prawn
dude.
shack.
Austin was like, maybe I'll enjoy this, and then Austin was like, maybe I'll just watch it.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I'll just have this open.
We'll just watch Dan beat this game 12 times and
Yeah.
live through him.
I got
Yeah.
mad with the prawn shack because I don't always read every message, but when 1,000 messages around an NPC, it's sometimes fun to just be like, I don't know what the hell people are talking about. But when you meet Raya, she's like, oh, can you help me get my necklace back? It's you gotta go to this place. And all the messages were pointing west, and they're like, go west. And I went to the edge of the world going west and did not find the thing. It's northwest.
Oh no.
It's
Yeah,
northwest.
it's
Ah.
northwest.
It's like
No,
exactly northwest, and you can't really see it from there. You have to get near it to see it, but it's like
Yeah, it's a good
all
distance.
like there were like 3 messages that pointed me in the wrong direction, and I was
I
like,
literally, I was so annoyed. I literally just looked it up on the map because I was like, I'm tired of this. I don't want to do the game correctly.
yeah. And when I eventually stumbled upon the place she was talking about, I was like, this can't be right. This is too far north. And I was like, and also I've been around this whole area, but never right here. What do you mean? There's just a building here. I was just
Like,
What do you
confused.
mean there's
What is
prawns
that?
here?
Yeah. Prawn friend.
Spoilers, you can buy prawns from him.
You can buy prawns from him. No, I'm very much looking forward to finishing the game and doing it. When I do it, chat, the title of the game, title of the stream will be like Elden Ring spoiler talk or whatever. Like I'm gonna advertise the fuck out of it being spoiler time because there's so much I want to talk about that I don't want to yet because I'm not done with the game. So yeah.
Enough attention.
When you started
Yeah.
talking about like taking notes during Elden Ring, I think I literally was like, "Oh yeah, that's actually a good idea," because there are things I would love to talk about in this game, having not even finished it yet, and having been at the point where I did the very sacrilegious thing. And so I think I have like 3 or 4 note pages of just like notes that I was talking about with Max when I was just playing.
I have more than 3 or 4 pages. I recently,
Okay, well-
so it's not competition. I'm just saying that's great. You're not the first person who said that they were like, I guess inspired by me doing a journal, but I think it's really cool.
Todd talked about it too.
Yeah, it's
right?
I love it. But
yeah, you should read my notes. My notes are fucking scathing.
Honestly, you're
my
My notes are like
see 'em.
my notes are like fought some dipshit in a corner. He gave me nothing. I fucking hate this game. Like that's
Yeah.
what my
Years
notes
in the
say.
dungeon. Fuck him.
Yeah. No, I
Back my money.
I've just been taking all the notes on my phone, right? I've had to make.
Yeah.
I'm on my 4th note because they become unwieldy. It takes too long to scroll to the bottom to start writing more notes. So I finally dumped them all into a Google Doc. Just I'm like, okay, just in case my phone explodes, I don't lose all this. It's currently 51 pages,
Jesus.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I'm
I
not
do not
done
have
with the
that
game.
many. And I did
mean, that's
shorten
even
them
busy.
quite a bit.
You can see what
Because I
sometimes
was
there's
using
emojis
voice
when I get very
recognition.
excited.
Ooh, it's like a Google Doc.
Went left and rats. 3 rat emojis.
Rats. Show
So
me those rats.
yeah.
Ma'am, I'm really excited to have some
My
kind of
journal of
incentive
confusion
that
and
makes
wonder.
you read this entire thing.
I don't know if anyone's
I
gonna
want
read this.
to read this
but
entire
I
thing.
mean,
I'm gonna read
it's-
like a Mark
I
Twain
want to see
book.
something early. That's not gonna be spoilery.
I would love to read this.
Oh, this is.
would be great.
I can send it to you. I mean, I'm gonna go through and clean it up because I think there's like typos and shit in here. Make sure it makes
You're gonna
sense.
have typos in your
Oh,
notes.
no.
I know,
How
Don't even fucking
dare
bother
you.
sending anything, okay?
This is great.
We don't
Can't be
even
bothered
want
with
it
a
now.
typo.
God.
I love typos.
Explore the Southern Peninsula. Wizard's Tower. Door locked. Have to kill 3 magic turtles to get in for a memory stone. Love it. Shit like that where I'm like, I'm playing a weird fucking D&D campaign. What do you mean I have to find magic turtles to open a door?
God,
Shit like
I
that.
so badly I want to go back in time to
Oh,
like
no,
maybe
dude.
like 1600 and give this to someone. Just give this whole document to someone. Be like, here you go.
This is your
the future.
homework.
Good luck.
Oh, here you go, Dan. This is what we were talking about. Was it talking to you about it? Shit. On the way to the castle, there's a Black Rider boss, and around the corner, a skull-faced bird thing boss?
Yeah,
that bird.
that is
and
true.
those,
That
and those
does
are
happen.
those are 2 bosses that many people have missed, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you're
still
right.
Was that you,
haven't
Dan,
beat
that we
the
were talking
Deathbed
about?
boss.
I don't know if it was with me.
Who's
It might have
talking
been me because I had just like found the bird on accident and then was like, what the fuck is this? And died and then it was like gone. I was like, what?
I think it was. I was
Fucking
talking to
bird is
someone
this?
who's either finished the game or is close
Was it
to
Viz?
it. I don't think it was Viz. But I was talking to someone who was like, they were almost done with the game and then learned, oh, there are bosses that only show up under certain circumstances, and then they had
Okay,
to go
that's what I
through
was
the
gonna
entire game again, finding them all.
Oh,
So I was just like, what? There's some stuff here.
that's
yeah,
fascinating,
the,
but also rude.
It's very
the
both.
Mariners were a hell of a thing to run into and figure out that whole thing. I will say.
I'm trying to think what you mean by that.
Oh, the boat nerds.
Boat nerds.
Mhm.
Boat nerds?
The boat nerds
Yeah,
that use
the-
Pokemon Surf.
They're like the closest like thing to fun bosses for me. I was like, oh wow, this is silly.
And
I'm
then
having
the
a good
thing
time.
that,
I like
and
this.
that happens when you kill them, and then you go give their thing to another thing.
Oh, those
He's like,
guys.
"Brr, brr, 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 brr."
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. I
He's
was
great.
like, what? Did I miss like a guy you can talk to who's like, hop on my boat? I was like, I was so confused.
Come on, I got a boat.
Hey,
Get on the
hey,
boat.
Man, I got a boat.
heading down river.
And now river.
Just like
Like,
Jungle
all right,
Cruise.
Gilligan, calm down.
This is a good note.
Yeah.
Every horse is a dog. Every turtle is a dog. But rats are always rats.
Yes.
A rat's always a rat.
that on my
from
fucking
the day that
tombstone.
he's born.
Yeah, that sounds.
Oh,
that sounds.
yeah.
That's some
Right next to
wisdom
your
right there.
pictures from Spider-Man. Yes, please.
The awkward horse jump was a fun time too.
What horse jump?
You mean every horse jump?
No, there's one in particular that gives you the a very weird shield. And I was like, this is extremely janky. And I have footage of it in case someone's like, what? And also, is it a spoiler? And it's like early on.
Uh-oh. It's early.
Horse parkour over here
Horse
by the
parkour?
wizard tower. You can get into this.
Get into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming there's usually messages here being like, go in there. But I was like, can I get in there? Seems possible.
It's really awkward, but you can do
It's
it.
very awkward.
Oh, that is not how I did it, but yeah, you can do that.
How'd you do it?
I took the jump thing and then just aimed right.
Oh, you could spirit
Yeah.
spring into that.
Yeah, you can spear spring.
Oh,
right
that's
in there.
way easier.
Yeah.
I just assumed that was the only way you could do it.
Oh no.
But it
Barry,
works.
you're so efficient. I
You can
love it.
see how good I've gotten with doing,
You're doing
extremely
great.
bullshit maneuvers with Torrent that I did this first try on my second playthrough. It's like
I'm
nailed it.
impressed.
Yeah.
Eric did the way I did it. All right. Speed strats. Well, it would have been
Let's
faster
go.
to use the. You have to use the spirit spring to get up there anyway, but anyway.
Listen, you got up there. That's all that matters.
Speed strats aren't always about going faster. Sometimes they're about being cool.
We,
And
call,
they
we
like-
call those swag strats, Todd.
Oh, there's
swag
terminology.
strats.
It's if you're talking speed running, there's definitely terminology. It has a
true.
language
That's
of
like-
its own.
That's definitely one of my understandings of speed running is that if it doesn't have a name, then did you really do it?
Did you really?
I'm convinced
really
that
do it?
90% of the reason anyone does anything in speedrunning is so they can have a trick named after them.
Absolutely.
yeah,
Dude, that's what science is
That's-
about.
that-
It's the same
That's true.
concept.
You're
They
right.
just name whales and shit after old white dudes. Why
Yeah.
they do that?
Old white dude whale, my favorite
Well,
kind.
I mean, there is.
Oh,
We have
no,
started
Todd.
getting into the generations of 90s kids and 80s kids becoming the things to name things, which is now why, like, what was it? A bacteria is named like Pikachu or something?
Oh, yeah. I mean, just in general, yeah. There's like meteorites and bacteria and shit just named after memes and stuff.
Oh, I hope they name one after Kiryu.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
You gotta become an astrologist.
Oh shit! I gotta start studying. You want me to think?
Yeah.
Well, you like space.
Yeah.
I do.
Did you wait? Did you say astronomer? Did you mean astronomer?
I am an astronomer. I did. That's
I do
very
that.
different.
I do that all the time. I do that.
I always
I do that all the
did
time.
not. I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, that's what that is.
Sonic
I'm like,
Hedgehog
that's what that
protein.
is.
That's one too.
Sonic Hedgehog protein.
Sonic
Yeah.
Hedgehog protein.
Yeah,
Helps
but
you go
didn't they
fast.
find out actually like that involved a really deadly virus or something?
It's
And
fine.
that
He
was-
deserves
They
it.
always
You've
do.
been paying enough attention.
Hey, yeah.
Right. Right.
go
I
back.
forgot what
It
I
was
was
just
doing.
his birthday. Happy birthday, little
We're
man.
editing a
God,
video,
I'm
Barry.
still-
Yep. No, I forgot what I was looking for. I just started grabbing other bits of footage. Where the
Truth.
fuck?
I'm still so freaking jealous of my brother-in-law now because
There it is.
So he's
Meeting.
majoring in biology, so he's basically going into like some of the same fields that I want to, which I'm now putting off till next year for reasons. But he got to go to Yellowstone this last week. Wound up not working out because Yellowstone destroyed itself basically, and he went somewhere else. But they're going back to Yellowstone for a week now that it's okay. And they're basically counting like bears and mooses and wolves, and I'm just like, God, I wish that were me. What?
I'm trying
I
to
want to find
pick,
a fucking animal and name it after myself.
I'm trying to figure out the most weird thing that she says in this conversation.
I think she says D's nuts at one point.
Oh, before the tarnished tire of obeisance
she
to the
write
two
the character?
fingers. That's a pretty wild
Yeah, probably
sentence.
that.
Oh, ma'am.
That's a pretty
Yeah.
wild sentence. I like how this is one of
Yeah.
the first NPCs I feel I can get a really good look at her face, and then you're like, why the fuck isn't her face animating? I mean, I know that's kind of
it
like
did-
that's like a FromSoft thing that they don't typically animate faces.
But there's also other. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I'm aware.
It did take me a while to realize she has multiple hands.
Oh, yeah,
even
that's
in this
neat.
conversation.
Yeah, she's got 1, 2, 3.
She's a nice lady.
She's a nice lady.
Oh no.
There's something to be
She
said
yellow-
for
she'll
rocking a
hand you
classic
shortbread.
giant witch hat.
Shortbread.
Do you think she's
She
got
got
like
the
a
good
tin of
witch hat.
shortbread under that cloak?
Oh, I
At
hope
least.
so.
That she just like hands out to people?
She's got hard candies wrapped up in little like
Yeah.
strawberry wrappers.
Yeah, and like some
Dude.
Werthers.
Now that if you put that at the end of your winding, meandering path that has almost nothing else, oh my, are you kidding me? Game of the year.
The
I'll be
icon
hyped
is
as
just
fuck.
a picture of a hand holding one. It's like not even art
Yeah.
they made. It's not even
Yeah.
cropped out. It's just
Yeah.
a fucking
Just
JPEG.
like a fucking PNG floating like it was a forgotten dev asset.
It's got the black
I'd be
and white
like,
checker
nice.
for fake
Asset.
transparency behind it.
Absolutely.
Oh man.
It's baked in.
Sign me up.
Mhm.
It's like this wasn't real. This is a WebP image. Where do you get this? Oh man, they're like, we're supposed to like fix this and take it out, but
There you go.
we forgot.
This
Sorry.
was the only they had to look until because the message system wasn't working in the dev time. So for QA, they had to motivate all their QA testers with little pictures
Right
of the
messages.
fucking strawberry.
Pictures of hard candy. They're good though.
So they convince them to keep going.
Yeah.
It's like do it for them. Do it for these pictures of hard candy.
Do it for her, and it's just all the hard candy pictures.
It's all the hard
Yeah.
candy.
Dude, that's definitely me going to grandma's. Like I'm doing it for the candy.
Like Meemaw, please give me those Werthers. Meemaw.
Where are they?
Oh yeah, I haven't met Blade in this playthrough.
The Vampire Hunter?
I said
Blaze.
like Blaze.
Blade.
Yeah,
Oh, Blade with an eye and 2Ds.
I
Just
wish
like
Blade the
Rainbow.
Vampire Hunter was in
Wesley
this. That'd be-
Snipes.
Really,
I was
like a
like,
PS2 era 3D scan of Wesley Snipes' head.
Yeah,
Looks like a
I was
GoldenEye
a
character.
Vampire Hunter? I was like, oh shit.
These are
I wish they put Wesley Snipes into Elden Ring.
Yeah, I'll sign that petition.
They did. You just haven't found him yet.
Oh shit.
I'll go find him.
These are great for
Oh
There you go.
shit.
I saw that it existed, Sargo, but I did not watch it. But yeah, the voice actor apparently read a bunch of thirsty tweets. Dude's got a good
Yeah,
voice, whoever that
he-
voice actor is.
He did read
Blythe,
a tweet
right.
where
Blythe.
actually
Yeah,
let me
Blythe.
rephrase that. He did not read a tweet from a very specific
Thank you,
VTuber
Viz.
that talked about wanting to have his puppies. I will say that. That's the only
Woof.
reason I know of that video.
types of
Oh, I get it, Barry.
Something was a mistake.
one.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was Bao.
And for players who are either less experienced
Oh, Viz,
or
there you
simply
are.
prefer to follow the
Viz.
critical path, they keep you focused. If you follow their lines long enough,
Yes, I know it's Friday.
Friday night.
I love it when we sing together.
distinct types
Always
of
works.
play.
Oh, does it?
It does.
Always so painful.
It made me happy.
These are
It's
great
like all
for
the
two
it's like
distinct
whenever
types
I
of
would
players.
like first
One, for
start
players who are
working on a hardcore series and I'm trying to sync everybody up and it's just like 7 people talking over each other and I would have their Discord audio so it'd be like each person talking and then each person's recording of all people talking at the same time. It's pretty great if you
Question.
want to just
Has
like imagine what
layers.
demons sound like.
Whenever you've edited a whole heap of audio, like I know a piece of video with a whole heap of people talking at once, and you're like trying to think about like, okay, this needs to sync up. Have you ever just like exclaimed out loud, just like, shut up for a second, just like as you've like paused it, just like, I just need them all to shut up.
It's like, shut the hell.
I mean,
like you just
damn,
like
I've
you know it's
literally
not going
heard
to do
you
anything, but you
that
just
while-
hope.
or-
It's for you.
I've literally heard you do that while editing the podcast.
I have done that before.
Usually I'll do more
yourself.
like I typically exclaim in more of a woo, like I'm like
Yeah.
like that. It's typically more like oh.
It's like an overload.
It's just sounds. I don't have any instructions for the voices. If I have instructions, I just
for the
like
voices.
solo. Typically, what I would do because I have a massive ego is if I would just solo my talking audio track. I'm like okay, just me talking now.
Clarity and silence.
Finally.
Finally, a voice of reason.
At last.
Actually, it's mostly because
In a chorus of
never.
chaos.
It's because I'm never talking, so my
Yeah.
audio track is just silent. But
If you
you know,
follow
once I
their
start
lines
actually
long
syncing
enough,
everything,
you are
it doesn't matter anymore.
It's for two distinct
How the hell
types
did you
of
sync
players.
all that? It's actually not as hard as you think. I'm
These are great
talking
for
about a
two
moment that
distinct-
lasts like seconds because
Yeah.
like working on hardcore eventually it was just like, well, I know what gets destroyed immediately. But like I only use certain tracks for syncing and then certain tracks actually make it into the video and like I would like because I didn't use the raw Discord audio basically ever. So like I would just cut people talking out all the time because they would just talk over each other. So I just get rid of that. So it sounds like the conversations were more natural than they were.
Oh, that's the secret.
Well, it's why fucking show takes so long.
Wasn't it?
Although when we switched to Mumble, the latency's a lot lower, so there was a lot less of the like. Oh, are you? Okay, no. Oh, you go. There's less of that when you
Yeah.
switch to a lower latency chat app. Anyway,
Oh, eat my
that was
shorts,
my
Discord.
hardcore talk moment.
Mhm.
Barry was
This has
like,
been Tommy
Barry was like,
Talks.
oh nice, I was able to focus and work.
It's true.
This is. I got the focus.
I found a dog. I pointed at
Found
it.
There he
another
is.
dog.
Yeah.
Oh, that dog. Oh boy.
He looks
Whoa.
good.
Is he okay?
He looks
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Great.
Mhm. They're
Looks like
good.
Donkey from
He's fine.
Shrek.
They're good dogs.
Does Eddie
So,
Murphy
like a
voice
dog?
his
You
dog?
mean dog key?
Dog?
Dog Key.
Dog key from Shrek.
Dog Key from Shrek. Boy, we love Pluto Mash.
I love this. Do we? I'm like, oh, let me grab this map. Oh, there it comes. All right, let me grab that map and leave now. Thank you.
Gotta
Bye.
go. God
Gotta
bless.
go.
Bye.
See ya.
Do not perceive or address.
Perception has been nullified.
Do not perceive or address Lubu.
Do not.
Do not.
Please don't. Do not.
He's shy.
No more, please.
He's going through it.
I guess he's not really that shy, considering fucking Koei Tecmo puts him in every fucking game they ever make.
Like, listen, people love the Three Kingdoms.
They sure do.
They really love the Three Kingdoms.
You're not wrong.
They're like, can we have a fourth one? And they're like, no, that's not how history works.
I mean,
That's not how this works.
These are
no,
two distinct
well, they
types
did
of
it again
players.
in
One,
like
for players who are either
now that
less
they've gotten to work on
experienced
Fire
or pull their
Emblem.
lines
So
out. You are
I'm
guaranteed
just
true.
Some
I'm
might not
curious
want to
who,
spend
like,
a
if you
few
ask
hours
them, who
snuggling
is
in
the
woods
Lubu
or
of Fire
awkwardly
Emblem?
maneuvering their
Three
horses
houses.
in geometry
Or three
that
hopes.
may or may not be
That's a good
intended.
What does that
question.
mean? And then I could probably answer.
Did you already beat Three Hopes?
Oh no, Three Hopes? No, never mind.
Before
I
ever
thought you meant
getting
Three
near
Houses.
the
Sorry.
probably
No. Well, yeah, because Koei Tecmo didn't work on
Catch
that.
you later, Ludlime. Best of luck. Feel better.
Good luck.
Case
Who's probably beat hopes? Spoopy on that Fire
Now we need a
Emblem
dog
quick.
key for a monthly badge. Yeah. You're not gonna get an artichoke key.
You're not good.
Why not?
You're not getting it because no fun allowed.
No fun.
The 6-month window where we get artichoke keys when you know I've given up.
Barry, hold up, Barry. What about this? What about this, Barry? Barry, what about this one?
You messaging
mean
me?
when you
Because
give
that's
up?
Do you just have a problem with artichokes, Barry? Is that what it is?
No, artichokes are great.
What about
what did you
that,
do?
Barry?
That's pretty
Tom,
good.
what did you do?
What about that, Barry?
That's not bad.
Oh, I like that.
Yes! That's
Well-
not bad!
Yo!
That's like a
okay.
fucking B+.
It's just,
Cookie
I'll give you a B.
Monster.
I'm not giving
Barry.
you a B plus.
That's a good
'cause
one.
I-
Come on.
I-
That's
B.
good.
At least an A minus.
With the sub badges,
Yeah.
I've been avoiding making references.
Oh, okay, there's
Oh,
rules.
okay.
I see. Okay.
There's
that's
not
fair.
necessarily rules, but that's just been a guideline of like, can I?
Yeah.
At some point,
more
you'll
like
get this,
guidelines.
Don't worry about it.
Todd wrote.
No references to vegetables. Got it.
Yeah, Todd wrote pokey.
From Mario.
Sorry.
It was like one of my favorite little Marios.
Oh, that'd be cute because then like the first path would be like the regular body part, and then the next would be the head.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
That'd be
It'd be so
pretty
prickly.
Yeah, so you
It'd be
should
really
do it.
easy. Yeah, it'd be
When
really
people
easy
post
to
in
make it.
chat and multiple
like,
people have it,
clarify.
it'd make a pokey.
Gam switched the bullying mode instantly. Gam's like, well, you like it, so why isn't it happening, punk?
Why isn't it here?
Yeah.
A piano key or a donkey. Okay,
You
but,
say you support it. Come on.
here's the problem with that. A piano key devoid of context is just gonna look like a tube.
It's a
It's
It's
just
just
gonna look like
rectangle.
It's like a
It
cheese
sounds like you
stick.
haven't
It doesn't
tried
look
hard
like
enough.
anything. How
It sounds like you haven't tried hard enough.
fair, earned.
Although I
and
would
thank
say,
you.
yeah, piano key would be
Just a
pretty hard. You'd have to
rectangle of
include at
white.
least
All
3
right,
or
2
4
seconds.
keys.
1 second.
I have a list of keys
I
I,
don't
haven't
know.
made yet, so
I'm about to say,
Not
I'd
worried about
imagine like Barry has like an entire like just
Have you-
like
have
an
you-
old janitor's closet full of
it's all
ideas.
dusty, and I'm
Have
like,
you added,
who put this
have
here?
you added a
Blow on
stone
it a little
sword
bit.
key?
Yeah,
I have not
that
had
would
a
be,
stone sword key because I haven't
that
done
would be-
references.
That'd be Barbatar's entrance into Smash.
And-
It's just like a close up on like a weird hand flicking through keys, and they're all very strange, like spinning around the keyring, and then
Just
opens the
rattling.
door, and then Mario punches him right in the face, and then it's like Barbatar edits his way into the Smash Bros.
Oh, that would
I
be.
did have that
would
idea,
be fun.
Snowbeal. I'm not gonna do it. Of a chroma key that's just a green square.
That's
funny.
silly.
No, a stone
I do
sword
like
key
that, though.
again, devoid of context. A stone sword key is just a little dagger. It doesn't look like a key. And not that it needs to look like a key, but it's like even my extremely dumb idea of doing 2 different key cards, people were able to look at that blob and be like, "Is that a card? Oh, it's a key card." It's like that's all I need. That's all it needs. Is like that moment of realization. It's all for that.
I like it. Look, this is the unfortunate part, like the side effect of having a good idea is that all of your friends are gonna throw ideas at you, and you're just gonna have
All
to.
of them
You're
are
just
gonna
gonna have to
be
get hit
bad.
in the face.
That's not.
You're just gonna have to get hit in the
Here's-
face.
Okay,
That's it.
first of all, thanks for the raid. Welcome. Hello.
Hello.
Appreciate it.
Hello.
Monkey is excellent. No,
That's
I feel like that's how you know that you've done something good is when people come to you going, "Oh, what if you do this?" That's a very gratifying feeling. I just feel bad when it's like maybe their rules, maybe their guidelines, whatever it is. It's like I have an idea in my head of what works and what doesn't. And sometimes I need to be shaken and knocked out of that and get out of the box, you know? But then there's times where I'm just like, no, like logistics wise, that can't work, whatever. And so whenever I feel like most of the time people bring stuff to me, I end up shooting it down, and then it feels bad because like I want people to want to be like, hey, what about this or that? And then I'm like, I can't do that, or I don't want to do that.
What about a barrel emote?
No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Well, who would use it? What would it be? It'd just be a barrel. Like that's my starting point. It's just like my gut tells me like no, say no to it. It's like I don't know. I want to be better about that.
And we weakened you,
get
and Todd
that.
came in with the punch.
Yep.
Look, I get that feeling, Barry's. I do understand. I'm glad that you've taken the inner strength required to push past those reactions. But oftentimes, Onsta will start a sentence and no is halfway up my throat. Like I'm like I'm ready to
You're
say
just like,
fucking
hell
no.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's
then
like, no,
and
and I'm
then
like, nah.
and then she kind of gets it in, and I'm like, God, it kind of makes sense. I hate it, but it makes more
works.
sense now.
Yeah, but then every now and then, Onsta gets really excited about embarrassed.
Or
Listen,
actually,
It was good.
actually,
Ferris
also,
was good.
how do either of these feel? Barry and the
Me
living in the
And
living room.
India enjoyed
Uh,
that. That was good.
Very funny. It was good.
We
It was
really
good.
thought that was good until
This
we got
looks
there.
like maybe a light
Or-
switch.
Okay, 2 seconds.
Ah,
2 seconds.
Also, part of it is that I mean, maybe that's what tuning keys for pianos look like. It just looks like a wind-up key. The grabby bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's a piano thing.
It's just me.
It looks
rushing
like
that
a-
part. Don't worry about that part.
It looks like a
is
bubble
eventually.
blower. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they tend to
it
have
looks like
really
a-
weird handles like that.
looks like a Kit Kat with 2 smaller Kit Kats.
I mean, it's tough because
Oh,
it's
now I
like
want a
Kit
Kit Kat.
the thing is I know
Kit
what you're
Kat
drawing.
time.
The problem with this exercise is I know what it is, so I can't be like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, no, that's what. But it's like my point is that you need a lot of context before piano keys look like piano keys. That's my point. And sub badges
then,
are
you gotta
even
really
worse
love
than
that
emotes
piano key.
because they're smaller than emotes. The smallest emote size that you have to upload is like 36 by 36, I think,
So tiny.
which is small.
too
The
crunchy.
smallest sub badge is
Shut up.
18 by 18 pixels.
Minuscule.
That you literally it's a blob of color. When it's that
My
tiny,
shit
It
too
is.
small.
it's absurd.
Listen, I've literally had to make all of the doctor's faces into sub badges.
And it's
I know.
astonishing that you were able to do that. It's not saying that it's not possible. It's just that it's what I've learned, and I continue to unlearn it because I'm like, I don't know how to make this into an emote, and then it ends up working sometimes, and I'm like, this defies what I expect. But emotes and sub badges are tricky. You need very bold shapes and colors and contrast for anything to read.
Okay. Alternatively,
A donkey
instead of two
in 18
black
pixels.
keys, what if we had 2
Oh, I
white
know.
keys?
Wait a minute. What if we take the store Don Quixote in Japan and shrink it down to 18 by 18, and we make it a sub badge?
This
I
looks like
asked Barry for a Don Quixote one, like when he first started, and he said absolutely
Just
not.
don't worry about the back end. The front end is what I'm trying to convey here.
this looks like someone pooped on top of like a tub of margarine.
Yeah,
It's a robot
All right
poop.
then.
It's
terrible.
Call it
I'm so
margarine
upset.
dookie, dude.
I'm so upset.
You made Todd upset. Only I can do
Oh.
I'm
that.
sorry.
Come on, Barry.
I'm sorry, what's that? You have the
You can't
floor.
make up.
Oh man.
I
can't
never
steal
would
on
have I
Steam.
never would have
Sorry,
seen
come
that. And then you said it. Now that's all I see.
Okay, well,
That's all there is.
I'd rather that
It's
than
like
you
that
going, what
PNG
the
of that
fuck are you
pig."
talking about? Why would you say something so messed up and I don't see it? I want you to see
I
it.
see it.
I want
It's
you
the
to see
problem.
Oh, thank you, Rebecca.
it. The donkey badge is a windmill. There you go.
Ooh, donkey.
Don Quixote.
Okay.
Looks like a double wide
Don
slide
Quixote.
whistle. So it's like a bass slide whistle.
Oh, do they have that?
I hope so. What am I doing?
What-
What are we
Anything
doing?
they got the THX.
I've made
entertaining your friends.
progress in 4 hours, just not a whole lot.
Listen.
Yeah, we're doing.
Things
I mean,
have happened here.
part of what's tricky, right, is editing on stream is rough no matter what I do. I'd prefer this to me sitting here in silence and having chat just kind of twirling the thumbs, being like, all right, I guess we'll just talk to ourselves. But in this exact scenario, there's a lot of parts of this video that I need to go out of my way to record footage of. Some things I've already done, like doing things with the map, certain things, but some of it I don't have. So I have a lot of general footage, but the general footage fills up the places where I don't have a set idea of what needs to go there. So it's tough with 0 brain cells to be like, okay, this is this part of the script. Do I know what's going to be here already? If so, have I already captured this? If I've captured it, where is it? Or do I have multiple examples to choose from? So it's been kind of slow going, but I'm going to capture more gameplay tomorrow off stream, and I'll have a lot more to work with. Anyway, what's up?
I'm gonna go and make dinner because I have to go do the public domain thing. So.
Public domain?
Public domain address.
The thing I told you about that you've probably already forgotten because Pooh Brain, public domain movie night.
Okay, so, if you said movie night, I would have been like, okay, have fun. You said the public domain thing, and I'm like, that is the least relevant part.
It's fine.
This is like the patented deer strategy. Is like, it's like, hey guys, I'm going to that place. Oh, where are you going? Outside. Oh, so you're going outside? Okay,
I'm going to the place.
Yeah.
Remember when I told you about the place?
The place.
Yeah, that one place.
Where the things happen.
You know, outside.
It is also 20 times worse right now because I'm going down on medication that deals with ADHD,
you're
so it's making my ADHD
fine.
fried.
It's so okay, dear. No one's upset.
You're fine. No,
it's
I'm
just funny.
I'm just teasing.
I'm not. I'm not saying you're upset. It's fine.
Okay. I didn't mean to imply that you thought that someone was upset. Just that you don't have to defend
what the
it.
fuck, Barry?
This is just like Thanksgiving. We can't have nice things.
I'm
no,
putting
this
on the
can't
Blade
be like
DVD,
Thanksgiving because
locking the
chat's
door.
here.
And Todd explicitly told us he did not want chat at Thanksgiving.
None
Said
chat.
No.
Left
None
turkey.
chat left Todd.
Is one of my favorite fucking clips of
Todd.
anything.
I still think about that sometimes
Yeah.
in stream.
It makes it like warms my heart because it's definitely one of those things where like I thought about that so little. and
that's why
when
it's
that
so
happens, sometimes that's the funniest stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, Todd, you were honest.
The thing that
still gets me
is like exactly what I talked about in that clip is the visual. I think it was Deer being like, no, we could set up like an iPad or something, and then chat. And I'm like,
yeah, and then chat could be on.
Do you know what that would be? That would be everyone in a different room and chat staring at a blank wall. Like that's what that would turn into.
That's
Not out of any malicious intent. That's just what happens. It's like having someone on a laptop. It's like, oh look, your aunt's on the Zoom call, and everyone's like, hi. We're going back to the party that's happening in person though. That's what is intrinsically more.
And then you just look over and see her still standing there.
Yeah, and then you're just like, oh right, the laptop's still open, and then you just close it because it's sad. Like it's.
Todd said, I will set boundaries today. Here we are. This is a lesson in boundaries, everyone.
Was it also an editing stream? I don't remember.
I mean, it was a joke, but I'm gonna go make dinner. Have fun with your tip.
Have a good public domain movie night, dear.
Thank you. You're free. You're all free to come if you want to go back.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Pete. It's Peter. That's very generous.
I believe you were playing Picross, Barry.
I was playing Picross. Okay.
Nice.
As head empty as an editing stream, maybe, but.
Todd.
Hold up. Let Barry read the thing that the person.
sorry.
Well, I have a couple hours of alerts I should get caught up on before I read
catch
that.
up.
But why don't you have your thought, because I won't forget to do this surely.
Oh no, it's literally nothing. It's just that I can say P now because it's past the statute of limitations.
Did you make it a month without saying piss?
I sure did.
Was this a thing that I
Wow.
didn't know about?
Yeah, this was the thing. So it's a little bit layered, but basically, because Onsta was up for the carousel.
The Pride
Fair.
The Pride carousel.
The front
and
page
so,
of Twitch.
Yeah, you have to be family friendly to be part of that process.
Wait.
And
okay. Never mind.
And there was not really a real bet. There was like a loose bet that Onsta could absolutely not make it a month without saying piss. And apparently she's done it. I don't know. I'm impressed.
Yeah,
and slightly
we never set the
doubtful.
counter.
I gotta give you a standing ovation for that. Well done.
I did it. We did have to reset it once
Well done.
because I did read someone's message that did have P in it.
Oh,
That's true.
It's been 0 days since Onsta has said piss.
Yeah,
You got tricked. You
Flip
did get
over
tricked
the
that
thing.
one time, which wasn't by me. I'm not a saboteur for that.
Weeb said I had to reset it 3 times.
Is that why Deer didn't stream
Three
Java?
times. Okay, it sounds like maybe you did make it a whole month.
I sure did. No, listen,
Round
because originally it was supposed to end on Kiryu's birthday, and I was like, this is gonna be a great present for him. Get to say piss on his birthday, and then that didn't work out.
Oh yeah.
Sure didn't
Yeah,
work out.
famously, his favorite mini game is the toilet game in Sotenbori.
Yeah, we can't
Fast
let
travel
Barry see
was
that
good.
game.
No,
That
you're not
shouldn't be in
allowed.
video
You're not
games.
allowed to play that.
I wouldn't.
Barry,
Don't
you're
play
not allowed to
Yakuza
play
Kiwami.
games.
I wouldn't even presume.
Don't play games anymore.
No. I'm
No.
gonna
Editing
stare. I'm gonna
only.
stare at
Chop, chop.
footage of old me playing games instead of playing other games.
Yeah.
Reminisce.
I'm gonna remember
Yeah.
remember the time I ran over that little pass, and then there's stuff. I remember.
It is.
Remember?
It is kind of nice. I definitely feel like I would enjoy Elden Ring more if I played Elden Ring and then blacked out my entire memory of it and then watched me play Elden Ring. And I feel like
I would love that.
I feel like I'd be like, oh yeah, man, you can do it. You got this. You see, you're learning, you're understanding. Whereas like in the moment, I'm like, every time I die, fuck this game.
It sounds like you need a hype man while you play
How's God's hype
Elden Ring.
man?
It sounds like you
maybe.
need 2 hype men.
Yeah, you might need to.
I don't know. I think I just need.
You need a hype squad.
You
I
a
just need
hype
the
squad.
health bar to be about 4 times longer.
Yeah, well, you can do that. You just gotta play.
You can do that. You just gotta play.
Oh,
You gotta kill a
no.
lot of crabs if you want to leave the opening area with a lot of health.
It'd be like the fucking World of Warcraft South Park episode.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
It's like, hey, if you want to be
no.
like,
Just
I'm
in the
not
starting
leaving
area.
until I have a real big health bar. I mean, it's been very weird going from my close to end game characters UI to this and just being like, oh, that's not a lot of pixels of health bar. I miss it.
Oh,
Does it
that's
make
so
you feel like
small.
you'd made lots of progress?
It makes me feel a sense of pride and accomplishment from my achievements in the video game.
pride.
You did
and
this.
And then there's the bears. Oh my god, the bears. Yeah. No. So when I finish Elden Ring, I really want to play multiplayer Elden Ring with Dan and maybe Gam if he wants to join.
I'll join regardless of if I'm finished or not.
and Todd, if you want to hop in
Todd,
and
please.
just be
No,
like
you don't want
kicking
a
and
wet mine
screaming.
with you the whole time.
I
No,
do
it'll be
though.
great. Also, Todd, you weren't that groused about it. You were very nuanced.
I want to be fair to the game because
He's
that's.
gonna be invading. Yeah.
I want to be fair to the game because that's just what I think that we should do as a people. But personally, I'd like to just beat the shit out of the game in a corner.
I mean, the thing is, I love hearing dissenting opinions from people whose opinions I very highly respect.
Thank you.
And so in that sense, I would love to run through Elden Ring and just be like, oh my god, these things and these things. But part of what I want when I eventually stream Elden Ring is like, I want to be able to talk about everything. And if we go too far, Todd will be like, I haven't seen any of this. So maybe we'll be like,
Todd's our litmus test.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we'll be like, okay, we'll just like hang out down here. I don't know.
We've gone too far.
Because it would be fun for me to load up my endgame character and then just teleport around, just like yelling about everything,
Mm-hmm.
rather
being
than
silly,
making
having
a
a
new
nice
game
little
plus
tour.
thing. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do.
I think whatever you end up doing.
Deathloop, yeah, when Todd
What do
Oh
you
my
want to do,
God.
Dan?
souped into my face and blew it off.
Now I
miss
just want to play
Deathloop.
Deathloop again. That game is so.
Yeah.
I need
That game
That-
is
that game-
Barry, fucking stop what you're doing now
We
and go
just
and finish
finished
Deathloop.
Deathloop.
Barry, go.
Stop what you're
I
doing.
got
Please,
three-
there's cool
Deathloop.
black people in it, Barry.
Yeah.
Deathloop has definitely
it.
joined the like annals of like games I wish I could wipe my memory and play again.
Yeah.
I just,
Absolutely.
oh my
Alright.
god, that game like
Alright.
filled
Everyone
me with.
finish
Ooh,
It was-
Zoo conservation.
It was all
pack.
the stuff I wanted. You know what I mean? It's just, it's hard. It's hard to argue with that.
Deathloop.
That game was really cool. I miss
30
it.
gigabytes. I have 30 gigabytes. Last played September 2021. That's kind of depressing.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. Go now. Come on.
Viz, you and I, we need to set aside time to do like a book club where we both restart Deathloop because we don't remember anything,
Deathloop fuck
and
club.
then our friends like Gam and Todd can know and be our was it Juliana?
Juliana, yeah.
Juliana or Juliana. So I was like Juliana or
Jules.
Juliet, Jules, and then we'll run through it and be like, right, okay.
I just want to watch and listen to Juliana and Colt yell at each other.
They just
Yeah.
posted a beginner's guide yesterday.
Oh,
What the fuck are you doing, Arcane?
What's crazy?
Did you know?
Bonkers to me. Well, I guess. See now, I forgot that Arcane's now big enough to have 2 studios. So
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, they're making
Thank you,
another game.
Zimmer.
I'm extremely excited to play, in Redfall, and they're still working on this. Like, I can't even imagine what they're gonna add to this. Like, if they add like more story stuff, I'm like, there's so many little like pockets of the narrative that I'm really curious about, and like, not the kind where I'm like, I feel unsatisfied or dissatisfied with how much was said. I just want to know more. You know what I mean? So like anything that they want to talk about, like to shed more light on, I'm like, oh yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Sorry, Peter. I didn't get. I will read your. I just was like, I'm gonna get cop alerts, and then I didn't forget, but then we got wrapped up in conversations. But
Sorry.
thank
Yeah,
you, Peter.
yeah, go-
What I was
be
gonna
a
say,
streamer.
I'll just do it right now if you're leaving. You said drunk, all moist, exclusively watch VOBs with ad block. Love you, long live. Number 1, don't drink and tip. Well, you should if you're at a bar. Don't tip your streamers if you're drinking. Thank you. It is extremely generous. Ads fucking suck, and you don't owe me a cent, so don't worry about it. I thank you very much. I really, it really means a lot, and I'm glad you enjoy the VODs. You can love all. That's the capacity you have within you. But yeah, don't worry about it. You don't have to apologize to me. I get it. But thank you. You owe me a cent with a C, correct? Not C-E-N-T, S-C with an S. You can spell
You
cent
owe
with
me-
just an S, just the C, or with an S and a C, and my brain didn't
I-
know how to handle that. So
I
You owe me the
love-
bicentennial, man.
I love English so much.
English is fucked.
you watch Our
just
Wasn't less than
love-
20 times.
love
Hey.
it.
And then I didn't even
Alexander
finish it on
Hamilton.
stream. I finished off.
My name's not Alexander Hamilton, so please don't call me Alexander Hamilton. That's not my name.
Oh,
Not
Can I redeem a
my
hydrate for Peter?
name.
Yeah. It's a hydrate for Peter. Have a good.
Get some word
Yeah,
there.
the
Cent.
hydrate.
Wow,
Hydrate
English.
Peter.
Yeah, right? Ugh.
Hydrate redeemed just specifically for Peter.
Specific.
Only Peter can drink.
Only Peter.
Only Peter.
Peter.
No, wait,
Subscribe
hang on.
to
If
my
you're already
Only
drunk.
Pete's.
Well, they can
Hang
drink
on.
water. They can drink water.
Yeah, that's
Dan.
what that hydrate means. Water.
Yeah.
When someone redeems a
Does
hydrate,
it?
I don't go, okay, let me pour a glass
Well,
of wine.
hydrate or Gatorade with lots of
I know,
light.
Barry. Why don't you have
coffee.
Why don't you have a redeem that makes you take a shot?
Mhm.
Other than that being against Twitch terms of service.
I was gonna say that seems like a thing Twitch would frown upon. I can get
feel
more
like
drunk.
Twitch is
I
always
believe you,
frowning
but
at
I don't
us.
think that you need to. You don't have to prove anything. But hey, listen, it's Friday night. Ludline, thanks for the soup. MD Major 46 months. Das Kaiser 34 months. Appleton with the soup. Imagine if they gave him a high visibility safety vest because so many complained. What was that in regards to? That was 3 hours ago.
Oh no.
Oh, Barry.
Oh,
Barry.
the NPC that I didn't find. That they made it more likely for you to find him. Yes.
Oh,
Drink
yeah,
responsibly.
'cause
Yeah, be safe.
That's
What's
right.
his name?
I heard.
Real
the
quick, hold up,
voice
hold up.
clips.
Dan, do you know you're muted?
Has a phobia and
Okay.
snakes
I didn't
and
say earlier,
snakes
he
and
didn't
snakes.
respond.
I think
He
he
keeps
Good.
them
Okay.
anyway
Just make. Sorry,
till
I
he
just
falls
saw
in
and I was like,
and quakes
we're talking
'cause it's
about
filled with
Elden Ring
snakes and
again.
there's a reason
There's gonna be a lot of
he's
that.
alive with the
And-
number of snakes in his
Thank you for the
file.
hammies,
I'm ready
Henry.
to wait for it.
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
Looking to snake for it.
No worries, Dan.
I was laying on the couch, not sleeping, definitely not sleeping.
Mm-mm,
I was laying on the
Yeah,
couch,
definitely not.
Mm-hmm.
Of course not.
listening
We sleep.
to everything.
No, you're fine, Dan. Just want to make sure. Niaga Dalamik, thanks for 54 months. Barry Ring Real. Yeah, slowly, yes. Samba Lamb, thanks for 7 months. Duke gifted a sub to Will for his year. Sherling Fire has a mildly cursed skeleton key. Thank you, Duke. Curls McGee with 26 months. 26 months. Thanks for the content, gamer. How dare you?
Ooh.
You call this content?
Yay!
Breadslinger, thanks for 21 months. Yacht Club with the raid earlier. Momster5161 with the prime. Welcome. Thank you very much. Sargoda with a hammy says this Breath of the Wild video looks amazing. You joke, but there is Breath of the Wild in this video. Not yet. There will be.
There's,
I couldn't-
Breath
I
of the
couldn't not.
Wild is gonna be in every video about open world games for the next 10 years.
Yep, and I tried to avoid it, and I was like, I can't
You can't.
I can't.
Can't find
It's
it.
a very good point of comparison
Yeah.
for several aspects. It's going for different things, but
Yep.
in terms of, it's specifically in the context of this video, I bring it up to be like, Breath of the Wild is the last open world game that really grabbed me, largely because they go, here's your ultimate objective. What do you want to do until then? Because you can do it right now, or you can do other stuff. And it's a very compelling framework for an open world game. And of course, there's lots of other details, but it's kind of in that vein. And I also bring up Breath of the Wild in the fact that a very common criticism of the game that I believe has merit to it, even if I don't feel the same way, is that there is a lack of meaningful intrinsic rewards. A lot of people feel like the durability system isn't a good solution to getting lots of stuff and not choosing like what to use. You're not really getting a lot of cool stuff in Breath of the Wild. Is
this why you got me off the couch? Is this why you wanted me to come?
Oh, damn.
So, for the record,
Oh, no.
You just wanted to bring me here to hear my Breath of the Wild opinions now.
yeah, exactly. But it's like I from a lot of people that I really respect. The people are like, yeah, I don't really like the rewards loop in Breath of the Wild, which is very valid. I found
I love it.
sorry, extrinsic rewards. I my brain flipped them. Where you're getting like a concrete thing that's a real reward. It's the idea that like climbing on top of a mountain in Breath of the Wild and getting a Korok seed is fucking boring for a certain number of people. People like me are like, whoa, there's a Korok up here. They thought to pull one up here. I thought it was in the middle of nowhere. That it's like a blending of extrinsic and intrinsic.
It's honestly, it's really interesting to think about it in this context. I would rather fight a bunch of the bosses at the end of the like prefab dungeons in Elden Ring and get a Korok seed than get a talisman I'm literally never gonna use.
That's real.
And
That's
Yeah,
bonkers to me.
Yeah, I
That's
disagree.
Totally opposite.
I disagree
I
because
understand that,
totally fine.
except for the fact that the Korok seed would then make like if it was a Korok seed, then I'd be like, oh, cool. Well, that's that dungeon ticked off. Where's the next dungeon to tick off? Whereas the talisman is like, well, I'm never gonna use this talisman, but that was a fun dungeon experience. It's like It's like, okay, I've gotten 1/500th of a piece of a puzzle in this dungeon. Time to find the other 499 dungeons.
yeah, I don't think about the Korok seeds in that context.
It's
but I
about
get
the
that if you
journey
do-
for me.
well, you find it intrinsically rewarding to complete a dungeon. You don't need a good reward
Yes.
to be like, that was time well spent.
So long as the dungeon isn't, just carbon copy of other dungeons.
there's a few
like
dungeons that are a little
Bloodborne's
rough.
Chalice's dungeons.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, the one that you fucking led me into yesterday. Fuck that.
I meant to say before I left, I was like, by the way, grab the grace and then leave. But I knew you wouldn't listen. I just told you it's a bad time. Because I knew...
Yeah, everyone, as soon as I walked in, was like, this is a bad time. Like, oh, how bad is it? Immediately died in one hit. And I was like, yeah, that's a bad time. Let's get the fuck out of here.
It's like,
Yeah.
hey, you know what?
I-
Actually, fuck this.
What I'll say without saying anything specific is that normally if I don't finish a dungeon or catacomb or whatever right away, I put a skull icon next to it on the map. So then I put skull icons where I'm like, oh, there was a thing there and whatever. I put it next to the grace. So if I'm like, oh, did I finish this dungeon or not? Because I didn't know, I guess you can mark them as favorite to be like, whatever. That system's worked for me. Just as an overview, to be like, oh, let me go back there and like, I got to the boss and it one-shot me, so I was like, later. That is the only dungeon so far that I surrounded with skulls. I was just like, fuck this. I got to the boss, Scam. I got to the boss of that one, and I was like, goodbye.
I think I found
will
the
come
boss
here
room, and
when
I
I'm
was like, nope.
over-leveled. Thank you. I don't care to try this any more than I have. That was the rough one. The sword icon.
Oh,
I use the
man.
sword icon on top of Everjails when I finish them, because it lines up perfectly with the little circle. I'm curious.
I should do that.
The one I'm talking about, I guess I could say the name of it,
Yeah, they don't.
because the
have
name doesn't mean
Want me to
anything.
tell you the name of it?
I
'Cause
know
I'm-
what the
I'm
name of
in
it is
Elden
because
Ring
I
right now.
remember. It's the War Dead Catacombs. So only look that up if you want to
Ooh.
know what it is. War-Dead Catacombs. Oh. What was fun too was watching Gam play it. I was leading him to it because he was in an area that he thought he was done with. I was like, no, there's one more thing here. Try checking out over this area. And there were several people in the chat who were like, I have 500 hours in this game and I didn't know this existed. So yeah, it's not It's a little bit out of the way, and it's a mean one. You
Yeah,
walk
also
in
it's
and you're like,
fucking
oh,
mean
this
one.
is interesting, and then immediately punches you in the face for an hour, and you're like, oh, this is still kind of a neat idea, but it's just such a higher level than you probably are when you get there. So,
Yeah.
I did describe all of Elden Ring fair, but I feel like
Yep.
a lot of stuff.
I was thinking about this the whole time you were talking about this. I'm like, where's the part where this is a unique experience?
Oh.
The part
Aw,
that's
B.
unique is that in a lot of the dungeons I'm like, ooh, but this is a challenge I can overcome, rather than
I
I'm
would
just
say
being
this
kicked.
dungeon specifically is like way higher level than the area that it's in.
And the area it's in is
it's
not
not
a
a-
cakewalk. It's a spicy
Yeah,
area.
it's not a cakewalk.
But,
It is absolutely
yeah.
a location where it's like, okay, this is the developers really don't want you coming here until much later.
And then you come back here much later, and then they're like, oh, come back here much
And
later
it's-
again. It's
Oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
god.
the Pope.
It's
Like,
like, no,
that
we
was
didn't say
Halo
now.
4.
Take care, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Be well.
Take care.
I have high 5 hours in Elden Ring. And I didn't know this game existed. Yeah, same vibes.
Like many things in Elden Ring, all that sounds really interesting, and I hate it.
Well, I Todd, I've
sure
been that
sounds
way
like
with there are so many games where that's me. It's like I'm glad that people are finding something that they connect with and they're having so much fun. Which I'm assuming is how you feel. You're not upset that we find it fun.
Oh no, yeah,
Right.
no. Like honestly, the only thing I don't like
dare you.
about the fact that Elden Ring is so popular is that a lot of like really cool games that look otherwise cool are Souls-likes in the ways that I don't like. Like this game that just came out very recently called Soldiers.
It's got soul in the name.
S-O-U-L.
It's got
Yeah.
soul in the name. So.
Which it looks awesome. It looks so good. The graphics are lovely, and like even for a game that advertises itself as a Souls-like, people are hating on it. They're like, this is like 3 times harder than Elden Ring. I'm like,
Yeah, they're not.
I'll never touch it then. Like
Yeah.
I literally didn't. I just saw like video of it, and I didn't want to dig in. So I was already like, oh well, cool. Whatever this is, I'm in. And then like before I bought it, I did a little bit more research just in case, because I saw mixed reviews, and I was like, oh okay. And like, is that Elden Ring's fault? No. Is that Dark Souls' fault even? No. I think that we were gonna end up here anyway. I think that this is like kind of. I think FromSoft is at the head of a whole swath of developers creating very kind of complicated experiences that are made meaningful through difficulty. And I do respect that. It's just not my jam. And so it's just kind of, I think it's coupled with like, I'm getting older. So like my tastes are getting more specific, and like there's a trend going in a way that I'm not into. That like there isn't a way you can make these kinds of games where I'll then like it. You really can't do it. It's just like, I'm not gonna like it if you do enough. If you tick enough boxes in the Souls-like genre, I'm just not gonna like it. And it's it's unfortunate because it means I can't be part of the conversation.
I wholeheartedly agree and understand. There are trends that catch on and people slap on the superficial part, which is, oh, when you die, you drop your resources and then you gotta go get them back. Now it's a Souls-like, without taking into consideration, like, there's an entire mechanism surrounding that makes that meaningful in a game like a Dark Souls or an Elden Ring. And I'm not even a hardcore FromSoft fan. I've only really recently gotten more into FromSoft. I think it really might have been Sekiro, because it's such a different kind of FromSoft game. Where I was like, oh, a FromSoft game that I can play. That was kind of how it felt. Like, I did beat Dark Souls 3, but it was very brutal, and it took me a long time. That was the first one that I ever really got into, because previously looking at them or trying to get into them, I was just like, it's ugly, it's dark, and there's skeletons hiding in corners where you can't see them, and then they knock you off a cliff. So it does have that old school hard vibe, but I feel like I've grown out of that, Like you're saying, that's like, yeah, as a kid when I didn't know any better and games were more closely tied to arcade design of you got to grab as many quarters out of players' pockets as you can. It's like, yeah, you walk a few steps and then the ground crumbles and you die. And you're like, okay, now I know I got to jump over that. That's not compelling to me anymore. And I think that's also why, like, it's part, a lot of the through line of this video that I'm making is these are the ways that Elden Ring is nicer to you than other From Software games. I think that's part of why. Not only do I find it to be a better open world game than most open world games that I've played, I find it to be a more approachable From Software game than a lot of From Software games. And it is still stupidly difficult. There's parts of it that are bullshit. Not even like tough but interesting or challenges to overcome. There's some parts of this game that I'm not going to get into today that are like, this is just bad. This just feels like they're laughing at you and kicking you because they can. But it's even in those moments, Elden Ring is still strong in my eyes because you can leave. It's an open world game. You can just be like, fuck that. 30 skull icons on the map. I'll come back when I'm level 500. Good day, sir. The game wholeheartedly embraces that. There are very few places. I'm sure at the very end of the game, which I'm getting to, it becomes a line of linear bosses, and then it's like, fuck, now I've run out of other things to do. Now you just have to grind or get good, which is not compelling. But up until the very end of the game, you kind of always have an option of what to do. Even if there's a boss being like, you can't enter this castle till you beat me, which doesn't really happen much. Usually it's like, doors wide open, the bad time's inside. They let you go into the bad place and then kick you. They don't go, you have to beat the boss to get into this place, which is a really subtle distinction that I find way more interesting. It's like a classic JRPG trope to be like, you have to beat this boss to get access to this area. A lot of games do that, not just RPGs. And it's like, that's kind of, it's like, I want to see what's over there. And then be like, oh shit, I'm not ready for this. Like, that is more freeing and interesting. And it makes subsequent playthroughs more interesting. Like, yeah. The fucking archers, exactly. Yeah, so I don't know where I was going with that exactly. Just like, it's still a bullshit broken game in a lot of dumb ways, but there's many ways, which talk about in the video. I feel like I have to like, I'm like selling my video. Like, I hope you're excited for this if you're watching the stream.
Well, you should be.
You probably are.
That's what the thing is. What you're doing.
It's what
right
the
now.
thing is them doing. It's where my brain's at. But it's like like the way that the flasks work, the way the traversal works, the way that the grace works. All these things in the context of other FromSoft games that I've played and in the context of other open world games that I've played. In almost all cases, it feels like they've streamlined things and pulled out bullshit. That's where I talk about. It's like the fact that Torrent pops up out from the ground underneath you, and then you're riding a horse. There's not even like whistle, it teleports behind you. They're like, it is extremely video gamey because we don't care. We want you to play the game. Like, that's the stuff that makes me so excited to play a game like this. It's not Red Dead Redemption, which people love. I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2 because I'm scared I'll just be popping blood vessels everywhere with anger. Because everything I've seen, I'm like, this is not for me.
That game makes Viz angry.
Red Dead Redemption, one of these games are popular. That's a great point, Alec. That's what I mean by the superficial angle of like, look, we added a when you die, you leave your souls behind mechanic without thinking about it. It's like, oh, these games are dark and depressing, so a Souls like has to be dark and depressing. It's like, yeah, it's people love these games because they're video games that treat themselves like video games. They're very, very gamey and very superficial with a lot of that stuff. They add all this weird background lore to kind of connect things and whatever, but it's in the, they don't even say, here's Torrent, he's a magical steed, here's his backstory, here's the page.
He's just here.
Here's how he's able to teleport. It's like, I ring a bell, he appears underneath my legs. Why do I care? I'm off.
You know, like, it kind of feels, sometimes like these games feel like having to do an escape room where when you finally get out of it, you get to the exit door, you're just playing Street Fighter 2 against the hardest AI. Like, it really does feel like a video game where they dressed it up and they really made it like, oh, this, how interesting, how confounding. And you're like, yeah, but mostly I have to dodge and hit this fucker in the butthole. Like,
these games are very, very old school in that way.
Yeah, and like, even
you have to read the manual to know what's going on.
Literally. And like, even though I don't like these games, that I love. I want more video games. And so I will always be a champion of that at the very least.
Yeah, a lot of AAA games are Disneyland rides. Because it's...
Facts.
Games are so expensive to make that I feel like there is a fear that if players are not experiencing everything on offer, that it was wasted time and investment. And also players can be like, well, I beat this game in like 30 hours. So it was a waste. It was so short, you know, like that's a short amount of time.
That's insane.
And also a game like Elden Ring or Breath of the Wild, there's just like, here's a world. If you miss huge important things, we don't care.
We don't.
We like
They
it,
don't
it is
care.
on you to seek out these adventures and these mysteries. And
That is my favorite thing.
it is my favorite. It's like and it's magical when it works.
The thing that frustrates me, and maybe I'm wrong, and that's totally fine. The thing that frustrates me is the game doesn't have to be this fucking hard to have that experience.
True.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
like,
this game is
one of
like
the-
I love the difficulty, but it did not have to be hard. Like if it was not hard, I still would enjoy the game just as much because
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to me, that's Breath of the Wild.
got
It's a
fun
game that is.
spooky shit.
Breath of the Wild is not an easy game at times, but it is not
No.
Elden Ring.
No,
Right.
it's not. I
Gamer Kings.
and like the interesting. I mean, like it's interesting how many things apply to both games, even though they don't feel the same. Like Breath of the Wild has the same thing where like if you aren't having a good time somewhere, you can go do something else. And like it also has like a light hand for quests and things like that. Like it's not a very firm hand. It's very like a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
So sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Just Wiremouse said, I love Breath of the Wild. It has colors and I can beat it.
And a fish boyfriend.
Yeah. Also, Alex said I didn't like all parts of Elden Ring, but I sure did think about it for a whole month, and that was great. It's
Oh,
Yeah.
and it's same as Breath of the Wild. It's like even if you dislike it, it's like it's gonna stay with you. You'll be able
Oh,
to join
yeah.
the conversation, which is exciting.
mhm.
Even if you're
Yeah.
intimidated by Elden Ring, you're like, I'm not gonna play it myself. It's not my kind of game. It's like you still can talk about it. Like that's
Yeah.
it's that kind of
Yeah.
a game.
Okay, just real quick though. I know people are making a goof, but like Elden Ring's fucking colorful as shit.
It is. It has an often desaturated palette,
You see
but
that blue lady?
like this is
Kayla is very red.
it is very red. I find these color palettes fucking like it's like soothing to my brain. It's like
Wonderful.
this like weird yellowish blue sky and like the trees being
The
this stark
trees.
yellow and that's not reflected in any
Yeah.
other vegetation. It's like
They're,
it's so weird
yeah,
and
it's
like
so
just I love
weird.
it. I love
They're
it.
literally like ginkgo trees. They're literally
Yeah.
ginkgo trees that they just transplanted into the game. And it's like, huh?
Yeah.
It's
It's
like
amazing.
it's definitely like many things with Elden Ring. Like I don't really like the like gothic gorer, but it's fucking immaculate. It's
Gorer is
beautiful.
very good.
Horror.
It's not my vibe, but it's the art direction is so. I mean, like how
It's,
it's
like,
I think it's
masterful.
important to have
Intentional.
a big, massive budget game that everybody at least knows about, where the art direction isn't. What if it looked like Earth?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
like fucking. I mean, the first time that you go into the thing, you go down, and then you look up, and you're like, "Holy fuck!" You know what I'm talking about? Like when that you know that kind of skybox kind of, you know what I'm talking about? Blew my mind. I was like, "Oh my
What
god,
is
Yeah.
this
that?
is amazing.
Yeah,
This is
it's
What the
I
hell
could
is
just stare
that?
at this."
Also, I
And
totally
I
understand
rarely
Alec.
feel that way in
alright.
general about games. Fucking blew my mind.
Yeah. No, I mean, also, I'm just like, I'm like clicking on random frames of my capture, and I'm like, yeah, you're looking at this forest, which
Yeah.
is pretty standard. There's this
Yeah.
weird fucking tall tree that's cut off. You're like,
Yeah.
what is that about? But then, if you just like look into the distance, it's like, hey, what's going on that cliff over there? What's that?
What is that?
That looks bad.
What the hell is
It's
that?
like the opposite of Breath of the Wild, where you're
It's a
like
giant fuck you symbol. Like, what is that?
It's
you're
like-
looking at something in the distance, and you're like, "Oh, I don't want to do
Did
that."
someone put a bunch of like
Fuck.
sprouts, like little sprouts on the hillside? Like, what am I looking at? Is this an
What are
alien
those-
bending over? What?
Yeah, it looks like the aliens from Mac and Me. Like, what is that?
Just it's like they do a really good job making Caleb look like normal from far away, but then there's shit like that where you're like, what?
Yeah.
What's going on
You're
over
just
there?
like,
I was
Oh.
gonna say, like, I feel like Elden Ring is one of those games where there really isn't a bad frame, and then I just like remembered
No.
the millions and billions of frames of the enemy bosses clipping into the camera over my dead corpse, and I was like, never mind.
Yeah, like
And
right
you know
in
what's
the
really
grundle
fucked up
too.
is that I feel like
Right,
the
the
camera
grundle.
is the best it's ever been in a FromSoft game.
And I still hate it.
Yeah, there's still times that you lock onto a boss's taint, and you're like, this is useless.
Dude, fighting there's a type of boss. There's like multiples of these bosses, and like in their second phase, they have a one-hit kill, and they raise their hands up so that you know it's about to happen, and you can't fucking look up there if you're locked on.
It's so bad.
Oh,
Just level up enough so you have too much health, and it stops being a one-hit kill.
what I have to do is
brain.
I have to level up the size of my character. Is there a way to do that yet?
Level up the size.
Is there a mushroom I can eat?
And is there a secret stat I don't know about that's character size?
Why is it always mushrooms?
It's like right below vigor. It's just like how big. That's the name of the stat.
No, that's when you go to the big boy.
Bigness.
Yeah.
That's when you go to the big boy.
That's big boy stat.
Big boy stat.
Big boy.
I would love, just speaking to like Alex's point about this game being very video gamey, I would love it. I would love it if this game's new game plus mode was just fucking like NBA Jam. That
would be so
that I would beat the game to play this game on completely broken cheat mode.
Fucking
That would be incredible.
Viz and Alethea shaking hands on it's below vigor. Bigger.
Big.
Big gore.
Bob's big boy stat. Don't bring us back to fucking Bob's big boy. Please,
We
I
have
beg
to go
you.
back to Bob's big boy.
Anyway, that was
That's an Elden
that was
Ring.
because Sargoto said Breath of the Wild in his hammy. Zamui with 52 months. People thought they're 100 hours from presented with basic menu options. You can what? Me too, though. It's that kind of game. It's that kind of game. You learn a thing and you're like, what the fuck? Like it's incredible. And it's also
It's
like
because
I forget that you can not dual wield, like two hand. Oh, it's your sword. like there's so many times I'm like, oh, this entire boss would have gone faster if I just like every time they were staggered, I just switched to two hand and then did a couple chops and then went back, or just didn't even use the shield and just two-handed it because I know all of his moves. I'm just not doing enough damage before his bullshit phase, like stuff like that, where it's like I forget. There's so many options. I just forget what I can do. So when someone's like, oh, here's this extra thing you didn't even know that you could do because you're overwhelmed by the choices you already have. I'm like,
It's like,
So that was, getting back to something you said a
remarkable.
while ago, Todd, that is something that I disagree with what you said, that I am bummed when I finish a thing and they're like, here's a talisman that sucks.
Oh, sure.
Or they go, here's an incantation because you don't have any faith or arcane, you can't use it. Like, that is a bummer to me because I'm like, I wanted like a fun new toy. But that lives in the back of my head of like, oh, but in a future playthrough or something, that might be something, even though there are some talismans where like, I'm never going to use this in a million years. But there are ones where I'm like, with a certain play style, this seems stupidly neat. And that's really cool for that person or future me. But right now I'm like, well, into the storage it goes. So
Get in here.
I had brought this up to someone else and they had the same response, and I have no intention of ever playing that game more than once, so it doesn't matter for me. But like, I get why it's part of the framework of enjoying the game. It can't really be done a different way. Like part of Elden Ring, especially in the beginning, when it's kind of like the Hunger Games, it's like who found the cool thing, and like I remember like I was complaining about the game to a friend of mine who's like a From Souls guy. And like, he was like, well, what have you got? And I was like, I don't know, I got all this shit. And he was like, why are you not using this katana? And I'm like, I don't know. And it's like one of the best weapons in the game. And I'm like, well, it doesn't say that on the fucking weapon, does it?
well, that's like sorry.
No, and I was just gonna say, and like, it just like reminded me that like, I don't know. There's no more, even more to say. It was just like such a moment where I'm just like, what am I supposed to do about that? Just like there isn't like a time where like Clippy doesn't show up and say, hey, your build's not working out for you, buddy. I'm looking at your stuff here and maybe you should try this. Like,
maybe try a different one.
Frankly, I would love a fucking advice column for Elden Ring that's just somebody in that entire kind of energy. Like, you send them your shitty, like, failing a boss, and you show them your inventory, and they go, here's what you could do, my friend. They just help you out. I would love that. What a great video series. When is Iron Pineapple gonna do it?
Dan is drawing Clippy in at this very moment.
It's called Twitch chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
Well,
but you have to have a
Octopath's here.
sufficient sized chat
It's-
at that
it's-
point. That doesn't quite. I get what you're saying, but
Well, it's streaming. It's also like a lot of online communities, like a Reddit or a Discord or something, where, you know, ideally people aren't just like, here, I'm gonna spoil everything, but like helping each other out.
oh my god, I forgot that you had a.
Dan.
Looks like you're writing a text build. Whatever you think.
You've always
I
got
was
something
like,
for everything.
Dan is on it. I was like, Dan is on it.
But yeah, I wanted to respond to. So Mercanius said that they put 75 hours in the game and felt like they got their money's worth. Had a friend who told me, you're missing spells, you're not exploring enough. For me, that's not the point of the game. You should be free to know as little or as much of the lore or area as you want to.
I agree with that.
I agree. It's kind of like what Todd is getting at, that like there shouldn't be a wrong way to play a game like this, but people find it, and then the game doesn't care to be like, you're making this way harder on yourself than you need to be.
This was something that
it's just
has
that kind of
come
game.
up. Yeah, it is that kind of game, and I don't think there's a way to. You can't put a bottom on a game like this. Like I've made this comparison that I don't know about all the FromSoft games, but I specifically was thinking about Elden Ring when I said it. That Elden Ring is kind of like Sonic games without a bottom route. Because in a Sonic game, if you do terrible, you'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
You'll fall through
but once
and
you've
go
beaten
around.
the game, you're gonna have way more fun going through it again because you know what else you can do, where else you could go, and you haven't seen what's there yet. Now, let's not get into a conversation about Sonic games and making that feel rewarding in other ways. But like in Elden Ring, there's no bottom route. So if you do a bad job, there's no way to say, hey, you're doing a bad job. Hey, it's your build. Hey, you're not upgrading something. It's kind of just like you have to, you got to go online. You have to have a friend. And is that bad? Yes and no, but it's just kind of how it is.
Right.
At least in my opinion.
It would require them at least reinforce the lessons they teach you in the opening hours, because they open the fire hose and they blast you with pop-ups going, here's how this mechanic works. And they very, very wisely said at the top, hey, anytime a thing like this pops up, it's gonna live in a special pocket in your inventory as an item that you can reference
true.
whenever you want, which is excellent. That they're not even like, oh, you have to pause the game and go to like a tutorials tab. It's like, it's just in your inventory. You can't even move it to storage if you want to, I think. It's just pages of fucking thumbnails for different mechanics and things. So at any time you'd be like, wait, well, how do I do this thing? And it's like, boom, there it is. You can reference it without having to use an online resource, which I'm always a fan of. But yeah, I lost my train of thought.
Oh man, if only they had that for NPCs and quests.
Well, yeah, that's all the conversation. But yeah, it's
and
like
dialogue trees.
they definitely don't care if you forgot something. There's no NPC at Round Table Hold that's like, I'm the guy to help you out. And hey there, champ, like, you're overdue for a weapon upgrade, aren't you? Like, that would for one,
Gee, thanks, Clippy.
for one, that would be extremely difficult to code.
Sure.
For two, you're not letting players make their own discoveries. You're telling them how to min-max the game, because there's not, it's like you can level up every stat. Every time you level up, you could go down the list and be like, okay, I'm doing strength, now I'm doing dex, now I'm doing intelligence, now I'm doing arcane. You could play the whole game doing that and you'd get through it. But specializing and into a certain type of build, into a certain type of playstyle, often reaps more rewards. You tend to do better when you're not wasting points on things you don't care about. But if the game was like, hey, you have this incantation, and you should put some stuff on, it's like,
yeah, it
this
doesn't
podcast.
work.
It doesn't work. So it's like, I don't even know how that would work. It would
Well,
be.
that's what I'm saying. I think it's just it like when you design a game with no bottom, that's it. Like you have to fall into the hands of someone who knows what to do with you.
Thank you, Beth.
Be it the community, a friend, or Twitch chat. You know what I mean? And like I
think that's playing the game though. Is it not? Like
No, that's what I'm
kind of
saying.
where I'm circling back around to. It's like,
no, that's entirely my point.
Yeah.
Is that it was designed that way, and when you get into that is when you're having more fun. Like Barry was saying, like, you know, the messages, like that's like people enjoy it because of that. I hate that shit, but that's me. I don't think that they need to change the game.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting and it's hard, and frankly, Elden Ring could not have existed any earlier than it does. It needed the entire weight and size of the FromSoft pedigree to push people to have the size of community, resources, and response time to like build a network that allows people to enjoy this game as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, because it's I would be fascinated to know if they consider the size of their audience when they design things, because the cynical answer is that, oh, they leave all these gaps in the game because they know that the community will fill in those gaps for them in the messages in game and in YouTube videos and wikis and whatnot outside the game. But it is, I mean, it's also, it's like that, it's that part that feels like an older game, not just the like okay, it's very video gamey and the stuff we were talking about before, but also the idea that they just put the game out there and then let people help each other out, because it's not easy. It's like, that's the thing where it's like, if it was easy, you would have less incentive to experiment. You would have less incentive to talk and share your experience with other people. I'm trying to figure this out as I'm walking through it, but it's like, well, and it's why I feel like this game works, because it's difficult.
Right. Well, and the thing is if there was no actual substance in the difficulty, nobody would give a shit, because those games have come out and they have flopped.
Yeah.
Where like if there wasn't something compelling about their first Dark Souls, it would have been a fucking like a run over dog shit in the road. Like, people like, this game is like gray and mean. Why am I playing it? But there was something there, and they've had that something in every game, and like, you can't argue against that.
Yeah,
and it's like the fact that people play the game proves it exists. It doesn't matter if you can distill it. It means it's there. You know what I mean?
It's why it's unfortunate that, be it marketing or what, like Dark Souls kind of launched the idea. It's like, you died. Like, these games are hard. And they are hard, they are challenging, but at its best, they're always obstacles you can overcome. And again, that's what I think is so compelling about Elden Ring's open structure, is that even though Dark Souls has a lot of openness to it, it's just on a different fucking scale with Elden Ring. But you have so many options of what you can do when, and that's what makes it work.
Yeah. It is a lot of people's first Souls game.
And yeah, that is true. And
really nice.
And it's also why it's like, you know, hearing people that were like, I've always been scared to get into a From game, which was me up until Dark Souls 3. Just seeing like people would play the game hundreds of times, dying against the same bosses. And I'm like, what do you mean after hundreds and hundreds of hours playing Dark Souls 1 and you just play it as your comfort game, you're still getting bodied by these early bosses? And it's like, yeah, it's hard, but it's not hard for the sake of being hard. It's being hard because it gives value to everything around it. It gives value to your choices and your weaponry and your playstyle, and it makes the rewards feel worthwhile. It makes the whole. It's like, that's. Oh, it's this barking about wide Yamcha is. Yeah.
I'm telepathically barking about Yamcha to Bath, but no, like that's what makes it really feel like an kind of like an individual adventure where like literally everything is different no matter who plays. Every single, down to the minute detail, is different. And then you get to compare notes. And then you get to be like, I missed that entire area. Holy shit. Or just like, this didn't happen when I watched little Richard go through this area. And I think, I just think that's really neat. Because it's like, I don't know. It reminds me of like, back in the day, at least when I was younger and like, you know, playing bigger games, not kind of like this, but just when you didn't know what a limit of a game was. And so like games that were open world just felt immensely, impossibly huge. It's like, this is actually this now for like the modern age. And like as an adult, I'm like, wow, games really can be this big. They can have lobsters and crabs in them.
They can.
What the fuck?
Also, take care, Marcanius. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifted subs. I haven't gotten to reading those out yet, but thank you very much. Also, Alec, I'm gonna be very curious to hear how you feel about my video when it's finally out, if you watch it, because I kind of get into that kind of stuff a bit. Just like, not to the same way that you're putting it, but like, Alex said, all it took was 30 years of the exact same game design philosophy, 7 Soul-style games, and wrapping in a structure that people are already familiar with, which is an open world game where you ride on a horse and press triangle to pick up ingredients. It's like, even if it is, okay, Elden Ring got people into these games because superficially it bears a resemblance to other open world games where you ride a horse and press triangle to pick up things.
It's Ocarina of Time.
It's still like hyper focused on the best version of that. Like I feel like I keep kicking down on Horizon, but it's like one of the things that made me hate not only their heavy reliance on inventory management and picking up ingredients to then craft into things, but it's that every time you grab a thing, there's a slight animation. It's not as slow as Red Dead Redemption 2, where the point is you're watching him reach over and he's actually grabbing that thing and he's doing everything. Like, at least they went all in. You gotta respect that.
It's so amazing.
It's
like I said,
staggering that everything is
Forbidden
connected
West,
and it's all deliberate. Like, okay. But in Horizon Zero Dawn, it's a canned animation that's like, it's like 3/4 of a second, and part of my soul flakes away every time it plays. And you do it constantly. It's
so bad.
When I was working on a video about Ghost of Tsushima, a huge part of it was just like, you press a button and you slurp up the ingredient instantly. Doesn't matter if you're on horseback or what. You just, whoop, and it's in your pockets. It's just, that there's no need. And it's like, I made a whole fucking video about immersion and the immersive fallacy about this idea. I'm not more immersed the closer it is to reality. Oftentimes the opposite is the case, because I broke down two types of immersion. Environmental immersion, which is, wow, he really is picking up that can of pepper or whatever. And there's mechanical immersion, which is I'm not thinking about that I'm sitting on a couch being a human being. I'm just invested in what's happening. I'm playing Tetris at speed 99, and I'm no longer a person. I'm one with the blocks. That's what happens when you're in an open world game on a horse and you press a button and grab a thing. You're not even thinking about it. It just happens and you're done. When I have to press a button and watch an animation play out, I'm taken out of the experience. It's less immersive, if that's how you want to structure that. So it makes me go fucking crazy when I'm playing an open world game where I'm gonna do the same actions billions of times and it has an animation. I'm like, no, just make it instant.
Fuck this!
Real quick,
Looking at you, Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Just watching your stream and having your audio play through in the Discord call, so they're like desynced. Is amazing. watching your hand motions and just screaming as it was beautiful.
Out of sync. Thank you. I get passionate when I'm mad about games.
But
it's
that's
less
the right time to be passionate.
It's less mad about games. It's more like when you play a game like an Elden Ring and you're like, this is what I have known that it's not even what I didn't know I wanted. It's like, this is what I knew I wanted. A game that just mostly, with a big asterisk, respects your time. There's a big asterisk there. It's doing a lot of work, but it's a lot of what I talk about in the video is just like, they want you to be focusing on the experience and fighting bosses and not wrestling with layers of bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
There are optional layers of bullshit you can choose to engage with, but the core Elden Ring experience, you can be like, I'm gonna run around and kill things and get stronger. And they're like, do it. Fucking go. You can fast travel, you can have a horse pop up out of the ground, you can grab things instantly. You don't even have to craft a single fucking thing if you don't want to. They're like, where do you want to go? It just much closer line between what you want to do and then doing it. And I feel like I play a game like a Horizon, and I'm just like, all I want to do is see what's over that mountain. And they're like, okay, well, first of all, you can't climb over that mountain. There's a certain altitude where you can't go any higher. So you really need to go through this valley, which we filled with enemies that you have to take out because they have laser vision that can see you everywhere. And I'm like, you made an open world game filled with robot dinosaurs and I don't want to be here. How did you do that? I'm so sad.
How did you do it?
It just kills
me. It's like
me.
the coolest and easiest thing.
I know.
To bring people in. What did you do?
And I talked also in this video about like something that astounds me, and this is something I kind of stole from my Ghost of Tsushima video that I didn't make, is that making any game of any scale is a stupid amount of time and work. Anyone who's ever made a game or learned anything about game development will tell you that. Making an open world game is stupid, doesn't do it justice, I don't think. The amount of work you need to spend to make a 3-dimensional open world for a player to traverse and not have it instantly implode is so much work. And to spend all of that time and effort, hundreds of people making the rocks look right, just everything coming together so you have enemies and things that can fly and things that can spawn in and things that are dynamic,
on top of the, it's like your brain explodes trying to comprehend it, and to do all that and go, okay, but there's guardrails on either side of this canyon because we put an encounter in the middle and we want to make sure you get it. It's like, you've just make it a level-based game. It didn't need to be open world. You're doing it to check a box. Some people are interested, I guess, but you spent like billions of man hours to make a world I can't walk through. Why would you do that? It's just, it's like, this is why I don't love open world games. It's like, there was a brief period around the PS2 era where I played like GTA 3 and was like, wow, it's a city. I played Spider-Man 2 and was like, whoa, there's cars. Like, it was magical. And then I got exhausted and I was like, I fucking hate how little they're letting me play around their sandbox that they meticulously designed to be interesting to look at and move through. And then I played Far Cry 4 for like 50 hours and was like, that was fine. It was okay. I liked Far Cry 3. That was like apex of dumb open world game for me, where it's like, hey, at least you're incentivized to do everything. All the systems interplay interestingly, but oh man, I'm getting all hot and bothered talking about video. This is why I make videos, because otherwise I just yell.
We're getting mad at video games.
Don't get
We're getting mad at video games.
Thanks,
Don't get
Cool
mad.
Frog and Dolphin. I fixed Far Cry 4, yeah.
I empathize with you, Barry. I also have done many a rant, especially about open world games, where the tone of my voice raises slowly over the course of 12 minutes.
Until I'm in a falsetto before I realize it.
Yeah.
You said that, and I needed to bring up
like,
Cool Frog and Dolphin.
I instinctively get further away from the mic.
You just lean back and start yelling.
Well, like my voices normally it's kind of on the lower end. So then like if it starts going up, I gotta back up.
I should just make this my profile pic. Directed at me, not at anyone other than me.
Well, then you gotta put a little bit of you in the corner, a little Barbatar in the corner there.
I'll do that.
It's like a sad Barbatar looking at the ground.
Does Elden Ring not count as dumb open world games? I don't think so. I'm making a video about why I think it's a not dumb open world game. He's pointing.
He's pointing.
That's bar in the corner.
Yeah, there it is.
That's
there
bar
it is.
in the spotlight. We're talking about Rise. I kept thinking about an article I read that I think you would like. Whoa. Game design and medics. What happened to game design? That's a bold title.
Damn.
Oh,
the game design though.
I haven't even read anything other than the title and the image at the top, and I'm already in love.
Oh shit.
This is exceptional. Thank you. I'll read it later. Thank you, Alec.
Oh my god.
Oh fuck.
Incredible.
You know, game design was invented in the late '90s, and then it died a swift death.
It ate too much.
I miss game design every day.
It's directly tied to the complexity and costs of making a modern game. That's why we had so many weird fucking experimental games all the way up through the PS2 and GameCube and Xbox era. Think about the weird fucking shit on those platforms.
Yeah.
And then you hit the PS3 and the 360 and the Wii, and it went, oh no, this is a nightmare. How do we make a texture appear on the PS3? It took months to get a single JPEG to spin around. And,
we don't want to make more bonk.
And then indie games came to the rescue. Yeah.
Bring back
Absolutely, I
Kid
appreciate
Clown
it.
and the Crazy Chase.
I was bummed playing Horizon. I was excited. I got into it really late after the fact, but for some reason I've had a chip on my shoulder about Horizon since day one, because I was like, this seems really neat and cool.
Yeah.
And then see, but it's like in the lead up to the game's release, all I knew about was the setting, and there's robot dinosaurs in like a kind of prehistoric setting, which is like, okay, what do I do in this game? And they didn't really talk about it pre-release. It's just like, okay, it seems to be open world, but like, how does it work? And then the game came out, and I know I'm exaggerating, but every single tweet, Reddit post, whatever I saw about Horizon was, oh my fucking god, I love this game. It's so cool. I love the characters and the world. It's so interesting. I'm having a great time. And I was like sitting there just like, but is it a video game? I'm okay with games not having a lot of mechanics and complexity. Like, some of my favorite games are extremely minimalist experiences, like walking simulators. You know, what is a video game? I completely missed what he even said.
but
You said, but is it a video game? But that's fucking
I'm
funny.
pretty sure
it
it's
was-
a video game.
so I'm like,
Yes!
I know I need someone to defend it because I've just been bashing it, but it's like
I mean, I'm not gonna say that like it doesn't have problems, but like it's a video game.
it just
certainly is that.
struck
It's a
me
big
this
vision.
really weird way
Barely.
where it felt like at least when it came out, everyone was like, I fucking love this game, but no one would say a single sentence about what the gameplay was. And then I played it and was like, no, it is a video game. But well, no one, it's like no one's talking. It was
But then
so
why do I
weird.
hate it?
It was
Why
just
make
really
me feel
weird.
bad?
And then I went back to it a second time. It was just like, no, it's still it for me. But it's not that I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it's a bad game. I'm not gonna do that because I don't think it is. It's really not for me, from what I've experienced. And that can be a frustrating thing because you're like, I wanna have fun the way everyone else is having fun, but sometimes it's useful because it helps me clarify what I'm looking for and what I like and then how I want to talk about things. So I still play games that I don't like, even if I'm like, I'm mad. It's like, but it's still interesting.
I literally went from like playing the first Horizon, which I didn't finish, and really, really, really enjoying it, to playing the second Horizon and being like, oh, I don't want to play this. Like way earlier. And I was just like, wow. I'm like
You
it
and I
felt well, and
talked
there's
about
there's
this,
reasons why yeah, it's to be fair, there's reasons why Forbidden West, I think, even if you came to it for the same reason that you came to the first game, it's a worse experience. But I just, in the span of time since then, like I said, my interests have crystallized more, and I'm like, I just don't want to do this. But the robots are fucking cool.
Yeah, they are.
Robots
They're
are
very
neat.
cool. You can't
to
argue
argue.
those designs are on point.
Bionicle.
I do wanna shoot off their fucking little gizmos and gadgets.
And that is
And
extremely
use them to make
satisfying.
more armor and
when
things.
you're fighting them
Yeah.
and the bits of them, chunks of them are flying off and
Yeah,
you get
it
that
feels
real
real cool.
sense that you're, because whenever you fire like a bow in a game, that's like the least compelling mechanic. It's like it never feels right, and then it's like boo, and then they get hit.
Swing.
I mean, you say that, but do you remember in the first Fable when you got a headshot and their head spun around like 7 times floating
I
in
don't
the air?
think I ever used a bow in the first Fable. You could use a bow in Fable?
Yeah?
Ooh.
I never played
Yes?
Fable.
Oh,
okay,
Fable's
well.
good.
Yeah.
And then it's
I love
I've
Fable.
seen a lot of Fable. I never
It's
played
good,
it.
and then it doesn't end.
There's
and you're
bows
like,
in
wait a minute.
Fable.
Dude,
What?
I played like I think all the way up to Fable 3, and I
love
got
all of them.
the most devastating bug, and I was like, I cannot finish my game, and I was
No.
like, I hate this game forever now. I was just like, that's it, I just hate this game now. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I played so much of it too. And I was like,
I-
wee, I'm having a good time. Nope.
I have
If
one.
there's a janky franchise I love, it's Fable and Sonic.
It is
But
fun, but
Fable
man,
in
those
particular.
game-breaking
Yeah.
bugs don't feel great
No,
because
they
they
don't.
also let you like carry over. So it's like, ah, man.
I have one more fuck you Horizon before we move on while we're on the subject, which
Gonna
is that
stab Viz in the chest.
yeah, well it's
Fine, I'm a ghost.
it's the kind of thing that for me when I realized it became almost game-breakingly distracting and terrible, and I found one thread at the time complaining about it, and I think I've talked about it on stream before, but to me it's the kind of thing, it's like seeing the arrow in the FedEx logo. It's like once someone points it out to you, you're never gonna unsee it. So if you enjoy Horizon, don't listen to what I'm about to say. But when you move, so in most third-person games, for example, in Elden Ring, or first-person shooter, whatever it is, when you press up on the stick or you hold W on your keyboard, you move forward, right? In a third-person game, that tends to be towards a vanishing point in the middle of the screen. Okay? So when you hold up, you're moving towards where the center of your view is. In Horizon Zero Dawn, she moves forward. If I had my PS5, I'd be able to explain this better. I did talk about this. So she is off center because in a lot of third-person games, it's more aesthetically pleasing to have her off the side. But if you hold up, okay, let me find something in okay. For example, here. Okay, imagine she was standing off to the side over here, and she was facing this direction. In most games, if you held up, she would actually kind of be subtly moving to the right a little bit. But your brain's like, yeah, no, I'm holding up. So she's moving forward. The camera is moving perfectly forward as she is moving forward. But if she's looking up this way, you feel like you're moving slightly to the left. because she's just walking over this way. So if you hold up, you don't wind up over here, you wind up over here somewhere. And it's extremely distracting. And a way that you can feel it, in case you're curious, is if you hold the left trigger to go into aiming mode, she moves the way you would expect, which is forward moves you into the middle of the screen. The camera moves perfectly forward. So you can literally toggle between standing still and then walking forward without aiming, and then doing it with aiming, and you wind up in different places. And it's substantial. She's at a very distinct forward angle, separate from the... And it's like, I found a single thread when I was like, why is this feel... It's like, I was like running around the world, and I was like, this feels so weird to me. It took me hours to figure out why it felt wrong until I found that out. I've heard this from before. I did not find it an issue even knowing this in my experience. I am very happy for you, honestly. Third person Jay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm curious.
I need this.
I want to go see it. I want to go.
I need to finish the DLC for the first game anyway because I never played it. So when I go back to that, I'll be looking for that. There was something like I think it was something. I don't know. Maybe this was it. I remember distinctly playing Horizon 1, and even though I liked that game, I had a very weird feeling most of the time when I was moving my camera around and like navigating, and I couldn't put my finger on it at all. And I don't know what it is or what it was, or it was the position of the camera or something. Like I have no idea what it was. And maybe that's it. And if I go back, I'll be able to be like, oh, that's why that felt a little bit weird.
What might that do?
I don't remember if that's a problem. I don't know if that's a problem in the second game.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see anyone talking about it with the first game either, so if it's still in the second one, I wouldn't know. But, it seems like my brain.
Just real quick.
For sure.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you changed the subject. I gotta bounce.
Okay.
This was lovely.
See
Great
you later,
chat.
Todd. This was great.
Love to hang out on editing
great.
streams. We talk about game design, baby.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man.
This was great.
I fucking stopped working because I was enjoying the conversation too much. I might have found a video of it.
Hooray! All right, guys.
Yay!
Well, have fun with the rest of your
Literally
night.
just loaded up
Have a good
Horizon. So I'm
one.
curious.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Todd. Thanks for
Bye, Todd.
I think this is the video I was looking at last time that I talked about this on stream. See, yeah. You can see exactly what I'm talking. Where they aim, pointing at that tree. You hold up, she goes this way.
Oh.
I get what you're
that's
saying. Yeah.
Interesting.
And if you're aiming and hold up, which is maybe what he's gonna do. Does he aim while? Does he move while aiming? Doesn't seem to do it. Oh, he's just comparing to other games how they work.
Oh.
But yeah, you can see when she aims, she's like facing over there. If you move while you're aiming, and you hold up, she goes right there. Hold it a little right.
Goes.
That's what I was like, is my stick drifting? I like literally was like, my brain is breaking because it feels like I'm holding up and she's not going where I want her to. What's going on? Until I eventually landed, I was like, oh, it's because she's moving forward as her model is facing, which is not the same as the way the camera is facing forward. It's slightly to the left.
Like
Wow, I never noticed
name
that.
for
I'm
it? Yeah.
testing it now, and yeah.
It is infuriating. It was like I felt like I was like my brain was broken. It seems 1,000% intentional. And I feel like it ends up resulting in movement that looks better because you're not also just staring at the back of her head, right? She's at like a slight angle or whatever.
Okay. So I'm testing in a town where the camera shifts from over her right shoulder to center to her left shoulder. The movement updates where she is on screen. So if she's in the center of the screen, she runs directly straight.
Yeah.
Because
But as soon as it starts to, like, as soon as she goes to one of the other sides, it keeps the straight going, but the camera now feels like she's off focus.
Yeah, because she's it's like the relationship between her position and angle and the camera, and they're not. It's like it's dependent on both of those is where she ends up going, but. Clearly people are able to play the game, right? It's like
I think
tons
that's
of
like
people
such
played it.
a specific like. You have to know what you're looking for. Like it said, even it took you a really long time to like realize what was happening. I feel like most people are just gonna play that game and have no idea what that is, even if it feels weird. Like something about Horizon Zero Dawn felt weird to me, and I still don't know to this day if that was it. And that might have been it.
This
but-
might have been it, because that was what I eventually like sat down and was like, I need to figure out what feels so weird about this. And it wasn't until I realized that if you couldn't pull out the bow and aim, I would just be convinced it was my brain. But pulling out the
It's a good
bow
thing
and
that's-
showing you exactly like this is forward, and now you're moving the way you would expect to. I was like, oh, now I understand what's happening. I mean, it's still weird, and I obviously have trouble explaining it concisely, but Shadow of the Colossus does not. So what those games do is they do offset the character's position, but they're still for them, they're kind of angled to the right if they're to the side. They're still heading towards that vanishing point in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, I just booted up
That
Horizon
is-
Zero Dawn. Shout out to the PS5 load times.
Yeah, right.
And
What's
yeah,
the
it's,
PS5?
I don't know. No one's ever seen one. Yeah, that sure is how that works, huh?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Never, yeah, I never caught that.
And then
Here, do you want? Here, I can screen share because I use my Elgato.
That would
if
be
you want me to like
excellent.
give a live,
Yeah.
real-time
live demo. Because I couldn't
Live
get in that guy's,
demonstration
in that
Yeah,
guy's
give me-
during
capture.
a hot
during
minute
Horizon
to,
Slander Hour.
Listen, I think that's fascinating. That might have been the reason why I was like, I had a weird vibe the
Probably.
entire time I was playing that game.
It's
this
kind of
game.
why I want to talk about it more, because I'm like, I think more people would be like, oh yeah, that is weird. Also, because I don't want it to happen again in any other video game, because I don't like it.
I can literally load up Forbidden West after this and see if that's still
I
a problem.
would love to know if it's in the sequel or not.
Wait, I'm gonna.
Hold up.
She's moving straight with the
I
rest from where
gotta-
their body's facing rather than where their cursor is facing. Yeah. The middle of the screen.
I'm adjusting some things. You will not get sound during this.
That's fine.
The thing.
Some of my brain almost appreciates this. I can't even put into words except that I've played games that focus less on the character. It's in this. I think having played games that focus less on your character.
Oh, this is also a DLC area,
style.
so spoilers if someone doesn't want to.
Horizon 1 DLC spoilers?
Yes.
Gotcha. I think the
I'm not
is
very
actually
far into
separate
it,
yourself
so
from
it's just-
Aloy and observe the world more or strafe around a target. So again, I want to stress the point that having her offset from the middle of the screen is independent. Many games, probably most third-person games. Think of any Uncharted game or Last of Us or whatever. They offset you from the middle. You don't have. Elden Ring is like an exception where you tend to be kind of in the middle of the screen as you're running around. Even then, it's offset a little bit, but it still behaves as I would expect in any circumstance. If you started aiming in Elden Ring, I mean, you can go first person, it's real jank, but you don't suddenly feel like you're pointing somewhere different. It's specific to Horizon. I've never seen it in a different game. So, if that's the point, it's like, yeah, I agree. Having the character offset from the side is great for third-person action adventures. It gives you a better sense of where they are in the space, makes it easy to do jumping around on stuff. Let me pull
Also,
up
I've got the
Viz's.
stream pulled up.
Thank you. So I'm right there with you. It's in a lot of games the kind of preferred way for me. I can't seem to. Is there a way to full screen a Discord thing so you don't have the bar at the bottom?
Right click and then show non-participants. Make sure it's unticked.
And then hide members.
and then
there it is.
click
And the
Okay.
little person thing.
Yeah, I got it. When aiming with a
Okay.
gun. Does
So,
Mass Effect do
I'm
the same
pointing
thing?
at this thing. I'm pointing at this little street
Yep.
sign. And I can walk forward to it. I'm walking forward to it, obviously, in first person, the way that you were saying that the other
Yeah.
person should
And
have
this is how
demonstrated.
every third-person game I've ever played works, as far as I know.
And then I'm about
This
Maybe
is
Mass
a
Effect.
here.
third-person game.
And if I do this,
And if you stop aiming and walk,
I'm
then
walking off to the left.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm running up against this.
yeah, you're
grate
not
on
even
the
walking
left.
straight along
Yeah.
that walkway. You're walking into the. Yeah.
Yep.
Viz, do this. Start walking towards it, aiming, and then just let go of aim.
Yeah, that's another one I
Keep
did.
the same. Keep the same movement on
Yeah,
your joystick.
listen, it's tactical because you can strafe around the lampposts by doing that.
Ooh. Wow.
And there I go.
I
I'm going that way,
cannot
and then I'm going this
cannot
way.
describe to you the feeling I felt when I figured this out. It's like
Yeah, no, that
I was like,
might have been one of the
this is
reasons I
why-
felt fucking weird playing this game.
this is why running around as Aloy felt off to me. That's why.
It's so
I
interesting.
wouldn't say if it's inherently bad or good, but it is jarring when you don't know that it's there. And
I
if you
would
don't know that that's the thing, I feel like it's a case of
Gotcha.
this feels weird and bad, and I don't know why. But like,
Yeah.
if you play the entire game knowing that, I feel like you can get used to it and be like, I may prefer the other way, but like, I don't know. I feel like the flaw is that they don't kind of spell it out to you that that's the way the camera works.
Certainly. Also, absolutely, you totally get you, Ogron. You're fine. I appreciate where you're coming at from this scam. Because also part of it's like, okay, well, I'm a video gamer. I've played a lot of video games, and
check out Forbidden West.
if a game handles things differently, I don't want to, you know, be down on it just because it's different. You know, just because it's unfamiliar to me, therefore it's bad. I always want to be willing to embrace when things are different. I'm inclined to disagree in this exact case, though, because it's not just that I was like, oh, you know, like the first time I played, like Resident Evil 4 was probably the first time I played. I mean, that was like one of the first big over-the-shoulder third-person games. Kind of required a little bit of a recalibration. Like, I've certainly played games that were different in weird ways and was willing to learn with it because I wanted to experience it or whatever. With Horizon, it's like, even after figuring out what it is, it feels bad to me. Even knowing what is, and the reason I got there in the first place was because the movement felt off. I kept feeling like I was drifting off from center. So to me, it's not like this is something that has merit on its own. I need to recalibrate myself for what it's trying to do. I think it's a bad way to handle third-person movement because it's unreliable. It doesn't feel like...
I have no skin in the game.
Sure.
Personally, I'm of the preference of, I don't think I care either way. I'd have to, you know, spend hours playing Horizon, which I don't want to do, or hours playing a game that doesn't do that, and then I'd, you know, have to come to a consensus of like, actually, you know what, I think Barry's right, or actually, I think Barry's completely wrong. But like, personally, I look at it and I'm like, to me, the problem isn't the style of it, it's like, I could get used to either way. So personally, I'm just like, yeah, I can understand it being annoying, but to me, the problem isn't the fact that it is the way it is. It's just because the more I think about it, I'm like, what other games had that sort of movement system in it that I would remember? And I'm like, I don't remember ever. I mean, any other one. And it's like, could be.
I mean, Resident was saying I think RE4 is worse than this, but at least the difference there is that, yeah, RE4's movement is pretty janky because you basically have tank controls in a third-person game. But also when you aim, you can't move. So even if there was jankiness going on, you wouldn't even have that contrast, because just playing Horizon normally, there's times where you're running around strafing, going into aim mode to fire off some shots and going back to movement. And every time you make that shift, you're gonna go in a different direction, pressing the same angle on the stick. So that's where it's like you're constantly having, if you're like me, I'm seeing a lot of people in chat being like, I didn't have that experience, and that is probably a good thing. I'm glad you're able to get through that game and not be like, oh, why am I, why do I feel like I have to correct my movement, you know? It's not like, oh, if you didn't notice it, then whatever.
Like,
you get what I'm saying.
I've started another live stream, and I've gotten to a place where it is explicitly very just Horizon-y, and not spoilery.
Okay, thank you.
To show off how Forbidden West does it.
Oh boy.
Let me see.
And also, again, shout out to PS5 load times.
Yeah, right?
So there's a little tree over there.
Yep.
Walking towards it. Heading towards it like a normal little guy.
Yep.
Back it up.
You doing it?
Looking at that tree.
Looking at that tree.
Uh-oh. Hey, uh-oh.
Yep.
Hey, wait a minute.
That's what I expected.
Yep.
Interesting. That's super interesting.
I can almost objectively tell you that, like, that shot just now of Viz walking forward, even at what I would say is the wrong angle, it looks good.
It looks, yeah.
Seeing her walking off like that looks good. It's when my hands are on it playing it that I'm like, I feel like I'm moving left. That's the part that makes me upset. It's like, that looks really good. The way she's walking that way and the camera's kind of following like that, that is a very dynamic angle that I think feels terrible to play. That is my point. It's like, clearly you can't accidentally make your movement work like that. That was very deliberate on the part of Gorilla. So, you know, I'm not gonna. Yeah, but it's bizarre.
That's super interesting. Cool. I learned a thing.
Thanks, Viz.
Yeah.
Not related to anything, but I did it. I made, well, I think, maybe I didn't do it.
You did it.
What did
Did you do it?
What
Would
did
you like to learn something?
What did you do?
Just kidding. I didn't. Not yet. No time to celebrate yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to make a scrolling texture mixed with Toon Shader, and it's breaking my brain.
There's no gameplay option I
Ooh.
could find. Am I gonna mark this sidetracking the VOD? No. Because
no.
it'll be the part of the VOD where I stop working and start just hanging out with my friends. Because
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah.
Precision
Also,
focus on the
I think
camera
I
for movement.
gotta-
Yeah.
I think I gotta pop off.
Okay.
I gotta go fuse Kiryu and Sonic together.
Oh, okay.
That
I
sounds.
forgot that
Of
was.
course.
Well, it is
I
Friday
forgot
night,
I was
so
Yeah.
thank you for hanging on the.
Of course, this has been
Take
fun.
care.
I missed this.
Thanks for hanging. Good
Appreciate
night.
it.
See y'all.
Just kidding. Goodbye.
Wait, hang on. I'll get mine and be annoying.
I need those pics
Okay.
on my desk. Yeah. I don't
Anyway,
think there's
I'm gonna
gameplay
build a
option.
Lego Horizon Zero Dawn tomorrow, maybe.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Is it the tall neck?
Nice.
Yeah, it's a tall neck.
Ooh.
I haven't figured out how I'm gonna set that up. You might see yucky human hands.
You're not gonna
Yucky
get like
human
white.
bricks.
Wait, you could get like green screen gloves that go up your
Yeah.
arms, and then chroma key them and then shift them to be white, and then also make them see-through with a background plate that you shoot separately. So then you have see-through ghost hands.
I've had this same thought about a webcam stream where I like take a still image of my room and then have that as the background and then it chroma keys
Yeah,
me. Yeah.
that'd be great.
I forgot
Anyway.
I forgot her name, but there's a VTuber who does cooking streams, and she wears like a full green morph suit and black gloves, so all that appears on the screen is her gloves.
That's
So you can
extremely.
see her,
Yeah,
like,
this is
cooking.
a Lego.
Interesting.
It looks real good.
Yeah.
Hope it's a fun build, Viz.
We'll see how it go.
You even got with a little watcher guy. It's
Yeah.
cute.
And a little aloe.
Lil Aloy.
Aloy.
Lil Aloy.
Aloe.
I've been lied.
Lil Aloy.
Todd's
Lil
still
Aloy.
here. Hey, Todd. Guess how much work
Hello,
I've gotten
Todd.
done in the last hour?
I remember Todd.
It's
Oh.
not
You remember Todd?
more than 0. Anonymous gifted a sub to Sevire. Ran Cossack with a soup. They're standing here, and I realized they were just like me, trying to sit gracefully. Ho ho. Little birdie, 43 months, 4-beat tree. So go with another hammy. Fun has been denied, no fun allowed. Do not dance to the hammy. Yeah, I don't like fun. It's, if you get one takeaway from my lengthy, meandering game design rants, is that I'm not a fan of fun. And if you're
But
having
Barry
fun playing a
fucking hates
game,
fun.
I'm upset. Wherever you are, whatever game you're playing, just know that I'm disappointed. Thank you.
Barry and Fun do not get along.
No, never have.
Hey.
Cryptic and Batty, thanks again for the raid earlier. Peter, with a very generous 50 bucks. Peter. Zamui with 50 bits, who says play. And Zamui with 50 bits says Deathloop. And Zamui with 50 bits says
I got it.
play it. And Sargato with another third hammy. I'll have you know I'm sober every time. I would just suck at spelling. Hey, same, it's fine. Appreciate it though. Thank you very much. Zanry the hammy. Zanry hammy. Happy Friday night. Drink water. You know, I'm gonna play Friday night. I haven't played Friday night. I mean, shit, I waited till Onsta left.
Hey,
That feels
Barry.
rude. Hey, Bath.
do you know why a texture would be scrolling when the game is like when it's just in scene mode and nothing is playing, but then when you start the game it would not be? Why?
If it's animated in scene view, it should be working in game view.
I know, but it seems as if that's not the case currently, and I don't know if I've made a big boo-boo somewhere.
That is weird. No, I don't know.
Okay, anyway, I'll crack
Good
the
luck.
code eventually.
I
Thanks.
thought you were just gonna ask why is it animated in scene view, and it's like, well, certain things do animate in scene view unless you tell them to not.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing, is in shader graph and in scene view, I'm like, there it goes, and then when it's live, I'm like, that's not.
Try slapping on a different mesh or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I could. The thing is
Yeah, something else might be conflicting with it. Also, Peter325 with 6 months. That's a golden key. Thank you, Peter. Marcanius with 10 gifted subs to Person322, Malinor, Mad Ghosty, Stormister, Spart Farkles, Mr. Satism, Freakface6, Criticyo, Ryzen Phoenix 82, and Orizo. Thank you very much for that earlier. And Little Birdie gifted a sub to Kit Kat for their 7th month. Appreciate it. Boy howdy. I sure did. I mean, we got about a minute of video.
Hell yeah.
Only gotta do 26 more streams of this. No, we're good.
Hell yeah.
No, I'm good. Probably not gonna do a ton of editing streams. I just wanted to show where things are at right now, and we did get stuff done. I gotta say, got all these slapped in as well, all the art.
Stuff got did.
But yeah, it's
Did
just
done stuff.
as I was saying earlier. It is just I realize now in hindsight that I'm slightly earlier in this project than I probably should have been to stream it, but I don't have any regrets. It was fun. But
Yeah.
yeah, if I do another editing stream, things will be moving.
I think it's animated. That's why it's animated from Blender. Oh, it's animation override. Fuck. So I have to do it.
Have an animation override.
Yeah, but I don't know how to animate a texture in Animator.
That's interesting, Agron.
That's on the 3D.
Oh.
I know some of these words.
I don't know what.
Well, you gotta make sure that the 3D hyperflux isn't conflicting with the configuration of assets.
Well, also
of course, I'm such a fool.
You should check out the mainframe.
Have you taken the 50 errors that Unity is throwing at you for no reason and dismissed them?
Yeah.
Because that's always step one, is to be like,
oh my God.
stop.
I have 999 plus errors. What the fuck?
Yeah, just hit dismiss.
Why do they all compile at once? Why do you do that?
Don't worry about the errors. They don't want you to succeed. They're trying to drag you down.
Error, nah.
Step one is to be like, no. Tighten up the graphics in level 3.
No.
That's good.
Step 2.
When I'm trying to dodge something, I want to go in the direction I point on an arbitrary point I can't even see because there's a robot dino in the way. It's a fair point. But it's also a thing with any kind of video game with movement mechanics that the more time you spend with it, if it's acting predictably, then I feel like that's less of a concern because it's like you know which way you're moving, and then you hit a button and you move that way. But
Wait, you move?
Is there no panning over time in Unity? What?
There is. That's what I'm using in the shader, but because it's been animated in a different program and the animation gets ported over to Unity, it doesn't work. The animation takes precedence over what's happening in the shader, apparently. So. No worries, I figured it out. It's a bummer, but it's okay.
You did it.
It's fine.
You're doing it.
I'm thinking I am actually gonna wrap up. I didn't even realize we were at 5.5 hours in the stream. I'm like, feels like I've
Oh yeah, it is late.
like an hour of stream, but
I'm surprised Buff hasn't gotten hungry.
Bath already had dinner.
Oh, okay, that would explain it.
That'll do it.
But I haven't had dinner. Also, I didn't get a lot of sleep, so even considering that, I probably got more work done than if I was working offline.
High five.
So, yeah. You know, thank you everyone for hanging out and stuff. Appreciate everyone who was in the call, everyone in chat.
Yeah.
You know, I said this when I did my doodling stream earlier in the week, but you know, I really appreciate when people are down to watch me work on stuff, because it's time I get to get stuff done, and I'll probably do some more video game streams while I continue working on this in the background, but we'll see. We're gonna go raid Onsta because she's fusing Kiryu and Sonic. Was that what she said?
She did say that, yeah.
And personally, I need to know what that means.
Yeah.
What if I have a question about game design choice in Elden Ring? Well, I'll be back with that. Whether or not I do more editing streams, there will be Elden Ring streams once I'm done with the game, where we will go.
What if I want to use Maxon piece of software?
Do you want me to start the rant from the top, Gam? Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. It's all good to dislike stuff. I just want to understand. Of course, and that's how I feel. If anyone in chat's like, "Hey, this thing that you like, I dislike," or vice versa. It's like it's why I love talking about games, because almost any opinion is valid, you know. Because even if it's like, okay, objectively this game's garbage, but I love it. It's like, that's good. That's a good thing. And
there's a difference between good, bad, and like and dislike.
Yeah, and the way I always put it is like with my game design videos, I try to back up my subjective feelings with things that are close to objective truths, because you can use the truth to back up any subjective viewpoint, and that's what I try to do, because I feel like it gives you something to really chew on and be like, well, I disagree because if you look at this over this way, so it's fun.
I do like chewing.
Gotta chew on that bone. So take care. Go side. What's the raid message? Friday night.
Friday night, yeah.
Friday night.
Did you know it's Friday,
Friday
night?
night in California.
It's Friday night in California. It's true. Take care. See you next time. Get out of here.
Bye.
Yeah, bye. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Hey, VOD watchers.
But
Thanks for VOD watching.
Hey, VOD watchers, if
Hey,
you
VOD
got
watchers.
this far in the VOD, post the word cheesecake in the comment section.
Don't do that. But here's
Or in the
a VOD watcher exclusive sound from Gam's keyboard.
Oh shit, I'm in Elden Ring, Barry.
Here's a
Oh,
VOD
wait,
watcher
wait, hold on.
exclusive.
Hang on.
Hold on, I got it.
Fuck your life, being fine.
yeah.
Take care, VOD watcher. Oh god. Oh god. It's Crazy Frog. He's in the house. No.